The special thing about the protagonist of this story is that no matter how many times he dies, he always reincarnates. This has happened so many times that it has lost its charm, and each time he is reborn in a different world and time, from the most primitive civilizations to those that have conquered outer space. This time, our hero's carelessness cost him his life in a battle against a monster, and he was reborn as a baby again. But he is a professional at reincarnation for a reason. Let's see what he comes up with this time. In this current life, he begins to examine his surroundings, and by the appearance of the furniture and decoration of the room, he is sure that it must be somewhere in the medieval age. With the experience he has gained in past lives, he can tell that he is not on Earth, which makes him wonder if this time he is in a fantasy setting. However, personally, he found the science fiction worlds more comfortable. They were clean, high-tech, and had other advantages. But after observing his current surroundings, he is at least relieved that he was not born into a poor family. They even have maids. This leads him to believe that this must be a humble, upper-class family in a fantasy world. But more than anything, he is quite happy that this cat is his mother, and is enjoying every kiss from her to the fullest. Even though the language she speaks is unknown to him, there is something he can understand without knowing the words. The feeling of her holding him so tightly for fear of dropping him, and the warmth in her eyes tells him that he has gained a loving mother in this life, which is already a blessing in itself. You see, through his countless lives, he has met and learned about all kinds of mothers, but maternal love was not always given. Unfortunately, he has been abandoned shortly after birth, and there was also a time when he was exploited as child labor. But this time, he feels that this life will not be as difficult as many of the ones he has lived. It is then that a maid enters and insists on holding the prince, as the lady may be exhausted. The mention of prince catches our boy by surprise. He did not expect to be reincarnated as royalty this time. Still, he cannot understand why his mother does not seem so happy. He gets his answer soon, when his mother reminds the maid that people may not consider this child a prince, apparently. This lady, Rifana, had humble origins. She used to be a maid, just like the previous one, named Tena. She tells Tena to simply call her by her name, saying that there is no need for formalities since there is no one else around. Rifana believes that the only reason they call this child a prince is that the blood of the king runs in his veins. However, the truth is far from rosy. This child also carries the blood of someone of lower status. She already knows that the nobles and the royal concubines rejected her son, claiming that he has no right to succession or power because of his humble origins. Seeing his mother sinking into sadness, the boy quickly tries to dry her tears, which genuinely makes her happy. She finds it touching that her baby is trying to comfort her. The maid, however, dismisses it as the actions of a merely restless baby. By the way, our boy is called Ariel in this life, and we know for a fact that he was truly trying to console his mother. He personally does not care about not having the right to succession or loyal followers. In fact, he is happy with being overshadowed. It means that the powerful aristocrats will not give him a second glance, making him practically invisible to the rest of the royal family. This suits him perfectly. He is ready to live the life of a carefree prince, without anything to worry about, and his intuition tells him that this 101st life is going to be amazing. The main character is feeling very good about himself, because he has both royal and common blood. For him, it's like winning the lottery, since he only wants a simple life away from all the drama of the rich. Lady Rifana and Tiana are keeping an eye on him. Rifana looks at him, thinks he looks so happy, and wishes that she could keep him that way, but she knows she can't. When the hero hears the word power, he wakes from his dream and starts sucking his thumb. Ariel begins to think about his situation in a world where everything boils down to family and status. Being a prince who cannot inherit anything is like being a pawn without a throne to fight for. He realizes he has no power, nor support, nor future. He imagines that people will just use him until they get rid of him. But then he remembers that his mother doesn't need to worry, because he is confident that he can handle things, especially since he was a professional in his past lives. 3 months pass, and Lady Rifana looks at baby Ariel while he sleeps. She thinks he looks like a little angel. She strokes his hair and wishes he looked like the king. At that moment, Tiana says that the carriage is ready. Rifana quickly kisses Ariel's cheek and tells him to behave before leaving. When the door closes behind her, we see that Ariel was not really sleeping. He was pretending. He laughs but quickly covers his mouth, so that Tiana doesn't come running to check on him. I think it's a tough job being so charming, especially as a baby with everyone watching. Then, he sits up, ready to do something that no baby should be able to do. Increase his power. He knows time is short, and he needs power to make his life easier. In this world, he knows one thing is always true. strength is everything. If he is strong, no one will mess with him while he cultivates. Ariel starts to think about all his past lives and how he didn't waste them. One of his greatest achievements was creating a method that allows him to train even while being a baby. The technique of Qigong, the creation of the origin, is something that his 30th reincarnation invented and is a total game changer. This method allows Ariel to work with both his natural Qi and his origin Qi at the same time. The best part is that no one can notice that he is training. Ariel does some quick calculations and calculates that he will have 60 years of internal Qi when he turns 10, and 180 by the age of 20 if he continues like this. Once the initial phases are overcome, he won't even need to concentrate so much. He could train while relaxing in Tina's arms, if he wanted to speed things up. Ariel uses his energy to stimulate his nerves, moving all the Qi to his brain and frontal lobe. The heat from this process spreads throughout his body, making him sweat profusely and feel a sharp and unbearable pain as the energy accumulates. Ariel feels he is about to lose control. He screams but quickly regains control. Tina hears the noise and rushes to his room, but when she looks at him, Ariel is lying still in the crib, pretending to sleep. She wonders if he needs a diaper change and leans in to smell. Ariel panics inside, knowing that any touch from her could ruin all his work. But to his relief, Tina doesn't smell anything and murmurs something about him having had a nightmare before leaving. As soon as she exits, Ariel's body is like a mini furnace with his energy leaking everywhere. He struggles to hold on, feeling that his body may not withstand the pressure. However, he endures the pain, determined not to let anything or anyone control his life. Even if it means risking everything, Ariel is determined to use the technique of origin creation Qigong to become powerful enough to live comfortably and on his own terms. As soon as he stabilizes, another scream escapes him, loud enough to catch the attention outside his door. Tina suddenly rushes into the room, thinking something terrible has happened. She finds Ariel sweating profusely, but still lying there, looking like he is sleeping peacefully. Deciding that he might need extra care, she rushes out to prepare a herbal bath. The moment she leaves, Ariel jumps to his feet, happy because everything he has been working on is finally paying off. When Tina returns, she picks him up in her arms and says nice things to him for being such a strong boy. Ariel just smiles, feeling lucky that she hasn't noticed anything unusual, thanks to his mana concentration technique. His body is constantly absorbing energy, even when he is just eating or sleeping. He feels excited, knowing that in just 3 years, he will be stronger than most adults. By the time he is 10, his power will be unmatched, and the thought makes him very happy. While Tina holds him, she hears a strange noise from above, but gets distracted by Ariel's joyful expression. Meanwhile, Ariel is already imagining the life ahead of him, powerful, respected, and living like a king. He can hardly wait for that future to arrive. It has only been 5 months since Ariel was born, but thanks to his mana absorption technique, his physical strength and internal energy are far ahead of any baby his age. Crawling on the floor, he does not stop striving, knowing that he is on the path to surpass everyone. Soon as he is focused on his training, Lady Rifana enters and lifts him from the rug. She brings him a toy he did not expect, and for a moment his eyes are fixed on it. Seeing his disappointment when he hesitates, Ariel quickly starts to play with the toy, pretending to have a lot of fun inside. However, he felt a second-hand embarrassment for very obvious reasons. Still, Lady Rifana and China laugh as he seems happy, commenting on how beautiful and perfect he is. Secretly, Othal loves the compliments, but knows it is mainly thanks to his mother's good looks even, so he decides to enjoy these moments of being the baby. Fun. Knowing that this time will not last forever, the baby protagonist suddenly shows that he is not happy, and China cannot figure out what he wants at first. But all he really wants is food. He starts crying while trying to make that clear. Finally, China gets it and gives him milk. While he is busy drinking, the adults begin to talk about money. They talk about how the funds for the house are running out since yesterday. Although the heroine needs proper food, like the prince, there simply is not enough money. The mansion's budget has been severely cut this year, and even raising a child is becoming a challenge. This is quite strange for a royal family. Ariel heard the maids commenting about it before. They say that her mother, Lady Rifana, will have to eat less to save money for everyone else. If she does not do this, no one will be able to get through the season. Ariel cannot believe and thinks it must be a joke, but her mother remains positive, saying that it does not matter if she does not survive as long as others can. Hearing this, Ariel gets upset. How can they treat her mother like this? She is not powerful or important in the eyes of the nobles, but still she is his mother, even having given birth to a prince. Neither of them has real status or protection. He begins to understand why she is always going out in the carriage. She has been trying to find the king, but it seems she keeps failing. Ariel thinks it is cruel. Even if the king does not care about her, she is still the mother of his child. How can he let others treat her so badly? He starts crying again because of this, and she calms him in Lady Rifana's arms. Even being a baby, Aroli wants to help his mother. He knows he cannot do much, but he has to think of something. Winter is coming, and things are only going to get worse. With the heating course in his baby crib, he puts his baby boss brain to work, and he starts to seriously think about what he can do to help. Then suddenly he has an idea. While the heroine looks at the coal in the fireplace, he suddenly remembers that coals are made of carbon, and jewels like diamonds are also made of carbon, and his brilliant mind sees a way to solve their money problem. If he can turn coal into a diamond, he could change everything. Even though he is dying to jump out of the crib and start, he knows his little baby body is still not strong enough. Instead, he decides to use his human form to float out safely. No one else knows that coal can be so useful, but for Ariel, it's like finding treasure. So he immediately pushes aside the self-praise and starts to work while the rest of the house sleeps. The hero focuses his mana, combining it with heat to press the coal. He pours all his energy into compressing it, repeating enchanting spells to keep himself moving. The process is difficult, and the pressure pushes Ariel back, but he remains focused, refusing to give up. He keeps thinking about his mother's happiness when she sees what he has done. As soon as he thinks of her, a sudden explosion of energy makes the soot explode up the chimney. Ariel moves to the fireplace, rummaging through the mess until he finally finds it. A brilliant diamond that he created with his own power. The beauty of the diamond leaves him speechless. Now he just needs to figure out how to give it to his mother without raising suspicion. Feeling satisfied, he rests until morning when China greets him. The next day, she is shocked to find the hero out of the crib, covered in ashes and soot. She picks him up, confused about how he managed to escape. She assumes he must have played all night, but the mess in the room makes her stop. The floor, the fireplace, and the rug are all filthy, and Aunt Ina wonders if the house has always been this chaotic or if something strange happened during the night. She tells our boy not to touch the floor, but he doesn't seem to care. He quickly devises a plan and puts the jewel in his mouth. Aunt Ina notices something strange in his mouth and asks him to spit it out. She pinches his cheeks and a diamond falls out. She is very surprised and asks where he got it and if it was from the floor. China, who takes care of the palace's treasure, says that nothing is missing and that the diamond isn't even listed, so she hugs Ariel, saying it seems like he wanted to give this to her. Ariel smiles and agrees, feeling that his mother would probably like it too. Later, carriages arrive at the palace, filling the empty pantry of the kitchen with food and firewood. Thanks to the diamond, they now have provisions for 5 years. Lady Rifana worries about who the diamond might belong to, but China assures her that it's all right, since the castle had been abandoned for almost 100 years before Lady Rifana took over. She also adds that it could be a blessing, intended for Prince Ire. Lady Rifana is not sure, but she feels grateful for the resources. Ariel holds his mother's dress, thinking that she just needs to endure until he grows up. He dreams of a future where she no longer has to fight. While clinging to her, she promises to ensure that the king knows he has a son named Ariel. That winter, the fireplace remains lit, and the palace's finances finally get back on track. The changes are obvious around the palace. One day, while Lady Rifana is eating, she realizes that the meal is too much for her. She asks about the servants. China reassures her that everything is fine, since Anna, who had given up, is back, and the servants are being treated better now. But what catches Prince Ariel's attention the most is how his mother no longer seems sad while he watches her. He thinks she is more beautiful when she smiles. Even though it is the coldest winter of all, it feels warmer to him, because things are stable and his mother is happy. A year passes, and China and Lady Rifana are busy. Deciding what Prince Ariel should wear, they make him try on a bunch of clothes before choosing an elegant outfit. Ariel cannot understand why they are placing so much importance on his clothes. Feeling tired, he lies down on the floor and starts to whine, surprising both his mother and China. China quickly realizes that he needs to rest and puts him in his crib. Then she says that Prince Ariel will be officially recognized as part of the royal family. Ariel, confused, wonders what she means by recognized. Lady Rifana is happy that Ariel has grown up without any issues. She wonders if the king will show up for his birthday. China reassures her, saying that the king is just waiting for the right moment since bad things often happen to newborns. Ariel hears them talking and realizes that all this commotion is because of his birthday. Lady Rifana comments that not everyone may like the banquet, but it is the perfect opportunity to officially announce that Ariel has royal blood. She is pleased that the royal family rules of Ernesia apply to him as well. Ariel notices how excited his mother seems and deduces that it is because of the banquet. Then he realizes that if there is a banquet, the nobles and other members of royalty will be there, and he can finally meet the king. The banquet for Prince Ariel begins that night with a grand feast and an extravagant party that clearly cost a fortune. Prince Ariel is a bit excited to see the luxurious decorations, the food, and the fancy clothes that his compatriots are wearing. Everything seems like a dream to him. Lady Rifana takes him and asks if he is impressed. Ariel thinks that all of this is definitely a new experience. China points out that it is probably the first time he sees so many people in one place, and Lady Rifana reminds him that he is the star of the night. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, Ariel notices the critical glances from the nobles, and hears their whispers about him and his mother. But this does not bother him. His focus is on one thing: finding his father. The banquet for Prince Ariel begins that night with a grand feast and an extravagant party that clearly cost far more than a fortune. Prince Ariel is a bit excited to see the luxurious decorations and the food, and the fancy clothes that his compatriots are wearing. Everything seems like a dream to him. Lady Rifana asks him if he is impressed, but I think all of this is definitely a new experience. China points out that it is probably the first time he sees so many people in one place, and Lady Rifana reminds him that he is the star of the night, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Ariel notices the critical gazes of the nobles and hears their whispers about him and his mother, but that doesn't bother him. His focus is on one thing: finding his father. King Terrell of Ernesia burns with frustration thinking about how the king never cared about their lives. He decides that this banquet is the perfect chance to ensure the king notices him. The atmosphere shifts when the royal family of Ernesia enters, officially starting the banquet. Ariel imagines that this must be the queen and her family. He can feel their strong presence as they approach. His eyes fixate on the queen, on her children, his half-siblings, and on the eldest son, who stands out the most. There is also a girl acting dramatically as if she is in her own fantasy world. Ariel mentally observes that he needs to learn more about each of them, but they pass directly by and completely ignore their mother. Lady Rifana notices that the commotion might be overwhelming Ariel and tries to comfort him. Even knowing that she is probably struggling herself, she still manages to make him laugh, relieving the tension. Meanwhile, the crowd is fixated on the queen, admiring her beauty. Ariel notices a sudden change in his mother's expression. She had been calm, but now something has unsettled her. He looks around and sees why. The king, his majesty, finally enters, emanating an intimidating energy that makes Ariel freeze. For a moment, he cannot tell if his father is looking at him or at his mother. He thinks it's unfortunate that being reborn doesn't come with the ability to read minds. Imagine how great it would be if he could find out what everyone is thinking. After a while, people start giving him gifts and congratulating him, acting as if seeing him is a grand occasion. But when it's the imperial family's turn, their attitude towards him and his mother is clear. They do not hide their true feelings, and their behavior hits him deeply. He wants to jump from his mother's arms and go after that woman. How dare she treat them as if they don't matter? She clearly does not see them as people. Looking around, he realizes that everyone here is equally fake and rotten. For a moment, he thinks about screaming and exposing them, but he doesn't want to embarrass his mother. He decides to play along and act well because that is what people expect. Hypocrisy is normal here. Unfortunately, all he wants is to leave before falling asleep in his mother's arms. Just as he is about to doze off, he notices a young girl nearby. She is probably the daughter of one of the king's concubines. She seems too young for all this drama, but her presence stands out. Fortunately, some of the mistresses have already left. When the banquet finally ends, he and his mother sigh in relief at the same time. But the night is not over yet. The queen herself approaches them. She makes it clear that getting close to them is not difficult thanks to her son, the heir to the throne, who is always nearby. Ariel cannot tell if she is bragging about her son or just trying to rub it in his face. Either way, it is exactly the kind of thing he expects from her. The queen continues saying how Ariel is sweet and how he resembles his mother, but Ariel doesn't buy it. He is sure that she is involved in their troubles. After all, someone must be behind the drastic cuts. In the castle's finances, the knights have been turned into lumberjacks just to gather firewood, and Ariel's clothes seem to have been pieced together with scraps by the servants. Meanwhile, the queen wishes him a long life and other formalities, but upon leaving, she smiles ironically, leaving a bitter impression. Then, something unexpected happens. Lady Rifana spots the king himself. He asks if she is getting used to the castle, and she gives a polite, but not entirely sincere answer, which doesn't surprise Ariel. All he wants is for the king to give them the support they need and act like a true father. Ariel begins to cry loudly, which makes the king notice and ask to hold him. It is the first time the king sees Ariel in a year, and as he holds him, the king seems somewhat confused. Most of his children cry incessantly when he comes, but Ariel just smiles. Arrow thinks it would be funny if his charming baby smile could leave the king. Astonished. The king seems to start liking him a little, amused by the fact that Arrow is not afraid of him. He even says something about raising him in the future, but Arrow is not interested in standing still. He gestures for the king to put him down. The king assumes Arrow wants to walk, but Lady Rifana quickly says that he can't walk yet, since he is only 1 year old. At that moment, however, Arrow decides that it is time to prove everyone wrong. He takes his first steps right there, fully aware that he is the star of the night and needs to show off. The room erupts in cheers for the little Arrow's first steps. Even the king seems impressed, realizing that Arrow is trying to show him something important, that he is not like the other children. Arrow feels confident that this is just the beginning of proving himself, but as he reaches the table and tries to lean on it, he experiences an epic failure. The entire table, along with all the food and drinks, collapses as the plates and cups fall on Arrow. Everyone is startled, even the king. But Arrow knows that this is all part of his grand little scheme, not just to show that a 1-year-old can walk, but to execute his perfectly crafted dramatic scene. He throws himself on the floor, crying as if he is in the midst of an epic tragedy, and the king rushes over to check for injuries. The king sees that Arrow's clothes are soaked with wine but finds no real damage. He decides that Arrow needs a change of clothes. China comes in to help, but the king dismisses her, wanting to take care of this himself. What he discovers next leaves him speechless. Beneath Arrow's stained clothes are undergarments that look more like rags than something fit for a prince. China seems confused, claiming that he dressed Ariel in clean clothes earlier that morning, while the king inspects the fit. He realizes how miserable and lamentable Ariel's life must be, and the crowd begins to murmur, saying things about this being a disgrace and everything else. Frustrated by the whispers, the king demands silence, his voice echoing through the hall and sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. He looks at Ariel's mother, clearly realizing how poorly they have been living in the meantime. Ariel is feeling quite relieved. His plan worked perfectly. His clothes may have been ruined, but they told the story he wanted. In fact, Ariel had been busy that morning. While China dressed him, he used all his little strength to stretch and tear the fabric, making it look as ragged as possible. It wasn't hard, and with a little magic, he gave his outfit the extra touch of poverty it needed to make his statement. If he were older and stronger, he wouldn't need to rely on magic, but it worked anyway. The king finally asks Lady Rifana to explain how things got so bad, how they could fail so miserably in maintaining their status, but seeing how distressed she is, he doesn't rush for answers. Instead, he turns to one of his officials and asks how the funds are distributed to the concubines' castles. The king is disappointed because, as far as he remembers, he had given clear orders for the budget to be shared equally. Everything should be running perfectly. So, why does it seem like they were forgotten for this specific event? The king cannot understand what is happening. He demands the report immediately without wasting time. Seeing all this, Ariel realizes that his father is serious about fixing things, and is eager to see the numbers in that report. Lady Saffron, Ariel's mother, wants to calm the situation, claiming it must be some mistake, and asks for her son back. But Ariel knows this is their big opportunity while everyone panics, and the king's secretary appears to deliver the documents. The whole room holds its breath, knowing things are about to heat up. When the king looks at the report, he is quite surprised. He cannot believe what his eyes are seeing. Then he uses his power to set the papers on fire right there, shocking Ariel. He hadn't imagined his father could be so oblivious to what is happening. The truth is, it is obviously all the queen's doing. The king calls for the queen, demanding to know if she was aware of the situation. The queen tries to remain calm, pretending to be as shocked as everyone else, but the king isn't falling for it. His intimidating presence grows as he reminds her that managing the budget is completely her responsibility. Seeing what is happening, the eldest son decides to use his timing, perfect for showing up and defending his mother. He will not let her face this alone and wants to share his own opinion. At that moment, the prince tries to explain that this is a big misunderstanding, because he is sure that his mother would not do something like that. But the king becomes even more angry, saying that it doesn't matter because a leader is always responsible for the mistakes of their team, and thanks to his negligence, his little brother ended up hungry and without clothes. The eldest son looks at our hero, with super guilty eyes, which only makes the situation even more awkward. Of course, he is nothing like his father, who is strong and authoritative, or his mother, who is clever and cunning. The king turns to the eldest son and asks if he is serious, by saying that the mother had nothing to do with this. Then, without waiting for an answer, he tells the queen how disappointed he is with her. Lady Saffron, trying to defend the queen, continues saying that it is not her fault, that it is his fault, and that she was the one who made the mistake. The king, completely confused, now wonders what she is talking about. He tells her that just being the mother of his child should be enough to prove her place in the family. She looks a bit embarrassed, and the king gently touches her hand, reminding her to know her role and act accordingly. This whole scene greatly irritates the queen and her son, and the king demands that they find out who is responsible and ensure that this never happens again. The queen, clearly shaken, looks at the ground and promises to resolve this and ensure it won't happen again. The king gives her one last warning: if she makes another mistake, she will face punishment. The queen keeps apologizing, saying that she will find the culprit and make them pay, but she still doesn't seem to understand why he is so angry. She then insists that she has no idea how this happened, not knowing how to explain herself to Lady Saffron, who is also very stressed. But the hero sees through the queen, while his mother tries to say that there is no mistake, and defends the queen. Our protagonist does not understand why his mother is protecting the only person who probably knows every detail of what happened. The queen promises that this will not happen again, but only our hero realizes that at least she could pretend to be guilty instead. She just frightens everyone with her power. With that, the hero's birthday ends, and somehow, the financial confusion is resolved. Later, it is announced that the queen didn't even have a part in the resolution. The culprit is quickly found: a family of low-ranking nobles. They are blamed for everything and executed on the spot with a guillotine without much fuss. The palace servants gossip about how the aristocrats even confessed to the crime, but no one can understand where they would spend such a large amount of money. Everyone seems relieved that the problem has been resolved, except for our boy. He realizes that the true mastermind has escaped. The case is closed, but for the hero it is totally unfair. He decides that when he grows up, he will teach everyone a lesson, but for now, being a baby with a small body, his main focus is food, so his only reaction is to cry. Soon he is being fed with a spoon, and feels quite content with his current situation. Still, he knows he needs to work on his body, since he will be stuck as a baby for a while. But after thinking it over, he realizes that all he really needs to do is eat and play. Once his belly is full, he decides it's time for a nap. Sometime later, he wakes up to the sound of a carriage arriving at the house. He flies to the window to see. While his nanny dozes off, he sees a group of people leaving, and soon after 3 out of them enter his room: his mother, an adult, and a child. The hero suddenly remembers the nanny. If she wakes up, his powers will be exposed. So he flies back to her and starts pinching her cheeks to wake her up. The adults walk in just in time to see this, and his mother immediately shouts for him to stop tormenting the poor nanny. The nanny realizes that another lady has arrived and greets her immediately. Our hero also sees the newcomer. The new mistress quickly says that there is no need to apologize, because she didn't inform anyone about her visit. Our hero realizes that this is Phanelia, another concubine. Everyone starts saying how they would have properly welcomed her if they had known she was coming. But Phanelia says she needs to speak with our hero's mother alone. Our hero's mother cannot understand why Phanelia wants to see her, but assumes it must be something serious while waiting for the serious conversation. She ends up choking on tea. Phanelia, looking truly remorseful, apologizes for her behavior at the hero prince's birthday banquet. She explains that her family played a major role in winning battles on the continent and was well known, but those days of glory are over. Now they are struggling because no children have been born into the family lately, and their reputation has faded. Moreover, rumors say they have been out of money for years. Our hero's mother asks if Phanelia is here because of her family's problems. Phanelia admits they are deeply in debt. She also recalls being pressured by the queen, which likely contributed to their financial troubles. Phanelia pulls out a bag of money, admitting it is not enough to resolve things, but says she feels very bad about everything. She admits that our hero's mother probably hates her just like her family does. At that moment, the door opens and Phanelia's daughter quietly appears in the room. It is clear that Phanelia just wants to protect her daughter from getting involved in conflicts with the imperial family. The lady calmly says that she is fine and needs nothing, insisting that Phanelia is not to blame for any of this. Phanelia asks her not to feel pity, but the lady says she doesn't feel pity, she's just being direct. She points out that there is no reason for them to turn against each other now. The lady makes it clear that she understands the situation and holds no grudge against Phanelia's family. She returns the bag of money, saying it would be better spent on something good for Phanelia's little girl. She says she understands why Phanelia's family has been trying to manage the palace expenses. Then she casually mentions some shocking news. She believes the reason behind all of this is that she serves the queen. This revelation leaves our boy stunned, and suddenly, everything makes sense to him about why his mother is so poorly regarded by others. He starts walking around his room, thinking about how difficult his mother's life must be. Shina notices that he is upset and doesn't know how to calm him down. She asks if he is okay, and he quickly fakes a smile to avoid worrying her. He knows he needs to pull himself together. China simply assumes he is being foolish and grumpy and goes to do some exercises with Princess Kania. With everyone distracted, our boy decides to eavesdrop on the conversation between his mother and Phenelia again. This time, his mother is talking about how she can't escape the queen's oppression. She explains that her main goal is to protect Ariel while he is still young and prevent anyone from hurting the family any further. Her tone is more serious and determined than ever. Lady Rifana wants to get closer to Miss Phenelia, but it is clear that she has more in mind than just being friendly. Phenelia realizes this, but respects Rifana's determination and agrees. Both understand that they can count on each other when things get tough. Meanwhile, Prince Ariel is thoughtful, realizing that his mother is fully aware of what is really happening between the queen and the concubines, which involves both him and her, but he also wonders what her next step will be. As Ariel is lost in thought, a girl suddenly appears near him and he has no idea how she got there. He silently pleads with the universe to keep her away, but instead, she crawls onto his bed and starts pinching his cheeks, saying she thinks he is adorable. She treats him like a soft toy, and even starts rocking his crib as if it were a game. Our boy wishes that someone, even if it's the truck with the rescue from this chaos, would come. Then a cat comes, and at first glance, it seems that the cat also finds Ariel cute. Ariel knows that now there is no way to escape. The nanny says that the princess can visit. Of course, the princess is eager to come, and Ariel realizes he is on his own. With no escape in sight, time flies, and before he knows it, Ariel is almost 3 years old. Life seems to be passing by too quickly. As usual, he can't believe how fast he is growing, and begins to think about how much more he has to learn before becoming an adult. He remembers pieces of his previous life, and wonders if he will ever have the chance to relive something like that. Suddenly, the princess enters his room. She runs towards him, but Ariel decides to play hide and seek. Unfortunately, she finds him quickly, and he feels frustrated and dejected, but the princess just wants to play hide and seek. Before Ariel could refuse, she is already running to find a bigger place to play. They end up outside, and it becomes clear that the princess has been visiting quite often, since Phenelia came with the help of the nanny, of course. She doesn't mind much because it seems that these visits are building a strong bond. Even though Ariel is still small, Kani believes that he is already someone who can be cared for, but she also says that when Ariel grows up, it will be his turn to take care of her. The princess makes Ariel promise that he will come as fast as possible, but the little prince cannot understand why she is so fixated on him before he can think too much about it. Kane said that she adores him. She said that playing with him is much more fun than with the others. He is clearly the best choice. Ariel laughs, thinking that she will probably regret saying that when she gets older. Kani immediately grabs him, saying it's time to play, and insists on taking him to their spot. The problem is that Ariel feels like he is about to suffocate with her overly enthusiastic help. He silently pleads for a rescue. And at that moment, a maid enters, saying that Ariel must be uncomfortable being carried this way. She scolds Connie, saying that even being a princess, she shouldn't carry heavy things yet. Since she herself is still a child, Ariel feels a true relief. He has finally been saved. Although Kani is not happy at all, she screams that she wants to play. The maid says that she should try drawing or listening to something classical, but she is tired of all these boring things. She says she wants to wield a sword, just like her brother Kyle. She notices that she is practicing with a stick, and quickly realizes that her balance is very poor. The weight of the stick is completely wrong, and she is not holding it correctly despite this. Kani is totally engaged, imagining that she has already defeated some powerful sword master and proclaiming her victory. The maid tries to explain why Kani cannot train like Kyle and Lennon. This really upsets the princess, who cannot understand why they can, and she cannot. The maid tells her that it is not appropriate for a princess to get her hands dirty, reminding Connie that she must be elegant and feminine. Kani is not listening. With a Mulan vibe, she has already grabbed the maid's sword, and before the maid could stop her, she is excitedly talking about fencing. The maid panics and runs after her, begging her to hand over the sword, or at least just take the sheath. Arrow is nearby and starts to like Kania more and more. As time passes, Prince Arrow turns 5 years old. He is in the fields of his land, looking all real and bold, pretending to run on his powerful steed. But let's not get carried away. He is just swaying back and forth on a toy horse, having a lot of fun. China, his horse trainer companion, said he should try riding a real horse, but she dismisses the idea, saying it's too risky. China tries to cheer him up, saying that a prince his age should be interested in things like horseback riding and wielding swords, but Arrow responds that princes don't need to do all that, which leaves China disheartened. because he is not exactly overflowing with ambition. Here's the thing, Arrow is not an ordinary child. This is his 101st life. Yes, the guy has been through tough times more times than he can count. Throughout all these lives he discovered a harsh truth. Being too good at anything only brings problems. Whenever he was a professional at something like sword fighting or magic, he attracted all kinds of wrong people, wanting to use him or bring him down. So now he prefers to be discreet, and enjoy the privileges of being a prince without trying too hard. Back at the castle, he tells China that he needs some time alone, and she agrees, although she is not very happy about it. Once she is gone, he closes the door, relaxes, and lies down doing nothing. Later, they end up in a bind. China is frustrated, asking why he hates studying so much, pointing out that a 5-year-old prince should be eager to learn and grow, but Ariel is not interested at all. He doesn't care about the world, and definitely doesn't want to fill his head with knowledge. China sighs, half joking, saying he looks like someone who has lived 100 lives. Before she can continue, Ariel interrupts her and assures her that it's not her fault he is like this. Deep down, he decides it's time to just enjoy life for the first time. Vibes of a laid-back guy. It only took Ariel 100 lives to realize how to relax and enjoy. Maybe he is just a chill guy, who knows. China reminds Prince Ariel that according to royal rules, he has to start studying now that he is 5 years old. She pulls out some super basic books, saying they were chosen just for him, but Ariel, with a grumpy expression, takes one and shows off his skills by spinning the book like a toy. China is completely irritated, telling him that the books are for reading, not for spinning. She even tries to make him feel guilty, saying that normal guys would love to learn but don't have a chance. But Ariel doesn't care. He starts stacking the books like they are a mini-house. While China tries to hold herself together, he tells him to stop and sit down again, but Aaron isn't hearing anything when words don't work. He goes into full drama mode, whining and shouting that he won't study all of a sudden. The doors open and his mother enters looking like she has had enough, and let's be realistic. Nothing scares a spoiled brat faster than a mother's, "I'm going to kill you" look. Under her gaze, Ariel drags himself to the library and starts studying, although not without some complaints. Even pretending to study, Ariel is thinking about how ridiculous all this is. He knows that, if his parents really cared about his learning, they would ensure his protection. But in his world, being good at anything just invites trouble. The more talent a boy like him shows, the more dangerous life becomes for him and everyone around him. Aaron doesn't think this is fair, but life is what it is. All he wants is a peaceful and lazy life, where no one is at risk. While he distracts himself, China brings him back to reality, telling him to study hard and make people proud, as if that would solve anything. Ariel thinks about what China says, but decides that it's a bit too much for him. However, China doesn't let it go, saying that if he keeps acting like this, his mother will be sad. This touches a sensitive spot, and Ariel finally decides to try harder for his mother, not because he suddenly loves studying. Even so, he is firm on one thing: no sword training, no magic lessons. He has had enough of dealing with the chaos that comes with being talented. Instead, he starts thinking of other, less risky plans for his future. A few days later, a luxurious carriage stops at the concubine's residence. China tells Ariel that the wizard from the magic tower is here to check his mana if he has talent. They will start teaching him magic. This is bad news for Ariel. He knows that any decent wizard, they would notice the insane amount of mana he is hiding. He thinks the only way out is to keep his mana a secret. As he walks down the hallway to meet the evaluator, he keeps his head down, trying to look as unremarkable as possible. Tiana tries to cheer him up, saying that even if his mana isn't super impressive, he can still work on it. But when they open the door, the examiner's expression says it all, shocked, as if he just saw something he wasn't prepared for. The wizard quickly stands up and looks directly at Prince Ariel. As they assess each other, Ariel observes mana flowing from the wizard, wondering if he appears in the wizard's eyes. The wizard grabs Ariel's arm to check his vital signs and says that something seems off. China, trying to cheer him up, asks if Ariel is special, but the wizard isn't sure if he should call him special, or just strange, since he can't feel any mana in Ariel, even after trying to probe with mana. The wizard finds nothing, leaving Tina completely shocked. Oral leans back in the chair, feeling calm about how well he is hiding his mana as a kind of last-minute secret weapon. Before entering the room, he had used his tea to compress his mana and push it to the extremities of his body. When the wizard seemed surprised earlier, Oral knew his plan was working. The idea of someone of royal lineage not having mana made no sense at all, and Ariel left him completely perplexed. The wizard says to Lady Rifana that Ariel has no potential for magic. Leaving her confused, he adds that even commoners have a bit of mana, but Ariel seems to have none. Some rock vibrations. Lee and Guy, after hearing this, our boy, starts to wonder if he overreacted a bit. Lady Rifana seems devastated, realizing that her son may not have what it takes to become a wizard. But that is exactly what Ariel wants. He is playing the long game, making everyone think he is completely useless with mana, while pretending to be upset. He knows this is just the beginning of his act. The next day, Arrow meets his new swordsmanship trainer, a young knight named Landfield Tegron. Arrow takes a look at him and silently judges that he is boring and weak, not even close to his level. In his past life, Arrow had fought against monsters and survived brutal battles. So this guy does not impress me, still. Arrow decides to play along, agreeing to train, and encouraging both to get stronger together. Even if he doesn't expect much, Arrow secretly thinks all this training is more for Landfield's benefit than for his own. He definitely is not interested in doing anything too difficult, like his sister Kania, who walks around using weights to get stronger. So many references to Rock Lee here. The guy explains that intense training is a tradition for the Kingchester family, but it was said that it seems like something martial artists would do, not royalty. When Arrow asks about the plan, the swordsman explains that swordsmanship is not just about strength but also about balance and flexibility. To prove his point about flexibility, Landfield shows off to the kids demonstrating some sword movements, and suggests starting with simple exercises like balancing on logs. Arrow immediately complains about being afraid of falling, even though the logs are almost on the ground, but Landfield assures him that even if he falls, he won't get hurt. Heron then asks what he should do since he is afraid of heights. Next, they move on to flexibility training. Landfield assumes Heron wouldn't have a problem since he is still a child, but Heron surprises him by having difficulty even touching his toes. The swordsman does not give up. He decides it's time to practice with wooden swords. He explains how to use centrifugal force to swing correctly. Arrow tries, but his grip is so bad that the sword goes flying. Landfill is stunned as Arrow completely fails the exercise. Arrow, pretending to be devastated, tells Landfill that he is a lost cause in fencing, but Landfill encourages him, saying it's just his first attempt, and that he will get better with practice, handing him another sword. They continue the session all the while. Arrow is very aware that someone is watching his clumsy performance. It is part of his plan to spread rumors about how bad he is, ensuring that the news spreads throughout the city. Rumors are circulating among the nobles that Prince Hero is in a situation even worse than the commoners. When it comes to mana, people are saying he has failed at all kinds of training, that he is so clumsy he could trip over nothing. While some find this hilarious, it is not helping Arrow at all. In the concubine's castle, Arrow is relaxing with cookies and orange juice, a somewhat surprising combination for medieval times, when he hears about a new private tutor coming to teach him. The gossip about him being useless has driven away most tutors. So Arrow is curious about who is brave, or crazy, enough to take the job. He looks out the window just in time to see the tutor getting out of a carriage. A few minutes later, he discovers the guy's name is Gamal Parnia. The atmosphere in the room immediately becomes awkward, with Gamo stuck teaching someone everyone thinks is hopeless, and Arrow already bored. Arrow sighs, and decides they can start with literature, focusing on foreign and common languages. Gamo stacks books in front of him and says that basic grammar should only take 1 day to learn, but since Arrow's reputation is so bad, Gamo gives him a few extra days, acting as if it's no big deal. If he can't get it right, irritates Arrow, so he promises to do his best. Gamel continues talking, saying that bad grades don't always mean someone isn't trying. Sometimes, it's just how the brain works. He basically says it's not Arrow's fault, but the ambiguous praise is worse than a direct criticism. Arrow starts to feel the weight of people looking down on him. Of course, he wanted everyone to stop expecting so much from him, but he didn't expect their pity to hurt so much. Late at night, Arrow goes into baby ninja mode and sneaks into the library, feeling confident with his high-level language skills thanks to hundreds of past lives. He has been fluent in several languages since he was a child. As he walks through the library, he wonders if he should let everyone know how much of a genius he really is. He focuses mana in his hands and starts looking for books on vocabulary and grammar, using magic to pull them from the shelves as he passes, because he is too small to reach them. He doesn't stop there, however. He grabs books in foreign languages too, trying to learn even more than he already knows. With everything neatly organized on a table, he begins to work by opening a book and thinks about how all languages follow the same basic rules. He lived 100 lives, and in each of them, he was busy learning. That night, he starts studying intensely, very determined to show how intelligent he is. The next day, a few days later, Gamo appears, saying that his jokes have gone too far, and asking if he really understands the common language. Arrow sighs and says he is not lying. He even tries to prove it by reading something Gumo thinks he may have just memorized, some passages, but Arrow says that even memorizing an entire language would be impressive, considering how complicated the official language of the kingdom is, compared to others. Gumo challenges him to pick a random book and read it. He points out that even the smartest children need to be at least 12 years old to handle basic reading, and Ero is only 5. Ero immediately grabs a book and reads flawlessly, leaving Gamo completely shocked. Gamo is quite emotional and even starts to tear up, calling Ero's talent extraordinary. After all, when a student excels, the teacher also looks good. You know, Ero tells his teacher that he should feel lucky to have a genius as a student, full of energy. Gamo begins the lesson of the day, ready to teach his brilliant student. The following night, rumors about Ero take an unexpected turn, where before people mocked him for being clumsy and useless with a sword. Now they are excited about the fact that he has mastered the common language. In just 2 days, rumors begin to circulate about how Ero can solve math problems in his head, as if it were nothing, and thus the legend of the genius Ero is born. But where did these stories come from? It turns out that in a local tavern, someone is spreading the rumors. Gamel, the tutor of Ero, is sitting there a bit tipsy, bragging to anyone who will listen about how he always saw the potential of the prince. When no one else did, he continues talking about how hidden talents just need the right teacher, meaning himself, to shine. Soon the news of Ero's intelligence reaches the king. The king is quite impressed, and talks with Lady Rifana about how her son may have had difficulties with all things sword and magic, because it simply wasn't his forte. Lady Rifana apologizes for causing worries, but thinks that as a mother, she should have realized how special he was. Sooner the king, seeing her concern, reassures her. They share one of those sincere and very cultured moments that would make the queen need eye drops, and he tells her that he is sure their son will grow up to do amazing things. Meanwhile, our boy is here listening to the whole conversation, thinking to himself that, yes, he will do enough to keep the king impressed, choose a good place in life, and have fun in the meantime. And so Ariel begins his 101st life, this time as a prodigy prince. A few days later, he notices more guards around the concubine castle. It doesn't take long for him to realize that, since he cannot fight or use magic, the king probably sent them to keep him safe. Ariel feels a bit of pride, imagining that the king is in a good mood, but then a loud sound behind him catches his attention. Tina left a huge chest, and his mother explains that it is a gift from the king. He immediately opens it and finds it filled with gold coins, sparkling jewels, and all kinds of treasures. While rummaging, something catches his attention. A uniquely designed necklace. China asks if it is the most expensive thing in the chest, but Ariel decides that it is not a matter of price. This necklace is by far the coolest thing in there. Ariel puts on the necklace and says that it gives a great brain boost, and also helps you think faster while preventing you from getting tired. China is super impressed, thinking that it is all because Ariel has been studying a lot lately, but he just makes it seem like it's no big deal. The truth is that while the necklace seems quite basic to everyone else, she can see the mana trigger device hidden within the jewel. Not that he needs it, but his inner chi does much more while he does things with the necklace. He starts to think about Kania, who has been working out a lot for her sword training and is now seriously muscular. He asks his mother if he can give the necklace to Kania, and she gently strokes his head and says that since it is a gift from the king, giving it as a present would probably also make the king happy. She then asks what Ariel likes about Kania. He says it is her strength, which makes all the maids burst into laughter that day. The entire concubine castle is in celebration, knowing that Ariel is not only recognized but also favored by the king. The young knight even boasts about it to his fellow guards, reminding them to take pride in being part of the concubine castle. A few days later, Ariel is sitting in the cafeteria with Tina. She tells him that all the desserts he requested are ready and asks what he thinks of them. Ariel tries one after another, but is not satisfied with any. He is irritated and continues searching for something better. Tina encourages him to slow down and enjoy the treats, asking if they are good. Ariel, frustrated, says that none of them are sweet enough because they all lack what he is looking for. Tina, confused, says that these desserts were made by the best chefs and offers to bring one to solve. The problem is when Ariel has a brilliant idea, what he needs is not a chef. He asks for an alchemist, which only surprises and confuses Tina the prince. Ariel starts to get distracted, thinking about Coca-Cola and the treats from his old life, practically salivating, just imagining the taste. He concludes that he will need an alchemist to recreate the cola, but that's easier said than done. Tina is super confused about why he would want an alchemist, asks what is happening. Ariel freezes, realizing that she must have heard him dreaming. Awake out loud, he thinks about explaining, but quickly decides that it would be too strange, especially since he is only 5 years old. Instead, he starts to piece together the problem. The kingdom doesn't have the right spices or sophisticated techniques needed to make something like glue. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes how complicated it will be to make glue. It's not just mixing things, it needs all these extra steps that he still can't do. Feeling discouraged, he starts to fantasize about the fizzy and sweet drink again. But then he snaps out of this daydream and remembers that he should be a scholar, genius. If anyone can figure it out, it's him. He suddenly gets up and runs out of the room. China looks at him completely lost and asks where he is going. He shouts back that he is going to study, leaving her shaking her head, wondering if she heard right. Ariel in turn is running through the castle, focused only on one thing, chemistry. He knows that cooking and chemistry go hand in hand, so he is convinced that alchemy is the key to deciphering the glue code, no matter how difficult it is. Fast forward 3 years. Now at 8 years old, Prince Arrow is leading a meeting. Sitting at the head of a large table, they are discussing building new bridges in areas where merchants travel a lot. One of the supervisors asks what he thinks of the plans. Arrow examines the plans, praises how impressive they look, and then casually asks who designed them. When a supervisor proudly claims the credit, the daily expression changes. He threatens to fire the guy. If he shows up again with another useless design, the room goes completely silent. The prince points out some issues with the bridge design, saying that while it may work now, it will be a disaster. When the snow piles up in winter, the weight would crush the wooden parts underneath because the designers cared more about making it look nice than keeping it safe. Our boy makes it clear that, while the kingdom should look impressive, safety must come first. He demands that they redo a design, and then moves on to the next plan. With his insane amount of knowledge, Arrow's workload is kind of skyrocketing. The so-called experts in the room don't come close to him, but they decided to trust this 8-year-old genius anyway. Our boy feels a bit sorry for them, but he knows he has no choice. He has to keep proving himself. After the meeting, as Ariel leaves, a new maid spots him, and he calls him by his newest nickname, the Young Grey Sage. He is instantly horrified and thinks it is the cheesiest thing ever. Realizing that the maid must be new, he tells her not to use that nickname again, because he can't stand it. She promises to remember, but as he walks away, she almost messes up and says it again. Arrow, now even more irritated, silently swears that this nickname is the most ridiculous thing he has ever heard. As his carriage pulls away, Lady Rifana looks out the window and asks China if Arrow is going somewhere important. China tells her that he is going to see the king, which makes her wonder what they will talk about. China hesitates, almost saying that Arrow is interested in learning alchemy. Meanwhile, in the carriage, our boy is busy, imagining how the king might react when he presents his alchemy request. Out of nowhere, even though his audience request was approved immediately, Arrow imagines that the king must trust him now, especially since he has been handling so many responsibilities, like a professional. The prince looks out the window, trying to shake off the nervousness. Even after living multiple lives, the king's aura is still impressive. He keeps reminding himself to stay calm and not mess everything up when it's time to speak. When the king asks why he wants to learn alchemy, Arrow explains that it is because he wants to help the kingdom more, and the king, since he is not good with swords or magic, can only gain knowledge and put it into practice. The king listens attentively, impressed with the composed Arrow, and agrees to his request. He promises to connect Arrow with some trustworthy alchemists, and even asks if there is anything else he needs. Arrow politely says he will ask later if he needs anything. While the king smiles warmly, Arrow feels quite at ease, knowing that his plan worked perfectly. News spreads quickly, and soon all the best alchemists in the kingdom appear, eager to prove themselves and perhaps gain some recognition. It is no surprise when Demon Hanchet is chosen. He is known for creating these incredible reflective mirrors that deflect sunlight far away, which he installed at the Western Fortress to keep invaders at bay. A few days later, Arrow finds Damon in the concubine's castle garden. Damon casually praises the beauty of the garden, but Arrow is more focused on him. Based on his legendary reputation, Arrow expected some old and wise alchemist, but Damon ends up looking surprisingly young. Noticing the confusion, Damon explains that his hair turned white years ago, after a small accident with toxic fumes. Our boy realizes that Damon almost lost his life while learning. Damon, keeping calm, warns Arrow to be ready for the risks. If anything happens to our boy during the experiments, Damon knows for sure that he will be held responsible, perhaps even with his own life, or worse. Damon explains that alchemy, perhaps even with his own life, or worse. Demon explains that alchemy, it is much more difficult and dangerous than Hero probably thinks. He even highlights how young Hero is. But before he can finish, our boy interrupts him, telling him that he knows what he is getting into. Alchemy is not magic, it is science, and he is not chasing silly dreams, like turning stones into marshmallows, or going into miracle mode by transforming into wine. What he really wants are practical technologies, methods to purify iron ores, and create stronger metals for the kingdom. Damon is impressed with Hero's ambition and keen reasoning. He feels that this boy is destined to lead the kingdom of Ernesia someday. inspired by Arrow's speech. He kneels before our boy, saying that although his skills are limited, he will teach him everything he knows. A few days pass since the start of the alchemy classes, and Prince Arrow is immersed in his studies when Damon suddenly asks if he has done these alchemy things before. Arrow is surprised, thinking that he may have shown off too much, but quickly changes the subject, saying that he only read about it in a book. Damon seems fine with that, and even says that Arrow matches the rumors he has heard. Arrow feels relieved because his act of being a brilliant scholar is working. The two end up working hard all day long, every day from sunrise to sunset as they delve into research. Hero discovers that it is possible to harden iron by adding eggshells or bone ash. He shares this discovery with Damon, and they continue to make progress. Later, Hero learns to extract lead and other things. He also realizes that, except for some metals and special medicines in this world, everything else is practically the same as he remembers from his past lives. He comments on how lucky it is that the rules haven't changed. Damon hears and asks what he meant, but Hero says he was just talking to himself. Continuing with the plan, Arrow sends a letter to the king asking for more alchemists. The king does not waste time and agrees, telling his men to gather the best alchemists in the kingdom. But there is a small problem. One of the king's advisors hesitates a bit, because he is concerned about complaints regarding the budget, but the king cuts that off immediately. He trusts that Hero's work will be worthwhile and good for the kingdom. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Arrow says he will create a carbonated drink, a soda. The alchemists are surprised and ask if he is serious about making food. Our boy cheerfully says that is exactly what he is doing. He starts to explain some basic concepts, but before he can go too far, the alchemists begin to feel disappointed. They came here hoping to achieve great feats and bring honor to their families, only to end up making snacks. One alchemist even complains about having given up his comfortable and great teaching job at the Alchemy Academy just to become an apprentice chef to calm them down. Our boy promises that they will be well paid regardless of how things turn out. This solves the problem, and the alchemists start exchanging ideas. First, they realize they need sparkling water, which naturally exists in some parts of the kingdom and can be brought quickly. Our boy notes that these guys are not exactly driven by passion. They are happy as long as they are paid or gain some fame. Still, he knows they will be useful to speed up his research. A few days later, carts loaded with barrels of sparkling water arrive from all over. This makes our boy very happy, and Diamond opens one of the barrels, but the unpleasant smell makes him shudder as he asks if it's really for drinking. Ariel tells him they need to test if it's drinkable, but after checking the first barrel, he nearly chokes and decides it's not. It's an epic failure. He checks the other barrels, and yes, they are all terrible. But our boy doesn't lose his cool. He tells everyone they will have to make artificial sparkling water, causing a stir among the alchemists. He hands out papers with some theories, saying they can solve the problem if they delve into these clues. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Eris reassures them, saying they are the best alchemists and will solve everything quickly. When he turns to Demo for support, his response doesn't exactly show enthusiasm. These alchemists are truly the top minds in Ernesia, feeling good about things. Ariel leaves the room, telling them that messing with theories and testing things should be their happy place, so he won't keep an eye on them. Yet he wonders if they can pull this off in just 1 week, but he thinks the challenge will only make them work faster. A few days later, Ariel is really excited, telling the alchemists that this sparkling water will bring energy to the kingdom, and it will also attract piles of money. The alchemists aren't so sure, wondering if secretly it's just silly exaggeration, but Ariel is very surprised to see that they have already managed to make artificial carbonated water. Our boy grabs a container and is ready to taste it himself. Diamond and the others are curious if this thing will really catch on. The water has a strong impact, but is flavorless, so they are skeptical. Ariel quickly clarifies that it's not meant to be drunk pure. They will mix it with fruit juice or alcohol. His original dream was to recreate cola, but since he couldn't get the cola nut, this carbonated alternative would have to serve as a substitute to start. Ariel squeezes a bit of lemon juice into the sparkling water and takes a sip. The flavor is just right, like the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, becoming completely perfect with so much excitement. He passes it to everyone, and as expected, the alchemists love the sour taste of the lemon too. He passes on to everyone, and as expected, the alchemists also love the sour taste of lemon, mixed with the bubbling effervescence, is a total success, leaving everyone wanting even more. And thus the carbonated drink of our boy is born. The rumor about the beverage spreads like fire, transforming it into a luxury that people cannot get enough of even outside the borders of Ernesia. Lord Dement, the Count of the Northern Territories, cannot understand this soda thing that Prince Ariel created. He has to confirm with his servant, who confirms that it is all thanks to Ariel's leadership. The drink has turned into a super sophisticated luxury item and is generating wealth for the kingdom of Ernesia. There are even wild rumors about carriages full of gold appearing at the concubine's palace every day. Regretting having ignored Ariel on his first birthday and thinking that the prince was useless, Lord Dement is filled with regret. If he had supported Ariel back then, he could have had a share of the success. Swearing never to miss an opportunity again, he promises to pay more attention. 2 years later at the concubine's castle, Princess Cena, at 16 years old, is showcasing her sword movements. After finishing her routine, she nervously asks 10-year-old Prince Ariel what he thinks. Ariel, after a pause, says she looks super cool and impressive. Her escort also appears, saying that her fencing is impeccable. Ariel agrees, thinking that she is much more skilled than any boy her age. Cena is very happy, jumping and thanking them for the kind words, watching her jump with excitement. Her escort says they want to take a break, and Ariel thinks she looks very cute being so cheerful. After the training session, Cena and Ariel sit in the garden to have tea. Cena mentions all the news about Ariel's soda success, saying that it not only helped the palace but also boosted the kingdom's economy. Ariel calmly says it is his duty as a prince. Cena then tells him a rumor about him being the perfect son, which apparently made many people jealous of Lady Rifana. But more than that, in this story, besides the fame of Ariel's soda after discovering that his mother Rifana comes from a fallen noble family that used to manage a small territory and has lived like common people, Ariel decides to hand over the distribution of the soda to her family. This proves to be a brilliant move, as people are not just buying 1 or 2 bottles, they are lining up to get boxes of soda. The demand is greater than the shake Grimes. Some people are so desperate for the drink that they pay double, or even triple the usual price just to get it. Besides the soda, Ariel also introduces yogurt and another drink to the market, and both become incredibly popular thanks to all this. Lady Rifana's family goes from common nobles to richer than any merchant in the kingdom. Their house is so filled with golden decorations from floor to ceiling that it kind of blinds anyone trying to cross it. Rumors are spreading like wildfire, and soon people begin to compare the successes of Prince Ariel with the efforts of Princess Cena, which leaves Cena super frustrated and upset. She becomes so angry that she ends up in tears, begging Ariel to take it easy. Ariel just laughs at this as if it were no big deal. Trying to change the subject, he offers her soda and waffles covered with his tail, assuring her that he can pamper her with the treat. But Cena is not interested in snacks. Instead, she pulls out her sword and states exactly what she thinks his problem is. What's the point of all that money if he can't even fight? While pointing the sword directly at him, she says she will teach him how to handle a blade. Ariel, clearly indifferent, thanks her but says no, explaining that he has no interest in being a swordsman in this life. He remembers his past where he lived the life of a warrior before, but Cena is not going to let him escape so easily. She immediately launches a surprise attack, showing him some sword techniques while pressing him to react. Ariel sighs, realizing it will be faster to just go along with her. He imagines that if he cooperates, it might help Cena achieve her dream of creating a family full of sword masters. Despite seeming very delicate, Cena has enormous energy and passion, and he decides to use his skills little by little, deciding to help Cena reach her goal. A few days later, Ariel finds himself traveling in a huge carriage. On his way to see the king, he admires the size, joking in his mind that it's like riding in a Lamborghini. The attention he receives from people makes him feel like some kind of celebrity. Leaning back and relaxing, Ariel wonders what the king wants to talk about this time. He suspects it might be a bonus, or an extra reward for his achievements. When he arrives, Ariel joins the king for lunch, curious about what comes next. He remembers how silence used to make him restless, but now he is used to sitting alone. He calmly eats his meal, waiting for the king to speak. Lately, he has been visiting the king more frequently. Just as Ariel is about to bite into a cookie, he nearly chokes. When the king asks if he has thought about taking a royal position in the government, after clearing his throat, our boy realizes the moment he was avoiding has accumulated. The king says it may seem a bit early, but no one would oppose if Ariel started working in the government. He then asks what he thinks and if there is any specific job he might want. Trying to maintain his composure, Ariel says he has no preferences, although deep down, all he really wants is to relax, eat, and enjoy life. He takes a sip of tea, hoping not to ruin everything, and tells the king that he doesn't see why he should think about work right now, especially since he is still busy with science and alchemy. Maintaining a neutral expression, Ariel waits as the king sits in silence. In his mind, the young man wonders why the king wants him to take a position when the first prince isn't even involved in the government yet. He thinks about the queen and the first prince staying quiet and how he has always been careful not to cross any lines with them. He also feels lucky. because the last grand ball was cancelled due to the chaos caused by the eccentric prince. There is no ball like a prince's ball. Ariel knows that being appreciated by the king is one thing, but being trusted with a significant role in the government is something completely different. He does not like gossip, and does not want to get involved in any drama with his brothers. The king was trying to cause trouble between them on purpose. Ariel feels that this may be the case. He thinks about how survival is not just about being smart or strong. In the jungle, this applies to real life as well. To sit on the throne, it takes the strength and sharp instincts of an eagle. Without that, not all the knowledge of their past lives would be enough to keep them safe. Perhaps the king wants a world where only the strongest survive. In any case, Aro is not going to fall into the trap this time. A few days pass since Prince Ariel spoke with the king. Now he is riding, looking excited, thinking that this is the first time he is going so far from the palace of the concubine. And this time it is not on a toy horse. It is real. The wind hits his face, and he feels freer than ever before. He thinks he deserves this breath of fresh air after all the time he spent working hard and staying indoors. He remembers the times he used to explore everywhere, even between worlds, just to find strong people to challenge. But today, he is happy just enjoying this horseback ride. Then Cena calls out, telling him to slow down, half impressed with his ability to ride. In his mind, he thanks her for bringing him along, but out loud, he says it is all because the horse is smart. No, he looks back, asking why so many knights are escorting for such a short trip. He notices that some of them look pretty tough. Cena tells him that she did not ask for so many guards, but before she finishes, Arrow interrupts her, reminding her that she is a princess. Security definitely has to come first, even if it means losing a bit of freedom. Suddenly our boy feels something strange coming from ahead of them further on. It is like a strange and heavy energy. He stops his horse and wonders if it is some kind of magic. His sister asks why he stopped, and he said they should go back because he thinks there might be monsters in the forest. Cena looks confused and asks how he knows, and our boy makes up a silly excuse about having a strong sixth sense and says that the feeling is bad, as if a trap is waiting. Cena doesn't believe him, of course, and immediately advances toward the strange energy. Shocked, Aaron shouts to the knights to make sure she returns safely. One of the knights admits, embarrassed, that they are actually on the right path. It turns out that just beyond the forest is the princess's training ground. Aaron is confused and asks about this training ground, but in the end, he just follows his sister, who seems completely sure of where she is going. This all started a few days ago. It all simply happened when Cena and Aaron were here eating together without danger. Cena told him about the upcoming trip and invited him to go along. She completely understands how annoying it is to be stuck in the palace all the time, and talks about how she loves to hunt and go on adventures. As they ride side by side, Cena tells him that traveling is practice, and practice for her is all just fun. Aaron, however, feels that this is more of a punishment than anything else. Cain looks at him and says she is sure that he would have come, even if it were just to practice, because he trusts her, and since she is his sister, she promises to protect him if they encounter any monsters. Aaron doesn't say much. He just smiles, thinking about how amazing she is. Soon, they arrive at the training ground. Hero immediately goes into planning mode, establishing the strategy. Some troops will lead the monsters to one side. Cena will clear the way, and the rest of the team will deal with those caught in the trap. The goal is to make the best use of their time and energy, while Cena showcases her skills. The plan begins, and the guards gather 20 orcs for Cena to fight. She grabs her sword, runs toward them, and takes down the first orc. With a strike to its neck, she sends another flying with a quick blow. Aaron watches, half doubting at first that she would be able to take down even one on the first try. But as he continues watching, he has to admit that she has serious skills. He is a little jealous, of course, and rightly so, but mainly impressed with how strong and calm she seems while fighting. Cena doesn't stop, moving from one orc to the next, increasing her kill count. Cena's skills excite everyone, seeing her perform impressive moves for a 16-year-old. The training continues for a few days, and she keeps showing how talented she is. One night, they are relaxing near a campfire. Aaron asks if she is tired, but Cain says she is fine and would even like to have fought more. Aaron tells her not to overdo it, reminding about how people make mistakes when they let their guard down. He even mentions a mistake from his past life that cost him dearly. While they are together, Cena is busy praising how delicious the meat skewer is. Ariel observes and thinks how at that moment she seems just like a normal 16-year-old girl. But then, as the night progresses, he suddenly asks why she wants to be so strong. Cena is surprised, but she answers seriously, saying that no matter how skilled she becomes, no one will really support her choices because she is a princess. People think it is just a phase, and one day, she will give up this whole sword story, settle down, and marry some random guy. For political reasons, Ariel understands in their world. It is completely normal for princesses to have arranged marriages due to alliances. Kenya is already at the age where people expect this. But before Ariel can say anything, Kenya interrupts his thoughts. She directly says that she hates this life. Ariel is surprised, but she explains how much she admires him. He is out there doing what is good, earning respect and money, while helping the kingdom. She wants the same thing. She wants people to see her for her abilities, not just as someone who will marry for politics. With a determined look, Kenya says she will take control of her own life. Ariel smiles, impressed, and confidently says that she will definitely change her destiny. Kenya smiles back, saying she wants to be like him. Then she remembers that their journey ends tomorrow. Ariel agrees. This trip has been amazing, and he is happy he came. The next day, Kenya is still out there defeating orcs, as if it were some kind of personal revenge. When an orc charges at her, Kenya doesn't waste any time and slices cleanly through its torso, instantly taking down everyone who watches. They are impressed. She continues hunting orcs, even on the way home. As if they were in some kind of uncontrollable fury, the orcs trying to hide stand no chance, and are easily caught. Eventually, Ariel shouts at her, saying it's time to stop. He points out that there is nothing left to fight, and that they really need to go home. Kenya looks around, sees she is surrounded by a pile of defeated orcs, and finally agrees to call it a day. But then she notices her horse looks bad, really bad. It is exhausted from all the action, and seems to need a break. As quickly as possible, she suggests they ride together on his horse, while her tired horse is sent to the mages for some magical service. Kenya climbs on and takes the reins, as let's be honest, she is the best rider, and our friend completely agrees with that. They start heading home. With the guards following closely, everything seems fine at first. But of course, this doesn't last. Ariel feels something is wrong and looks at the sky. Kenya asks what is happening, but he can't explain. He just has a bad feeling. He focuses his chi to try to figure out what is happening. He sees a wyvern and is startled, quickly grabbing the horse, telling Kenya to hold on tight. He is ready to flee. Turning to the guards behind them, he shouts, warning about the wyvern, and tells them to enter the forest for safety. The guards do not believe him and think it's nonsense. They chose this location because the local lord loves to hunt. Wyverns swore there were none nearby, so things quickly escalate. Someone raises the alarm, and suddenly, a huge wyvern swoops down, grabs a guard as if he were a toy, and flies away with him. Everyone is in a panic. People are screaming and running everywhere, completely shocked to see the very monster they thought did not exist here. Prince Ariel remains calm and takes control while Princess Kenya looks back, nervously to see what is happening. It's when it dawns on her that there is not just one wyvern, there is an entire swarm of them. Ariel sees this too and is super confused. Wyverns usually prefer to be solitary, but now they are acting like some kind of organized death squad. These creatures are not just hunting, they are exterminating everyone for fun. Which really unsettles him is that they are using crazy magic like acid breath, making them even more dangerous. Behind Ariel and Kenya, the scene is pure chaos. The ground looks like a battlefield, where hope has come to die. Kenya watches the guards being decimated, but Ariel tells her to focus and hold on to him tighter. Just then, one of the wyverns targets them and starts to chase, charging its acid breath to unleash upon them. Out of nowhere, a wizard appears and saves the day, dissipating the wyvern's attack with a fireball. The group of wizards in the rear springs into action to cover Ariel and Kenya, casting spells in all directions to clear a path. But Ariel knows the truth. They cannot just keep running forever. This fight is not over yet. Dragons are hard to defeat, unless you have some real magical skills. Anything below class 4 is like throwing stones at them. The wizards are giving it their all. But it's clear they are about to hit their limit. With 2 wyverns rapidly approaching, our boy does not waste any time. He converts his hand into a deadly projectile, call it a spirit bullet or a sniper shot, and he hits one wyvern right in the head, then effortlessly takes down the other, and lets the wizards enjoy the glory as if they had done all the work. But out of nowhere, a wyvern lands in front of them, blocking their escape route just when things are about to get ugly. Kenya calls for her mother in pure panic. Her personal guard appears with the punctuality of Superman, slicing the wyvern in half with a single sword strike. However, the guard does not linger to celebrate. She tells our boy and his sister to run into the forest in search of safety. He feels relief, and is impressed by her skills, hoping she can buy them some time. But before he could relax, he hears a strange voice in his head, almost mocking him. "Hero, look at the corridor quickly trying to figure out where this frightening sensation is coming from. Then a man in a dark cloak enters the scene, holding a strange staff and laughing as if he were auditioning for Villain of the Year. The hero's instincts scream a problem very obviously. As soon as he tries to assess the guy, the dark mage skips the introductions and starts invoking magic, as if something is about to happen. This catches our boy by surprise, since he expected a response and not for the guy to whip out a wand and start attacking. The dark mage launches his attack, but the hero is quick dodging and protecting Cena. Unfortunately, the guards behind them do not have the same luck when the magic stops. The hero looks back and sees the fallen guards with smoke still rising from their lifeless bodies. The dark mage comments on how Cena dodged the attack looking surprised. Iro is perplexed to realize that the mage knows her name and begins to wonder if she was the real target all along. With a sinister laugh, the dark mage mocks them, saying they were just entertainment for him. He raises his staff ready to cast another spell and claims that they cannot escape. Our boy can feel the dark energy coming from the staff. Both Cena and Iro feel uneasy. Cena looks around and notices something strange happening with the fallen bodies. One of the guards shout that they are moving, and even Ivan is starting to squirm. Ariel realizes they are facing the undead. The dark mage orders the undead to eliminate Cena and show the royal family the power of the Black Church, but then he pauses, feeling that something is wrong. Although he doesn't know what it is, he wants to not stand still. While his sister is in danger, determined, he wonders who he would target at Cena. Using his Danzigong, he shoots the dark mage in the chest, hitting him with a wave of attacks that make the mage scream and collapse. Cena, confused, asks what happened, explaining that the mage probably overloaded himself with magic, causing a backlash. Although the dark mage is out of combat, the spell on the undead is still active. The guards urge Ariel and Cena to run, promising to take care of the undead before they leave. Ariel tells the guards that he trusts them to finish the fight by nightfall. They flee into the forest and find shelter on a cliff, setting up camp. Cena is still worried, but the hero reassures her, saying that the undead will disappear soon. Now that the dark mage has been defeated, the hero tells Cena not to worry, saying that the guards are on their way, and that everything will be fine while he tries to light a fire. Cena asks how he learned to do that. Since he is always busy at the castle, Ariel gets a little nervous, and explains that it's just a matter of rubbing two flammable things together to create heat. If Cena hadn't been watching so closely, he would have just used his mana to create heat and avoid the work of using his hands. After some difficulty, he finally manages to light the fire. Kane wonders if maybe she should have skipped training, but our boy tells her it wasn't her fault, just an unexpected confusion. She then asks if he was scared during all of that. Realizing he is acting too serious, our boy decides to be more honest. He admits they are royal representatives and have to hide their fear. Although the Wyverns were quite scary, Cena, seeing a softer side of him, holds his hand and thanks him for staying with her during all the chaos. Ariel, feeling quite in the moment, says that Cena was scared from the start and that it broke his heart to see the guards lose their lives for nothing. He knows that the royal family is always in danger of assassination, but this is Cena's first real encounter with danger, and it is hard for her to deal with it. Still, he remains focused on the main goal of getting them both home safely, out of nowhere. A fierce battle breaks out above them between Ivan and a griffin. Cena wonders why they are fighting at this hour, and Ariel, noticing a nest on the cliff, thinks that Ivan is after the griffin's cub. The wyvern manages to sink its teeth into the griffin's neck, making it fall onto the rocks below. Ariel and Cena quickly run to get out of the way, dodging the falling stones. When the dust settles, they see the wyvern flying away, probably startled by the smell of blood from the griffin in the air. But when Ariel looks around, Cena is gone. He stands there shocked, seeing her near the fallen griffin, warning her to be careful. But she says it's fine since the griffin is already dead. Ariel knows there's no stopping Cena. When she's curious, she looks at the griffin and wonders what they should do with it. Our boy, feeling a bit awkward, asks if she plans to bury it. But Cena surprises him by saying she's worried about the griffin's cub. Ariel said they can't do anything, and that they would have to let nature take care of it, even if it seems cruel. Kane, however, thinks Ariel meant that they should raise the cub together, leaving Ariel even more confused and everything else. When Kane is seen, the guards arrive. One of them seems relieved to see the couple safe as they approach. Cena greets them cheerfully, excited to see them again. The guard tells Cena that no one else was hurt. After the undead magic spell was broken, the guards are surprised to see Cena holding a griffin in her arms. Prince Harel, looking a bit nervous, says it's the perfect moment to intervene and stop Cena from adopting the griffin. But Cena's guard says it's too late for that. A week has passed, and things have returned to normal, except for the new addition to the family. When the baby griffin flies and wakes Prince Ariel, he greets the newest family member. Ariel picks up the little griffin and, although he can't sleep like before, he forgives the baby for being so cute and well-behaved. The story then goes back to that night. Ariel tells the guards to take Cena to rest while he makes sure no wild animal will disturb the body of the fallen griffin. While the guards set up camp, Ariel carefully opens the griffin's chest with his sword and removes its magic core. Ariel knows that the core will help tame the newborn griffin. While Ariel plays with the cub, he sees Cena arriving at the castle. She quickly gets out of her carriage, and the baby griffin greets her excitedly. While Cena spends time with the cub, Prince Ariel hears about a manhunt throughout the kingdom. A reward is offered by the Black Church, the group behind the attack on Cena, with prizes for anyone who knows where they are. Prince Ariel observes that the Black Church is not the only group causing problems for the kingdom. Suddenly he wonders if he has been too focused on wealth. A guard, overhearing, asks what he meant, but Ariel just brushes him off as if it were of no importance. While Princess Cena finally captures the griffin, Ariel thinks about why someone would attack her, considering she holds little power or influence. Still, she is a princess and part of his family. He begins to think that maybe he should become a sword master and try to become an aura specialist. When he is nearing 30 years old, Carol, trying his best to change the subject, approaches Cena and asks if she wants to do something fun. Cena asks what he has in mind, and moments later, swords are clashing and a kind of mana. Around the blades, Cena notices the increase and starts to think about it. But before she can finish, both retreat after one last strike. Cena eagerly asks how she did, and the hero happily says he used his aura. He secretly enjoys how well his plan worked, and how she believed it. She asks if she could also learn, and wants to know where the hero studied this. He vaguely responds saying something like that, and then explains that using the aura is based mainly on the brain. Cena, a bit discouraged, assumes she can't do it, because she isn't smart enough. Arrow reassures her, saying that's not the case. Cena jokes that it's just because he is a genius. But Iro explains that she just needs to learn to control the aura with her brain, and he will teach her excitedly. Cena asks if she will be able to master it quickly. Arrow tells Cena that if she follows his method, she will master the aura quickly. Secretly, he thinks about why her progress is so fast. He has been silently transferring human energy to her. He tells her to focus and follow his guidance. Meanwhile, Cena's guard listens to their conversation from behind the closed doors. Weeks pass, and whenever Cena visits Fly, she trains both swordsmanship and aura with Arrow. Cena becomes an aura user at an incredible speed. One day, while looking at her sword, she asks if this is the power of the aura. Arrow congratulates her, but reminds her that this is just the beginning of her journey. The result of the unexpected training is that Fly temporarily grows after being exposed to the strong energy of aura practice. Fly rests on Arrow's shoulder, and he complains about the weight of the griffin, even if it shrinks back. It was Cena who mastered the aura, which is just the first step. They need to train more to control their strength, movement, and use the aura to its fullest. Cena might even be able to use the aura while riding Fly. She laughs at Arrow's bold imagination, but he insists he is serious while petting Fly. Cena asks if Iro is right. In his mind, Iro believes that day will come soon. Suddenly, the door opens and a voice announces that His Majesty has arrived, surprising both Iro and Cena. Iro wonders why the king is there, since he should be busy with his preparations in the north, and not just stopping for fresh air. The king enters with Lady Kafana, and our boy greets him respectfully. The king says he heard they have been practicing swordsmanship lately. Ariel downplays their training, saying it has been minimal, and that he has been working mainly on experiments and trying to tame the griffin for border defense. The king seems satisfied, wanting to see Ariel's progress in different areas soon. Then two servants bring a large chest. They place it on the ground, and both Ariel and Cena are surprised by what is inside with a serious expression. The king tells Ariel to try the sword, which is a special weapon made just for him. Lady Rifana protests, saying that Ariel is too young to wield such a sword, but the king laughs, saying he doesn't expect Aro to handle it yet. He just wants Aro to attack like its owner. Aro casually picks up the sword, shocking everyone as he holds it. Aro wonders if it's time to take his swordsmanship more seriously. From this point on, the king is surprised by Aro's interest in the sword that was gifted to him. He imagines that Aro might have some potential in swordsmanship, but all that potential fades when Ariel drops the sword. He concludes that he should probably give up swordsmanship in this current life. Since he is already good at other things, learning to wield the sword would only put him in the real battle, which is the fight for the throne. So he has to act like a weak little brother even when training. He cannot let his efforts go to waste, so he thanks his father for the gift, but mentions that swords are not his thing. He then suggests that the sword be given to Kenya. She has a lot of potential and has been improving quickly. I mean, her skills even make other knights question their work upon seeing Ariel's decision. The king accepts this on the condition that Kenya must prove she is worthy of the sword. This sudden decision shocks Kenya and Ariel, but Ariel remembers that the king is also quite strong as a swordsman, so a duel is practically declared, and all Kenya needs to do is wield her sword nonetheless. Kenya starts to panic, so Ariel gives her a pat on the back and encourages her to show her skills to their father and probably defeat an old man. Then the two prepare for the confrontation, and the king notices that her stance is different from that of classic knights. Just with that, he already knows that she will use an enhanced sword technique. With that, the duel officially begins, and Kenya charges towards her father at high speed, thanks to her physical strength and explosive mana. But Ariel wonders if it really is the best idea to attack the head first. Besides, they are using real swords. Instead, the king stands there and smiles like the chat that he is before defending against Kenya's attack. She is shocked to see that her opponent is also using aura. The king praises her strike but still deflects her to the ground as if it were nothing. He is impressed with the fight his daughter is putting up, as she had to use aura at a level he hadn't even seen with people like the captains of the knights. This makes me wonder how strong the kingdom's army really is. But anyway, Kenya realizes that she still has a lot to learn. The king mentions the fact that he taught Kenya daily, and that he was using a different teaching method since the normal method wasn't working for her. With that said, the king asks if Ariel can teach his method to others. Ariel, on the other hand, realizes that his father actually wants to create an unstoppable army of aura specialists using his training method, but there's no way he's going to teach them. Then Ariel apologizes and explains that it will be difficult to achieve the same results with sugarcane, since she already had potential from the beginning. Moreover, he observes her, since they were together. That's why she was able to improve so quickly. But the truth is that it doesn't take too much observation to create an appropriate training method, and he would prefer to do anything, rather than look at a bunch of macho knights. Even with the disappointing news, Ariel still wishes to give some hope to her father, so she decides to share an enhanced training schedule, but mentions that it is only for royalty, since sharing a secret training method with other aristocrats would only bring problems. So the king ends up agreeing to her condition, and Ariel feels honored that her training technique is now being passed down to different generations in the royal family. But still, he laughs at the fact that the training they will undergo will be something completely different. A few months later, the king is training, and some maids witness the chaos. From the way he destroyed the training dummies and the entire room, he finds the training method effective, and has even reached the last stage as an aura specialist. Unfortunately, Aaron cannot use the training program, because of his weak body, and the king believes he needs the training more than anyone else, so he decides to do something about it. Later, Aaron has tea with Kenya, and is shocked to learn that he will be assigned a personal guard. Many people have volunteered for the position. The hero takes a look at the applications. He knows that most of the knights there are big shots. The hero feels accomplished with the improvement of his reputation, but sees no need to have a bodyguard. However, he doesn't want to display his powers or have what happened last time repeat itself, so he can choose a maximum of 3 bodyguards. While reviewing the documents, he decides to conduct interviews to consider their skills, character, and traits as a cultured individual. Errol doesn't need a million IQ to know that he would like the women to be his guards. However, the others don't know what he has in mind. With that, he finally jumps to the table and decides to put the plan into action. When the time for the interviews comes, Arrow starts to wonder what he has just gotten himself into. Even if they are probably quality knights, they are definitely not the slender maidens he imagined. I mean, you can't blame them. They probably spent their whole lives training. So Arrow sets aside his desires and starts the interview. He looks at all the ladies, and they seem strong enough to bend him over 8 times while explaining their reasons for applying to be his guard. He observes them, including one guard who makes the king look like a lost child as the interviews proceed. Arrow noticed a knight with a noble appearance who possesses an aura quite different from the other knights. So far, the interview has been going well, so Arrow asks all the candidates to wait outside while he makes a decision. When everyone leaves, he casually uses a chi technique that gives him an IQ at the level of Albert Einstein, which would normally take decades to master, but he conjures it casually, as the master of isekai that he is. After that, he sends the knights in one by one for the next phase of the interviews. He is sure that some of the knights have other plans in mind, so he wants to find out who seems suspicious among them. Using his technique, he identifies the knights who appear suspicious. His technique, clear evidence, allows him to see the color of their souls and emotions. Fortunately, they do not have plans to assassinate Iro, only to spy on him. The next candidate approaches, and the color of her soul is crystal clear, so clear that even Iro is perplexed. The knight's name is Acha Fernil, and my friend has finally found a perfect candidate. At this point, Acha is practically top-notch, but he still needs to choose 2 more knights. He considers selecting that muscular woman from before, since her color was also clear. Suddenly, another knight enters. She introduces herself as Cena Gario. The last candidate also notes that her energy is clear, and you don't have to be a genius to know that she is an enthusiastic person. Observing her previous experience, it stands out that she has been in almost every knight order in the kingdom, and has even been sent to distant territories. Still, he can perceive by the color that she hasn't done anything wrong, so he can forget the reason why she was transferred so frequently. With that, Arrow concludes the interview and announces his choices. He presents his 2 selections, Acha and Cena. The new recruits join the palace and start well in their work, but he still wants to make an improvement. He takes them somewhere and reveals that he wants them to demonstrate their skills to him, as they are his personal guards. He wants them to be the best that anyone has ever been. To demonstrate their abilities, Arrow asks them to duel each other, and they agree to the idea. As the master that he is, he realizes that conducting a training fight between 2 people of similar skills means they can push themselves to the max. So, to ensure that things remain intense, he mentions that he is curious to see who is stronger, as if he hadn't thought of this plan like someone like Isa does things. This statement hit a sensitive point in both, as true knights certainly take pride in their abilities. The tension rises between them, exactly as Iro planned, and they are also curious to see who is the best. Meanwhile, Arrow is excited to watch the epic confrontation that is about to happen, so he sits down to enjoy the show before the duel begins. The knights ask if there are any rules to follow as they prepare. They seem eager to win, but Arrow continues eating and mentions that they can do whatever they want, as long as they don't go overboard. With that in mind, the fighters prepare for the epic duel. Arrow observes the intense atmosphere between the 2 and believes they will fight for real, so he tries to warn them again. Arrow claps his hands to signal the start of the fight, and one guy is thrown far away, even though he told them not to go overboard. He understands that this is just how knights are. Now it's time to watch the fight unfold. Acha advances with his spear, and Cena notices this movement. She deflects Acha's spear like a wild beast with a smile. Kane finds the perfect opportunity. She approaches Acha to deliver a punch that will end Acha's career early, but since Acha is using a spear, it will be difficult for her to react. My friend is still eating his popcorn and wonders if she has any tricks up her sleeve. Fortunately, she does. She kicks Cena's fist away, causing her to back off. Ara, who is still watching the duel, realizes that they are being a bit too serious. He can see that their auras are getting too powerful, and they will likely hurt each other before they can stop. So Ariel stops the fight. Now he has an understanding of their abilities and can suggest some improvements based on his observations. He notes that Acha is impatient because he focuses too much on speed and needs a bit of finesse, since he mainly attacks with his hands. One is basically too fast, and the other is too slow. After the comments, Acha remembers that he helped Qina improve, so he concludes that he requests a demonstration of their skills to help them improve. Apparently, his improvement has become famous among the knights, and Ariel also wants his guards to improve, so he leads the 2 to start their special training session in the first stage. They will learn theory about mana. Ariel presents his exclusive manual and plans to start a business. If this goes well, however, there is no hope that they will understand the book they are reading, and there goes the chance of becoming a New York Times bestseller. In the end, Ariel decides to explain things himself to his 2 guards about mana, including what can happen if the aura is misused, how to use it more effectively, and anything else that is necessary. With this explanation out of the way, Ariel suggests that what they need to do next is absorb the mana that exists throughout nature, so they can learn to use it efficiently. He assures them that learning this is enough to completely change how they use the aura. After the lecture, Ariel decides to give his guards personalized lessons for another part of the training. Aurel starts with Cena to teach her to focus her aura better. She mentions that she is already able to form the aura with ease. Aurel asks her to spread her aura across all her limbs at the same time, and epic failure. Normally, it is not difficult to cover the entire body with aura, but this quickly exhausts the user, so people usually concentrate on the areas they need. Cena cannot perform the task and mentions that her senses have become unstable if she focuses on too many places at once. Then Ariel joins her palms with hers and shows a trick to focus the aura, and thus, she manages to channel her aura into both hands. Now that Cena has been resolved, the next on the list is Acha. Ariel tells her that she is very impatient, as she tried to resort to hand-to-hand combat against a skilled opponent in this aspect. An obvious mistake, so she has to learn to keep calm, which explains why she is carrying Ariel for her training. He wants her to focus and not pay attention to anything that is bothering her. Basically, he just wants her to accumulate energy. That is what it is. While all this is happening, the Queen receives a letter about what Ariel has been doing. She originally left him alone, since someone so insignificant as him did not bother her, but now, he is becoming a problem. So she burns the letter and finally decides to do something about him. Later, Acha thinks she can notice a difference in her strength after following the prince's guidance. After all, we are talking about Ariel's training here. Although it seems useless, the innocent tree that was destroyed is enough to witness the increase in her strength. In a small background check, we learn that Acha was the daughter of House Fernil, a family that was not very wealthy and lived in a small rural area due to a famine. The monsters attacked them, and everything fell apart from there. What is even worse is that the aristocrats who maintained contact with House Fernil abandoned them in the end. Acha joined the knights to survive. The good news is that she had talent for combat, so she quickly awakened her aura and was placed in the royal capital. But the bad news is that she was placed in the order with the worst knights. Even the captain was not worth being called a captain, even at his age. He is still a beginner in aura, and only had his position because of some officials, who were lucky enough to place him there. This memory does not sit well with Acha, so she takes out her aggression on an innocent tree, and plans to make her captain look like the tree. The next time she meets him, she applied to be a personal guard out of desperation, but who knew she would be chosen right away? Fortunately, her family is living much better now thanks to Ariel, but her current goal is to save a little money so she can send her little brother to the academy. In the end, she intends to repay Ariel for his kindness so far. On the other hand, Cena prepares to train, since she simply is not sure how to do things differently. Her family has worked as mercenaries for generations. She was raised in a tribe of mercenaries that do not belong to any nation after the war with the Empire 30 years ago. The mercenary business started to seem a bit bitter, so they asked Cena to go out into the world to start a new life for herself. She saw no problem in leaving her village or training as a knight, but her biggest shock came when she heard that her father had been killed by an evil feudal lord. Just like her father, she was basically an idiot ranked as she would completely beat up a fellow knight for accusing villagers of theft and killing them, just to be promoted. And honestly, she doesn't regret that moment even a little. It was great, if that means anything. Afterwards, she was passed around, and ended up being sent to dangerous areas. After wandering non-stop, she eventually applied to be a personal guard. And then she met Arrow. She has a good impression of working with him, and is very grateful for it. With the background checks resolved, the two knights set off to start their day's work. As for Arrow, he doesn't seem to have much talent for combat, but his skill is unparalleled when it comes to learning. He is a certified entrepreneur who brought wealth to the kingdom by selling products, and even helped the canal become a specialist in aura, using a theory he developed himself. Of course, his reputation as the young gray sage who does nothing is well deserved. In a meeting, the king and some other officials discuss the fact that Ariel will soon turn 14, and the coming of age ceremony. One official suggests that the ceremony will be a good opportunity for Ariel since he is using his talents in various fields, adding something more about some territories being available. The king realizes the insinuation that they are practically saying they should give a territory to Ariel. Obviously, he becomes furious about this, as it is just an excuse to banish him. It turns out that Ariel's reputation has spread, even to other countries, and speculation is that the king will name him heir to the throne, but the king did not like this at all, so he slams his aura-laden fist on the table. He has already decided that his heir will be the crown prince. Furthermore, he already knows that Ariel has no interest in the crown. Another official takes the floor. He mentions that rumors have already begun to spread, so people are starting to pay less attention to the crown prince. The duke warns him about something related to the former king, but the king stands up and silences him. Someone appears with a bunch of documents from other aristocrats who share the same opinion. They are all concerned about the imbalance within the royal family. The king looks at the appeals, and each of them says the same thing. So they end up having to exile Ariel. Defeated, the king acknowledges the concerns and has no choice but to act. Ariel learns what happened in the meeting through a note. He tosses the note aside and already knows he is being exiled, even though it is being done gently. This is practically the best news Ariel has received. He is excited to gain his own territory. It turns out that standing out was finally worth it, and he doesn't care at all about the aristocrats. Finally, Ariel will be able to build his dream fortress. Well, he is excited, until he discovers that the aristocrats have assigned him to the northern territory of Farila. It is a place where snow falls all year round, and the sun is too harsh to even grow anything. Thus, Arrow decides that he will leave 1 month after the coming-of-age ceremony, giving him 1 year and 1 month to finish the preparations. Since being independent in a different territory is an important task, he hopes that those who are truly prepared will join him. He will find different roles for those who stay, but he hopes that those who follow him will move quickly. As the crowd disperses, Ariel already imagines that the alchemy team and most of the workers are already destined to follow him. Cena has already been ahead of them and has been positioned in this area for a year. After all, she is frequently transferred to different locations, and she witnesses that the place is extremely cold. With the way Cena tries to talk about the location, Ariel imagines they might as well be heading to Antarctica, given how she is reacting to the place, both for a pleasant territory of the loving aristocrats who wanted to exile him. But still, he finds the place much better than he expected. They could have sent him to a place where surviving for a few seconds would be a world record. So he doesn't think Farila is that bad. Later he wonders why Cena isn't being honest. She knows that Cena was about to say something before, just like she said before. Cena explains that the place is quite cold and empty. Besides being a desolate and frozen land, she was actually positioned there to guard against the monsters that cannot withstand the cold. She thinks she is more than ready to follow Ariel no matter where, but she can't help but wonder if it's okay to go along with this. Cena sees no reason to worry. Since she knows that Ariel has something up his sleeve, she noticed that he didn't have a desperate expression, or anything, so she believes everything will turn out fine. With that said, they finally decide to send a message to their families before leaving. Then there is Ariel, who has just finished his plans. He knows that his mother seems quite desolate, even though she hasn't said much. He told the maids not to tell her where he will be, but he can't help but worry about his mother's safety since she will be alone. Even a princess like Kina was ambushed, so he thinks of some plans to contact her, but eventually decides to think about it later. For now, he decides to plan the move first. After all, a hostile environment is the perfect place for a reincarnation professional like him to live carefree. He summons one mage, and Fayao appears with his disciples. He never expected someone familiar to show up anyway. He asks to keep a secret, and hands over a plan for an item he would like to be created. Fayao looks at the plan, and is instantly shocked by what he sees. He wonders if it was Ariel who drew it, and it was just that she made some modifications to an artifact she gave to Kenya, but his design will make the artifact twice as effective, and reduce production costs by 90%, of course. This fact impresses Fayao greatly. Ariel asks if he can make it, and Fayao mentions that it will be possible, as long as he has the right materials. But one problem is that he knows the creator of the original artifact, so he doesn't want to make a copy of someone else's work. Ariel notices his hesitation, so he decides to give him something to ensure results. Thus, he hands over several bags full of money, and the moral ethics left the chat. The man and his disciples immediately bow, and are ready to work after witnessing the power that having tons of money can offer. Ariel wonders if it can be completed within a month. Then he looks at his current investment, and concludes that Fayao could be suitable as his personal mage. Ariel learns how quickly money can make people work when Fayao presents the newly created necklace to his boss. A few days later, he never expected it to be ready in 10 days besides. The quality is quite good, however his workers are clearly overwhelmed. Since Ariel liked it, he suggests they start mass production when Fayao asks how many. One of the workers prays that it is only 5. But I think they won't be able to sleep at all when Ariel uses 50, and that's just the starting point. With that, they head off to slavery. I mean, work. Ariel already understands their pain, but dying 100 times still feels bad enough. For the next step, Ariel leaves with Fayao in a carriage. She wonders where they are going, and suggests that he could have sent someone to do the task, but he insists on handling things himself. This time, Ariel eventually reveals that they are going to a slave market, and Fayao is obviously shocked by this information. She imagines that he has probably gone crazy with power, but Ariel tries to convince her that there is an explanation. Fayao has the idea that his boss might be starting cotton fields with this, or probably coal mines or something like that. But Ariel knows there is no way he could be like that. At least that's what we think. With how far she took her imagination, she apologizes for it, since that's not how Aaron operates. Normally when you imagine a slave market, you would think of a place that could be worse than hell or something like that. You know, shattered dreams, endless torment, a fate worse than death, things like that. But in reality, at least in this story, it's surprisingly calm. Even Ariel is shocked by this. Of course, it would be a shame if any slave caught some strange disease and spread it, which explains why it is very organized. A person arrives and reveals that the place is the best slave market in the capital. He welcomes Iro and introduces himself as Ian, the manager of the establishment. He even shows the Yasha around the place and explains about the slave market, which is completely legal. By the way, the people who become slaves are those who must have failed to pay taxes or belong to families that were destroyed. A person does not immediately become a slave after any of these situations, but at least there is a lesser chance of starving if they become a slave, so to the criminals. But Ian suggests that there is no need for Ariel to pay attention to them. Ariel realizes that Ian is filtering out the criminal slaves since he is of royal blood, but still, it's all fine for Ariel anyway. Finally, Ian sits in his office and asks Ariel what he needs. He needs a large number of slaves. Ian asks how many he would need, and Ariel says he needs 150, a number that shocks Ian. Ariel wonders if the mentioned number is too much to handle, but Ian can manage it since the place also has other branches, outside the capital. He can't help but wonder why Ariel needs so many, but the young prince assures that he will not do anything bad with them. Furthermore, he informs that he would like slaves who know each other in groups of about 4, although it is quite a difficult request. It is not uncommon for groups to become slaves all at once with a snap. Piles of documents are brought in. Ariel takes a look at some of these documents, and needs slaves who can read and write. Moreover, he also requests that they be transported to a specific location. With the negotiations concluded, Ariel asks Ian to reveal the products that make any businessman drool with desire. Now things are practically guaranteed for Ariel, as he is instantly promoted to top VIP client. On the way back, Ian wonders what Ariel needs the slaves for, since having hundreds of them is not something anyone can do on an ordinary Friday night. Ariel reveals that he wants to make them residents of his new territory. Furthermore, he will give his new mana necklace to the slaves and educate each of them from there. She never expected this to be her plan, so she can set aside all the strange thoughts. Now, Ariel plans to transform the land of a frozen desert into a dream kingdom. He just wants to live comfortably. Everything he is doing now is just to live the best lazy life possible. He will also nurture those who will work in Farila and build the greatest paradise anyone has ever seen. One morning, Ariel is lying in his bed thinking about all the preparations he has to make to become independent, and about the fact that he has to say goodbye to everyone he loves. Then there is a knock on the door, and it's his mother. She rushes in to hug her son. She suggests trying to talk to the king about the move one more time, but Ariel tells her not to worry, and promises to visit often. Even with the fact that he still has a year, his mother is still sad that he has to go. Then a maid comes to take her away. Ariel doesn't want to reveal his new location to his mother until he is settled, and will definitely calm his mind when the time comes. It is a quiet afternoon. Well, it was until a knight is casually launched into orbit. Some other knights tremble in fear of a person. It happens that this person is Kenya, who is incredibly angry. She calls for her next victim and tells them to come with all they have or they may not see the next day. She is angry about the daily being sent, although she understands the whole situation surrounding it, but still can't help but be irritated by it. But more importantly, she is upset because he never told her anything in the last 6 months, so she throws another poor knight against a wall. She thinks it is because he can't change his fate, but he actually just forgot her. She does not plan to let him go so easily. On the other hand, the knights are terrified of her aura. According to the human daily manual, circulating in someone's body moves faster if a strong emotion builds up. And so, she ended up becoming the youngest swordmaster in the history of the kingdom and the third in the world. All thanks to being irritated by her little brother. Ariel thinks about his first life, especially how time flew when he was in military service. Now he is feeling the same thing as he prepares to become independent. Ariel is finally 14 years old, and his coming-of-age ceremony has begun. He is greeted by several aristocrats, but inside, the guy is dying of deep boredom, even more aristocrats than at his first birthday. Back then, he could easily pretend to be sleeping, but now there is no escape for him. He is sure that the attendees are rejoicing at the ceremony, rejoicing that he is being sent away. Who would care about his well-being anyway? The Velos is starting to irritate him, and he wants to destroy everything, but decides to hold back for his mother and ignores everything that is happening. Soon Queen Elia comes to congratulate Ariel and mentions that he will be going to another territory. This lady is obviously trying to irritate Arrow, so he stands up and responds as calmly as possible, bowing slightly. He mentions that this would have happened to him anyway, so he thinks of it as an early opportunity to serve the kingdom. With a smile, she reveals that Gaio's swordsmanship has improved thanks to him, and from there, a coat made from the skin of a Farilha fox as a gift. With this, Ariel discovers the person behind his exile. He deduces that someone like Gaio is not the type to target someone politically. Moreover, she is the only one who could gather the complaints of all the aristocrats. He imagines that her giving the coat is her way of mocking him, but he has to remain calm. Otherwise, he will lose his composure. So he pretends to be polite, saying that he has already said goodbye to his brother and that he will come to his aid, since they share the same royal blood. On the surface, the conversation seems very cheerful, but Ariel couldn't care less and will definitely make her pay. However, they won't show how much they hate each other. They exchange the most false laughs. The banquet is finally nearing its end, and Ariel feels that he has forgotten something. He looks at Kania, who is usually quiet. He imagines that she must still be angry for telling him about his departure too late, so he decides to apologize to his sister, but she takes the initiative. By her face, he already knows that she is up to something. She runs, and Ariel realizes that what she is about to do will be reckless. Kania approaches her father to speak with him, and reveals that she will follow Ariel to Firalha. This shocks the crowd, and Ariel realizes that she has practically ruined the entire event. At this point, he glances at his mother, hoping that she will stop her daughter, but she doesn't seem interested. The king becomes irritated with Kania's actions, and asks what her plan is. After that, Ariel realizes that saying this was already a bad move, since she will only retaliate with more force. But he also wonders the same about what she plans to do by following him. At the moment of truth, she reveals that she will become Ariel's knight and the future ruler. Instantly, she punches herself in the face. The king calls her ambition ridiculous, since becoming a knight is not something anyone can do so easily. But she is confident in her abilities as she has reached the master level. Of course, everyone is surprised since this is obviously a great achievement. But the king does not believe her, as she is still 19 years old. And the only person who reached the master level at that age was the first king. To prove him wrong, she snatches a sword from a nearby knight and prepares to demonstrate her skill with her aura charged. But he also wonders the same about what she plans to do by following him. At the moment of truth, she reveals that she will become Ariel's knight and the future ruler. He instantly punches himself in the face as the king calls her ambition ridiculous, since becoming a knight is not something that anyone can achieve so easily, but she is confident in her abilities. As she has reached the master level, of course, everyone is surprised since this is obviously a great achievement. But the king does not believe her, as she is still 19 years old, and the only person who reached the master level at that age was the first king to prove him wrong. She snatches a sword from a nearby knight and prepares to demonstrate her skill with her charged aura. She cuts a cake from a distance, along with the table, perfectly in half. Of course, Ariel is shocked by the reason she is doing this in the middle of the banquet. With this demonstration, people see that she truly is a master of the sword and are amazed. Kania talks to her father about the fact that Ariel will receive a territory, while she will have to marry someone, so instead of following that path, she wants to become a knight. In a normal scenario, Ariel would have applauded her speech, but the situation is too serious for that. Now she is practically renouncing her position as princess in front of all the aristocrats, and even if it were all a joke, the damage would still remain, but there is also the possibility that she caused the scene on purpose. Ariel realizes that everything was planned so that no one could easily cover up the situation. How she devised this plan makes him wonder where she learned to be so cunning. But the answer has always been him. From the beginning, he tries to stop her. But Kania decides to take things to another level before he can do anything. She then walks towards Ariel, with the sword in hand, and kneels before him. From there she swears loyalty to Ariel and promises to be his knight. Ariel recognizes what Kania recited as the oath of a knight, but it is uncertain if the promise counts. Since Kania is a princess and not truly a knight besides, she still does not have his consent. But the much bigger issue for Ariel is the audience that now faces them. The knight's oath is something that not everyone can say freely, so the fact that a master of aura has said it will make people think the promise is official. Ariel already knows that Kania did not do this for him, but she has already planned the path she wants to follow. Of course, this action shocked many people. Like the king and his mother, even Queen Eli is boiling with rage at this, with veins around her eyes. She could probably awaken the Byakugan. Normally Ariel would be happy about this, but now he just feels like crying. Something or another always happens on his birthdays, so we should forget about organizing them from now on. Despite some issues, everything went as always. Like Ariel, packing his things for the trip. Thus, the time to leave finally arrived. His mother mentions how he has grown so fast. Ariel tells her not to worry, and promises that he will visit her eventually. Ariel decides to tell his mother where he is going, and she already knows thanks to her maternal instincts, which are very sharp even for a reincarnation pro. However, she is still confident that her son will stand out wherever he is, so she hugs him and says that she loves him like a good mother would. Of course, what kind of son wouldn't love his mother back? After saying that Ariel's convoy continues its way through the frozen desert land, however, Ariel seems a little restless about it. After all, he is going to a frozen land where no one has ever settled. He witnesses a bit more of the aristocrat's love when he asks someone to dig the ground, but they must be digging solid rock, because the pickaxe bends on the first impact. Yet Ariel really wants to prove them wrong, and is determined to turn the place into a paradise. Ariel finally puts his head back in the carriage after having put it out for some unknown reason. Fortunately for him, he invested in a magical heating device, and also has a coat to keep him warm. But Kanya mentions that the carriage is already warm and calls him a rookie who can't handle the cold. But what Ara finds strange is his sister. She is so wild that she is wearing a normal dress in such a cold place. However, Ara looks closer and discovers that Kanya is using a cheat code to keep herself warm. He never taught her how to use aura to insulate the body, so he wonders if she is doing it by instinct. He finds her talent frightening, and Kane thinks it is something everyone does, confirming how much of a professional she is. But letting the daily guards know about this could probably make both of them cry, while freezing outside. Casually putting that aside, Ariel asks if Kanya will eventually regret the decision, but I bet she understood. Barely the question, as she glares at Ariel and pinches his cheek, and he clarifies that he was wondering if it was okay for her to come so suddenly. It turns out that the king and Ariel spent an entire day thinking, and decided that she would come as a knight apprentice. After that, everyone tried to make her change her mind, but she refused to listen to anyone. She actually does not regret coming. In fact, she thinks it is the perfect opportunity to escape. If she had stayed in the palace, she would have married soon. Kane is now 19, and Ariel is surprised that she has come this far without committing to anyone, so he wonders if that is why she decided to venture with him. Just like him, she hates following a defined path, so it does not surprise him why she came. Basically, Kane is in search of his own freedom. With that, Ariel finally arrives at the gate of his new kingdom. He looks at all the people who are currently under his command and realizes that he already has a great start. So, it is officially time to start building a paradise. To begin, Ariel divides his responsibilities with Acha and Cena, so they can command all the troops in Farlia. However, he does not plan to give any tasks to Kanya. For now, it would be a shame if she somehow destroyed the barracks on the first day. Instead, she will take a walk. And Ariel imagines that she probably did not expect to do much with that. Ariel will work. Currently, there are 10,000 people in Farlia, and they all live in 12 different villages. Furthermore, the distance between each village seems quite similar. Ariel conducts his research and discovers that the inhabitants of Farlia have been hunter-gatherers for generations and are on the brink of extinction. Moreover, the royal palace was not receiving taxes from the region, so they were practically left to fend for themselves. Seeing this makes Ariel wonder what kind of idiot the previous lord was. He finds a ledger and discovers that the region was so poor that they ended up borrowing money from other territories. Thus, the previous lord went bankrupt. Ariel is upset with the sheer stupidity of his predecessor, but decides to focus on the future he can build for himself. He unfolds a map of the territory and tries to figure out what might be special about the region, noting the number of trees in the area. He considers selling paper, but decides not to worry about that for now, since all his other products are bringing in a lot of money for him. With that, he decides to meet with the leaders of the region. Still, he can't help but wonder who holds authority over the people. Well, except for the idiot lord. So he decides to ask all the village chiefs to visit him personally. Sometime later, they make their appearance at the palace, and he observes their appearance. Forget about killing two birds with one stone. They seem capable of killing two stones with one bird. They are honored to meet their new ruler, as they kneel before him. As expected, Ariel introduces himself, but he can still sense that they are probably annoyed at having to take orders from a child now. Still, he is determined not to let them underestimate him. He emphasizes the fact that there seems to be a young imposter among them. As expected, the boy bows and explains that his father, who was the chief, has passed away, so now he has taken on the role. Ariel is already aware of this. He just wants to make it clear that he is the one in charge here. He then mentions that they will talk for a while and offers a meal while they discuss matters. They become nervous about this because it is somewhat strange. Hero has already resolved all of this. It turns out that the playbills would hate to have a meal with superiors, so Hero organizes the worst corporate dinner known to man. He tells them to relax. After all, it would be quite exhausting if the atmosphere remained heavy. Moreover, he even practiced this in advance. Finally, they take a look at the meal, and it actually looks appetizing. It was a mention that he would have liked to have gotten something better, but the subjects are already grateful for the meal. Even with the tense atmosphere, at least they are good at responding. One of the guests takes a bite of the meat and notes that it is salty. Ariel knows that salt is precious in the region, so he wants to establish a friendship. It was a mention that she would have liked to have achieved something better, but the subjects are already grateful for the meal. Even with the tense atmosphere, at least they are good at responding. One of the guests takes a bite of the meat and notes that it is salty. Ariel knows that salt is precious in the region, so he wants to establish a friendship. Through the meal, Ariel mentions how the previous lord was not the best, and asks if they are okay with the path they are currently following. From his point of view, the region will likely collapse in the next 10 years if nothing is done about it. Hunting can only take them so far, and that is why the hero wishes to take control, even if his orders may be difficult to understand. He asks the people to place their trust in him. With that they see the pure intentions of their new ruler, and now they imagine him as their blessed savior. This imagination is so powerful that even Ariel can see it, and he does not want them to go that far. It would be a shame if there were resistance to following his orders, so he assures the people that they can enjoy more meals like the one they just had, if they follow him now. For his first order, the hero asks the chiefs to accept the slaves he brought with him as residents of their villages. Meanwhile, those who are educated will work with him, but the only question is whether the other residents will accept them. Aru understands the point in this, as it will be difficult to ignore their backgrounds or they will likely be seen as outsiders. But he tells the elder not to worry, as he will also provide support regarding the matter. The mention of support makes the chiefs tremble, and they are convinced to do their best. Now the meeting is over, and one of the chiefs wonders about the new ruler, as he is unusual compared to the previous lords. Most of the lords appointed to the family showed no interest in the area, as they only had it as a place of exile. The previous lord tried to make a change but ended up causing harm to the people, as he expected the impossible. Now that their new lord is the youngest prince of the royal family, they can only hope that their lives will improve, although the reason he was assigned to Farlia is unknown to them. The only thing they can do is pray that he is not like the previous lord. They can already perceive that Ariel is not an ordinary man, but the only thing they can do is trust that he will improve things. Aru takes a look at a document along with Cena. They told him that the population of the region would be 10,000, but that is not true. Thanks to the power of misleading propaganda, it is actually about 9,800, including the slaves he brought, while Cena massages Ariel's hand until she is aware of the population decline. It would make sense for the hero considering the time gap between when the old lord left and when he arrived. Furthermore, the birth rate in the territory is quite low, and it also faces poverty. Of the money he has earned so far, the amount he can use freely is 45,000 in gold. If he were to maintain things as they are currently, the place would last only about 50 years. Aru imagines that the aristocrats probably wanted him to waste half of his life in Farlia trying to recover the region's economy. He suggests agriculture, but this is how the former lord went bankrupt, trying to develop agricultural lands. Being self-sufficient is a limiting factor for agriculture, so he thinks about trading valuable items, and thus, the hero jumps to his feet. Having an idea to implement, the hero goes out with an axe and realizes they will need roads. The terrain is quite unstable due to constant snow. Besides, the roads are not properly maintained, so this will be the first step to prevent merchants from suffering accidents when visiting. Some of the residents learn about this plan. Some workers are needed for this operation, and the pay seems decent. Seeing that the new ruler has a good reputation, they decide to try working with him. Moreover, he will also cover all construction costs. When they arrive at the site, they discover that there is a large project at hand. Someone mentions this to Arrow, but he is prepared to handle the extra compensation in case it takes longer than necessary. With this fact, they are more than willing to work. Once again, the power of money works in favor of the hero. The hero realizes that everything is going according to plan, and he loves it with the road finally completed. It is time to move on to other things, and the workers were very willing to work for the next stage. He wants to establish a trading branch. An official is in the way of this plan, but there is nothing that the power of money cannot solve to start. He imagines that they will trade for basic items that the residents will need. Thus, a basic trade route has been initiated, where people can exchange their goods as a final step. Arrow asks Damon if they will be able to produce paper in bulk. In fact, paper already exists in the world, but what exists is of terrible quality, and no one within the kingdom knows how to make paper. This makes it quite expensive, and only high-status people can afford to use it. Damon agrees with the plan, as it is precious. Moreover, it will be very profitable if they can produce it in bulk. The only issue is that no one knows how to make it. Well, this is no one, except Arrow. Damon wonders how the competing paper manufacturers will react to this, But Aro is already prepared. He plans to make the paper production process completely different, so they can argue that it is a totally different product, but for that, they will need another type of equipment. He passes a plan to Damon, and he thinks it is perfect. However, he is not sure if it is something they can do on their own. The chemicals can be handled, but developing the machines is another matter, since the best blacksmiths in the region cannot make something like this. But Damon is sure that the dwarves from the royal capital will be willing to help. This fact about the dwarves reminds Iro that they have a strength in the capital and can make anything no matter how complicated it is. Hearing this, Iro prepares to use his superpower of spending money, but it turns out that the dwarves, they are very different from the others. Damon tells him that they will refuse to help if he tries to use money, but they are proud craftsmen who will prioritize requests to showcase their skills. Besides rejecting money, they will also refuse requests that are not good enough, even if they come from high-ranking aristocrats. After hearing who they are, Aro imagines they could become poor. If they are not careful, Damon decides to contact the dwarf he knows, and Aro is excited about it. He is sure the dwarf will be intrigued by the plan, so he will write the letter himself. Several days later at the dwarf's forge, the letter finally arrives. The master there believes it is from the royal family with whom he seems to have a bad relationship. The blacksmith, whose name is Aiken, mentions that he has already forged a sword for them, and that his hands are currently full of orders, but he discovers that the letter is from Damon. He snatches the letter from his assistant and wonders what he is doing in Farella. He takes a look at the contents, and in no time, asks his assistant Ben to take charge of the forge. With a fierce look, he decides that he will have to talk to the others when he leaves. Ben wonders what the letter is, since he seemed very different from usual. The 35 master blacksmiths of the steel factory gathered as summoned by Aiken, but man, they really do not seem satisfied with this. He explains that it is for a client who designed the plans for a machine he wants to make in Farella. At first, they thought it was just another case of another annoying brat wanting to waste our time. But when he shows the plan, they realize they might be dealing with the ultimate boss of blacksmith creations. They already know it is a plan for a paper-making machine. Apparently, the design of this machine was so good that it brought PTSD about a similar client who wanted a machine that created paper 5 years ago. It turns out that even the powerful skills of the dwarves were not enough to satisfy that client. Now they have a chance for revenge 5 years later, and who also reveals that it is what some of them come to help with his project. However, they do not seem to like this idea very much, so he volunteers to go alone. They still seem to disagree with this, and also point out the fact that he is behind on work, but the task is something his apprentices can handle, so he is free to go. Besides that, he asked who would go, since he would probably need more help. After a brief silence, each of the dwarves gets involved in a free dispute about who will go with Aiken. The designs finally sparked their interest, and you cannot stop a motivated dwarf from working on something new. Aiken finally interrupts the noise. He mentions that only half of the dwarves will follow him, since there will be no one to take care of the forge. If everyone is together, he is still undecided about who will follow him then. Who decides to use that method, the sacred of all methods, the only method that is guaranteed to work. Throughout history, he approaches to ask his master while the dwarves are engaged in a royale battle. At fortnight level, it happens that it is a tradition of the dwarves to resolve all disputes with intense violence, the iron rule of the dwarves, so he keeps his distance because he knows what is good for him. Meanwhile, it was calculated that it would take at least 5 days to receive a response from the dwarves' forge, so he decides to relax in the meantime. Now that he has no work to do, he decides to rest as much as he can. At the moment he decides to take a nap, a loud scream interrupts him. He already knows it's from Frey, so he finds the unhappy victim stuck to his window. He is surprised by this, since Frey shouldn't be able to fly so fast or so high as a baby griffin. While he falls, Cain is there to catch him. It happens that he is being subjected to her form of torture because she wants him to fly higher, so she overexerts herself a bit and launches him into orbit. Arrow runs outside while witnessing this and wonders if Frey did something wrong. She mentions that he did nothing wrong, while poor Frey falls in that Dragon Ball pose. She mentions that she is training to fly and denies that she was abusing Frey. However, I don't think that's the case here. In a quick backstory, Kanya had practically nothing to do since everyone was busy in the initial phase of the transfer to the Farilla, so all she did was eat, sleep, practice, sword, repeat. Of course, she is not the type of person who likes to be bored, so she spotted Frey in the garden, and that's when his world changed completely. She plans to turn him into her mount, so she hopes he is in great shape. However, Arrow realizes that it was probably a good idea to teach his sister more common sense and less about swords. Now he realizes he has to keep her entertained, somehow with the free time he has available. But it is now that he realizes he was an only child in his first life. Besides that, he never had luck with siblings, in none of his past lives. The best relationship he had with one of them was that he never got to talk to his brother, until he died. So he is not sure how to deal with siblings. He takes Fry from Kenya, and saves him from his suffering. Then, in an attempt to be a good brother in his current life, he asks to do something together with his sister. Arrow and Kenya play a game of chess, and it's quite obvious who is losing out of frustration. Kenya flips the chessboard since it is obviously not her type of sport. Arrow thought playing chess would mean they wouldn't have to play in the cold, but she is already bored with it, so he gives her a disadvantage, to make things easier for her. Arrow gives Kenya a modified artifact so she can think faster and easier. It would mean they wouldn't have to play in the cold, but she is already bored with that, so he gives himself a disadvantage, to make things easier for her. Arrow of the Cane is a modified artifact so that she can think faster and more easily. Furthermore, he has accumulated enough experience in chess from all his past lives, so she will need all the help she can get. Thus they start another game of chess. The pendant seems to be working to increase Kenya's IQ, until she decides to turn it off from there. Kenya has had enough, and cuts the chessboard with her sword. Now they can no longer play chess. Since Kenya destroyed the board and caused a leak in Arrow's brain, Ariel tries to come up with something else. But he really doesn't want to go outside. He wonders what she has been doing, and the only thing she has been doing is participating in various training sessions that would make Bruce Lee proud. On the other hand, Ariel has just been a sack of potatoes in his room, watching the interest between the two. Ariel tries to think of something they both might like. They both start to hear their stomachs growl, and Ariel has an idea. From that, he suggests they try cooking together, but Kane shudders at the thought. She doesn't buy the village, since her cooking could probably end nations. But it is important to learn since she is becoming a knight after all. Knights have to eat something when they are on missions. After pointing out this fact, Kenya gives in and agrees to learn. Now that Ariel has convinced her, she wonders if teaching a brother to cook is something a brother would do. The two go to the kitchen, and Ariel announces that his first dish will be a stew. Since it is a pretty simple dish, how bad can it get? Besides that, Ariel does not plan to get food poisoning on the first day of training. So they start to work. Ariel comments on Kenya's knife skills as she cuts all the ingredients into Lego blocks. From there, they prepare a stew. When it is finally ready, Kane tastes it and the flavor is better than she thought. Ariel agrees with her and adds that it has been a while since she made the recipe, but still, it is good. Ariel suggests that Kane should try to make it again. But this is actually part of her master plan to take a nap right after finishing eating. But that plan disappears when a butler, who has seen things, rushes in looking for Ariel. He has been instructed not to bother Ariel with small matters, so the fact that he is here means something must have happened. Urgently, he asks what happened. It turns out that the dwarves have arrived and are willing to beat the butler. If Ariel does not show up, then Ariel realizes that her break is over. Normally, he expected the dwarves to act normally and send one response letter, but they were not normal people, and suddenly appeared in person. Aru receives them, but Aiken gets straight to the point, approaches Aro, and asks if he was the one who drew the plans. Fortunately, he thinks he is there to resolve any conflict that might have occurred. She demands that Aiken apologize for this, but he praises her spirit, even though she is a lady. Now the Dark Souls music starts playing, but the areola calmly reminds them that they usually simply don't care and says they have to respect their differences. Besides that, the higher the reliability, the ruder they tend to be, so he thinks it over. Seeing how things started, Aro wants to end the discussions quickly before Aiken tries to commit murder. He admits that he made the plans, but Aiken says he is lying. Aro still tries to convince him that he is the master craftsman, but Aiken refuses to believe him and bets that a real person like him couldn't even design a simple board of wood. Now Ariel is irritated and orders that Aiken make a dwarf skewer. In the end, the butlers had to calm both of them down before things got worse. Now that everything has finally calmed down, the dwarves finally accept who made the plans so far. That's what the meeting has been about. With that resolved, Ariel wonders why such sweaty dwarves come to visit him personally and intended to prepare a more pleasant reception. But they don't care about that. They discuss the plan for the machine that Ariel needs the dwarves to create, because Farilha doesn't have skilled enough blacksmiths for the task once again, and who is someone very proud and expects that humans are not skilled enough to create it. And Ariel just witnessed the famous pride of the dwarves, so he decides to fight fire with fire, and talk about how proud he is of his planning skills. Now the dwarves tasted their own medicine, and who recognizes Hero's skill as planned, and they decide to talk about the main subject. Before Ariel can ask if they will accept the task, they have already decided. a long time ago that they would accept the job. Ariel is shocked by how quickly they accepted, since they didn't discuss other things like payment. But a good dwarf always has a good sense about the jobs to be done. Besides that, they already know that the designs given to them are just part of the complete design, so they have to accept the job to see the rest. Aro clarifies that he never intended to deceive them by showing only part of the plan. They understand but still want to see the rest of the plan. So Aro takes it out of the drawer and presents it to them, but it would be very boring to hand it over like that. So he teases Icon with it. Of course, he doesn't appreciate the game Ariel is playing. Ariel takes the chance to tell him that he will give the other plan when he successfully completes the parts of the first plan. Icon gets irritated by this, but still does not refuse the challenge. He leaves the room with the other dwarves determined to win Ariel's trust. Once they leave, Ariel observes how seriously they take themselves, but still, he can tell they enjoy the plans. It turns out he wanted to show them the rest of the plans, but had a better idea of using the unrevealed plan as bait to keep the dwarves working then. They will have to work hard if they want to see the complete design moving a bit forward. The dwarves return from their relentless work to present the completed piece. As agreed, Hero hands them the next plan. This continues for several days. I'm sure they have a tracker on Ariel somewhere, because the localization doesn't matter where he is, to request more plans. Eventually, they finished all of Ariel's orders. Even he is shocked by the burning determination of the master craftsmen, who are extremely motivated. What is even more impressive is that the entire machine took 10 days to create. As expected, they conduct a test, with the machine and the paper it produces is divine. Normally, the paper would take days to dry by hand, but the machine makes this much easier. Wood is abundant in scraps. Ariel already knows that she is on her way to becoming the new Amazon of paper. Or rather, deforesting the Amazon because of paper now that Ariel has what she wants and who finally discovers that her problems have only just begun when Ariel asks her to make so many machines that fill an entire factory now to advance the sale of paper. Ariel finds herself with a person who introduces himself as the lieutenant, her mother's brother, also known as her uncle. It turns out he was looking for someone from her mother's family to sell paper, which explains how the lieutenant appeared. He told her mother to send someone he could trust. Since he would be selling an important product, it would make sense for her to send someone who shares her blood. He presents the paper he wants to sell to the lieutenant. Yes, honestly, he thought that Arthur selling paper would ruin his business reputation, but upon seeing the high quality and how cheap it was, it's a dream come true. Apparently the merchant who trades paper with the kingdom has raised the price of paper even when the amount of paper exported has decreased, forcing the royal family to buy it anyway. So Ariel's intervention is practically a game changer for the merchants who hold. The monopoly lift expresses his concern about how the merchant will react. But Ariel already has that covered. He thinks their paper is a completely different product, made by completely different means, so they won't have grounds to attack them like a wild Jeff Bezos in his natural habitat. Lift opens a map to create a sales plan. Meanwhile, Ariel notices that her uncle's mercantile senses make the spider's sense seem like child's play. He believes he has chosen the right man for the job, and all that remains is to wait for the money to come in. Plans have been made on how the paper will be distributed. Besides that, the dwarves filled the factory with machines. Everything seems to be fine, except that Aro discovers that the dwarves are leaving. Just one day after completing the project, he expected to celebrate the completion with them. However, they have a backlog of project requests waiting for them, so they need to leave. Then someone mentions that Ariel can contact them for any other requests he might have, although Ariel never expected them to leave. Right after finishing their work, now everything is ready to start selling paper back to the royal capital. The citizens take a look at the new paper produced by Ariel and truly can't believe how cheap and high quality it is. No one seems to stop talking about it from there. They recognize the paper as a product of failure and even talk about the good deeds that the new lord of the area has been doing. They even wish to support his efforts to revive failure. The king also notices the different quality of the paper. He is sure that the aristocrats wouldn't spend so much money just to obtain paper. His butler explains about a cheaper brand of paper that has entered the market, so the king can't help but ask where it comes from. The moment he discovers it is from Ferelia. He observes that it is definitely the work of his son, and concludes that he remains the same as always. Moreover, Ferelia will start paying taxes again, and this fact shocks the king. He deduces that Ariel has also revived the economy of the region in such a short time. Even though the land is barren, he is certainly determined to govern it. Meanwhile, all these praises reach him. He can feel that someone is praising him. Apparently they are giving him too much credit, but that really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that money is coming in, back to the kingdom. Jael is having tea with his mother, and notices that the tea tastes different from usual. She, on the other hand, seems upset, but mentions that the tea and desserts are daily, as a thank you for the coat from there. Jael mentions the fact that the family went through a renovation, and this irritates his mother, whose hands are trembling. Jael notices that his mother seems strange, so, as a good son, he asks if something is wrong. She mentions a certain ornament that she doesn't like. We all know who that ornament is, and it is really bothering her. Meanwhile, Jael, on the other hand, does not have the knowledge that we have, so he tells her to get rid of it so she doesn't see it anymore. She mentions that she did, but the ornament continues to bother her. She almost lets her anger slip. Before telling Jael not to worry on another subject, he asks if he likes the sword she gave him. He really likes the custom sword made by the dwarves, and can feel his skills improving when you spend so much money you can build several mansions on a sword. I am sure that all she wants for herself is the fact that his skills are improving. From there she stands up and heads towards her son, reminding him that he is the heir to the throne, and it makes sense to wield a sword worthy of that status, so she tells him to remember that he will become the future king. Later, she is alone in the room. She picks up a napkin from under some cookies and imagines that Ariel is probably showing the paper he developed. She is incredibly tired of hearing about him and throws the desserts on the floor. It turns out he belongs to the Freight House, the house that owns the only trading company that imports paper apparently. The paper was originally made in the Mirman Empire on the eastern continent, as they were at war with the Mirman Empire. They were practically prohibited from importing paper from there, so they redirected the trade route to the east and monopolized it. Now she is furious because people are attached to the new paper, and is determined to make Ariel pay. She runs to her room and starts writing a letter, whose content I bet is comparable to a multiplayer lobby in Call of Duty, because she will no longer tolerate this. It is night, and Arrow goes once again to the slave market and does not receive, since it has been a year and a half since the last trade transaction, as expected. Arrow is there because he needs more slaves again. The man asks if he needs the smart ones again, but this time, Arrow needs slaves who can withstand the cold, like true slaves. This time the man wonders what Ariel needs them for, and he reveals that this time he will use them as soldiers with the infrastructure in place, what is needed. Now are guards who can defend the territory. Ariel also thinks that his current status as a ruler is similar to that of a count. He believes he can increase the size of his army to 50,000 soldiers, but that would be a bit too much. The slave trader asks how many people will be needed, and Ariel responds that he will need 5,000 slaves for his new project. With that amount, you can bet that the slave market will certainly be booming. Once again, the power of money is there to save Rel. Moving on. Arrow admires the design of a dwarf sword. He managed to train the slaves provided by Ian, and also got the dwarves to make soldier equipment for 5,000 people, just like last time. They managed to do this in a short period. Originally, the slaves were in terrible condition when they arrived at Farila, but after some acts of hospitality, they became more enthusiastic about training, and extremely loyal to their new leader, with the soldiers in place. The territory will be safe. And now it's time for Ariel to rest, however. Some guys looking like ninjas invade the area. It seems they are searching for the location of the paper production machines, and their mission is to destroy them. Apparently, Ariel's feats irritated the mercenary commissioner, but the most important thing is the amount of money they will earn. With this job, they watch the two guards on watch and kill them in classic ninja fashion. With the guards out of the way, they enter the building only to find it empty. One guard uses a magical tool to blind them. Before several guards appear and capture all the guys, one of the assassins tries to escape, but is ambushed. He expected there to be only 200 soldiers in the territory, but he was clearly mistaken. Ariel appears all sleepy with his guards and is not surprised that people would be. After his machines, the stranger quickly surrenders and mentions that he is just following orders. But that is none of Ariel's business, just as punishment for invasion and attempted harm. Ariel orders that they be interrogated and practically tortured with that, he thinks, and Cena will work while he goes back to sleep normally. Ariel would be forgiving, but when it comes to things that are dear to him, it's better to prepare his will. Even being laid back, he knows when to draw the line. This is something that he learned after countless reincarnations. It's just another day in the land of Farlia, and the intruders from the previous night were punished. According to the law, it turns out that nothing was discovered during the interrogation, so things were left as they were. Now Ariel has some free time and decides to test a magical teleportation circle. He asked Fayao to make one for him, and it was so expensive that he thought twice about it. Fayao's merchant skills surprised Ariel. Now he has become a regular customer for his uncle, so Ariel decides to use his teleportation circle to go back home. Since it has been a while since his last visit, he places some magical stones on the stand around the circle, which activates it now that his side is set, all that's left is for his babysitter to set up the same circle in the palace. He asks Cena to go with him, but she is very nervous about it. She has no choice but to follow, since Aaron insists. Besides, she also has a bit of free time. Ariel notices her expression and wonders what is wrong. She accidentally reveals that she had an argument with her mother, and it would be strange to visit her after that. With this fact, Ariel believes she definitely should come to reconcile with her mother, and she nervously agrees to this. She seems scared. Then Ariel tells her that using the device is safe. The only problem is the nausea. He activates the device and Cena gets scared. She clings to her brother, squeezing unintentionally, almost taking his life, making him think he probably won't survive with Aaron. Potentially dead, they finally arrive at the palace, but Ariel still has something to say about his sister's strength while looking around. Memories of the past come back to his mind, and he really missed the place. He takes a deep breath before falling onto the field to relax. He is definitely happy to return from a land of ice. The caretaker comes to welcome Ariel and Cena. She was a bit worried about not being able to use the magic circle correctly, but fortunately, it worked out. She informs the two that their mothers are waiting inside, so they separate to greet them. Ariel wonders if his mother, Rifana, is well. After all, he promised to visit her often. He runs to find his mother and hugs her. She heard from Lichten about how well he has been doing, but still, she is relieved to see him in person. Ariel is surprised because he has been writing letters to her since the paper business always drained his soul. Of course, he is excited to tell Rifana how everything has been in Ferelia and wants to make the most of his time, so that his mother doesn't worry about him. He continues telling his mother about various things in Ferelia, like the wildlife and the daily lives of the people, focusing on reassuring her. It doesn't take long before someone else approaches the scene, and Ariel notices this while observing the moment. He can already tell that whoever the person is, they intentionally. I want to interrupt his conversation with Rifana. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's Queen Isla. Aaron wonders why she is acting so surprised since he already announced that he would visit. Still, he can't help but notice that she probably has some trick up her sleeve, so he decides to probe her. He starts a fake small talk, and also mentions the article he developed that is affecting her family's business, the most painful conversation to watch in the world, about the topic of paper production. She mentions some rumors she heard, and Ariel questions what she is talking about. He informs her that he has already made preparations, and he praises her efforts. Still, she warns him to be careful before stepping outside. Ariel waves to her, saying goodbye, but he believes she is starting to overstep with the warning she just gave. Rifana imagines that she is probably having a bad day, but Ariel considers that he has to deal with her soon. The short visit to the palace finally ends, so Ariel and Cena decide to return to Ferelia. Ariel waves to his mother, saying goodbye, and then asks Cena how things went on her side. She responds that it went well, and gives Ariel a pat on the back for worrying that she would fight with her mother again. But in reality, Ariel had already asked the maids to report what was happening. It seemed like they were going to fight again, but in fact, they made peace this time. Anyway, the two teleport back to their territory. A few days later in Ferelia, Ariel is already faced with a new problem. He wonders if it will be worth investing in wizards, since they can do many things, like managing the teleportation circle, helping with the instant growth of crops, and even defending against monsters. But more importantly, he needs someone who can help him deal with the entirely challenging experiences of being a ruler. He thinks about this because he doesn't want to attract too much attention to himself now that he has a territory. He has a perfectly good reason to hire them, but another reason is the attack on the factory. Fortunately, the first attack was by some mercenaries, but he is worried about what would happen if wizards showed up. Of course, he has some knights who can probably handle them, but they will be as useful as a glass hammer if an enemy wizard attacks from the shadows. With all this in mind, he creates an official notice that he is looking to hire wizards. He imagines he can make a request at the magic tower, but dealing with them will be a hassle. Besides, they are expensive, but the wizards who will respond to the notices will have no ties to the tower, and there will be fewer complications to deal with them, which is a dream for Ariel. The only question is that he will also receive applications from lower-tier wizards, but that is not a problem, as Ariel can always train them with that. The next thing is to distribute the notices in every city. Time passes, and the notice catches the attention of the crowds and the wizards, including a sorceress, who seems to have been surviving in the jungle with Bear Grylls, and is willing to apply for the mention of free food and lodging back to Ferelia. Harold received mountains of applications from various wizards. He wishes to accept all, but that would probably be a step towards ruining his kingdom. In year 1, Arrow decides to be meticulous in this process and pay attention to the candidates' backgrounds. After all, It would be a shame if the wizard became his enemy. He is so willing to do this that he doesn't mind spending a little more money for it after selecting the candidates. The next step was the interviews. For some reason, this took more work than choosing his personal knights, but it was still worth it for him in the end. 12 wizards passed the interview and are officially wizards of the kingdom. The average skill of the wizards is 3rd class, and Ariel believes he made a good selection considering their backgrounds. With that, Ariel announces the general tasks of the wizards and plans to assign them to areas that suit their skills, but before that, he wants to choose one person to become his personal wizard. So he asks the 4th class wizards to raise their hands. There are 2 people who fit this criterion. One is Munkoi Blob, and the other is Dia Hack. Seeing the options he has, he reflects long about the choice between Blob, Fish or Magic Beauty. This is a decision that could change the fate of the world, and we all know that Iro will choose Dia. Putting beauty aside, there is a main reason why Ariel chose Dia to be his personal sorceress. During the interview, he asked Dia why she applied, and she replied that she wanted to serve him. This answer shocked him due to how uncommon it was, as most candidates were generally interested in the benefits or responsibilities of the job. But hers was quite different. It turns out she practically applied solely because of Aro. He is quite suspicious of this, but cannot perceive any ill intentions on her part, so he decides to test her and hire her as his personal assistant. He then goes on to explain the benefits and responsibilities of being a mage in the territory. Starting with the benefits, he presents a huge library that is practically a paradise for all magic nerds, beginning with the books that are magically certified by the Magic Tower, which were both expensive and difficult to convince them to certify the books. Now they have a place to improve their skills. Furthermore, the wizards he hired were all expelled from the Magic Tower and probably needed a lot of money to access the library of magical books. Of course, the broke wizards were thrilled to be able to access all the books they had always desired. They were in disbelief that they could use the library as much as they wanted, but in return, the hero informs them that they will have to show their research notes to prove that they are actually making progress. Well, they don't seem to have any problem with that agreement. However, the hero also needs the library, so that he can master his own magic and understand the magical system of the world using their research. Furthermore, the new wizards will also be researching for him. Next, he begins to assign the wizards to different areas. He assigns some to take care of the deforested areas of the land. After all, there needs to be trees, if he dreams of making more paper. So, Ariel has to take responsibility for the damage he caused to the environment. He shows a seedling planted to the wizards, and that is enough for them to start working. They all plant their staffs into the ground and chant some words that I won't bother to understand. Then the seedling begins to sprout from the soil. It was an analysis of their technique, and he imagines that they are channeling their mana into the tree and using a spell to nourish it. With the right amount of mana, he also wonders if they are using magic to alter its genetic composition, observing how much the tree has grown. It was a technical compliment, but he couldn't help but ask if they would make it grow more. The wizard explains that if they do this in a short period of time, the tree will die. After all, trees also need to rest. They will help the tree grow once a month, which gives about half a year to restore the entire forest. With the environmental issues faced by one of Ariel's previous lives, he bets that this would be impressive, but what a pity anyway. Ariel lets them work for the next group. He gives them the task of maintaining the village fields. He plans to make the family a self-sufficient place through agriculture. Instead of relying solely on hunting, the wizard asks if they should cultivate in the current location. Although this is the main goal, he asks if they are willing to travel to the 12 villages to cultivate them. And this question sends shivers down their spines, considering how much work that would be. Of course, Aaron is not an evil ruler. All he wants them to do is adjust the field to the right conditions, and the villagers will take care of the rest. He sketches a plan and asks the wizards if they can handle it. Apparently, they are confident that they can accomplish the task. To help with the work, the hero mentions the fact that he brought some magical tools and wants to test them. They place the magical artifacts around, and then create a barrier that will only allow sunlight to pass through. With that, the group officially created the Mana House. To avoid being confused with a greenhouse, they moved forward to install the rest of these devices in the other villages to save the villagers from hunger. After this was done, Arrow assigned 2 wizards as part of the magical tools research team and 3 others as security. Lastly, there is Adia, who is Errol's personal mage. Her job is to protect him and also carry out tasks. She is practically his magical errand girl since he is not in a position to use magic. But for now, he wants her to improve her skills by reading magic books. She is much more than passionate about this, because she wants to support Errol in any way she can. Ariel can tell that she is as sincere as she was during the interview, and wonders what is behind that. Shortly after, a book falls from Dia's cloak. Ariel picks it up and recognizes it as one of his night books that the knights couldn't understand. He hands it to Dia and wonders why she has such a book as a mage. Ella received it from an acquaintance but became attached to it because she discovered that aura and mana are theoretically similar, an idea that Ella also shared in her research. This book has been practically a lifesaver for her, and she murmurs that she is even willing to cross continents to serve the adored author of the book. Aaron, on the other hand, thinks she is going too far with her dedication. All he did was write some basic theories in it, and doesn't remember being so inspiring. Besides, Dia enjoys the food around the palace, which gives the real reason why she came. Even so, Arrow thinks it is probably good for her to be so dedicated to him, but still hopes that making her his personal mage was the right choice. In the library, Hero learns about how magic works. Now that he understands the theory, he tries to remember how Dia uses it, magic, so that he can try. With this, he can now channel mana while a flash of light emerges from the library. Now Iro is on his way to becoming a professional in magic. With ongoing magic training, Iro starts to pay attention to his other responsibilities. He arrives at the capital of Ernesia, and their destination is the dwarves' forge. While they are in front of the factory, he considers causing havoc at the dwarves' main base. She plans to annihilate the entire building if they try something funny. But Ariel tells her not to do that. Since they are mainly there for business, she tried to object, but was officially prohibited from doing anything. Shortly after, the intense heat of the factory interrupts the conversation as soon as they enter. Aaron already wishes to escape because of the heat of the environment. Ben introduces himself to the two, including the fact that he has been Aiken's apprentice for 15 long years, and offers to be their guide. Of course, it was Yasha, feeling sorry for poor Ben, who has been working under Aiken for so long. On the other hand, Ben mentions that he was supposed to have come to receive them, but his master didn't tell him anything. He finally leads them to the room where Aiken is, while the other two sympathize with the difficulty he is facing. Then Aiken, who is quite impatient with the arrival of the visitors. Errol mentions how impatient he is. He didn't plan to arrive right after sending the letter to him. Then Aiken serves his guest a glass of wine, and wants to get straight to the point about the reason for Errol's visit. It turns out that Errol has a very different request this time. This time, he asks that half of the dwarves work as his personal craftsmen in Farlia without thinking twice. He rejects the proposal, and points out that Ariel already seems to be drunk. Errol finishes his request, mentioning that he wants half of the dwarves to establish a branch in Farlia. He adds that he will cover all expenses nonetheless, and Aiken still refuses the offer, or even to work in a place like Farlia. Besides that, money is the least of their concerns, so instead, Errol offers to give him his personally developed technique, called Damascus Steel. Aiken's face lights up upon hearing this, and he deduces that Damon must have given Errol information about this fact. It turns out that the dwarves came to Ernesia in search of Damascus Steel, a rare metal that does not exist in their homeland, and had a dream of being able to forge this metal. Now it is revealed that he knows how to manufacture it, and even promises other exclusive techniques. If they agree to work for him, this is enough to leave Aiken serious, and even Errol notices the dramatic change in his tone with the proposal made. And Aiken asks what the conditions of Errol for the agreement are. He mentions that they will have to work for him for 10 years, of course, and Aiken refuses to accept that, before finally agreeing to 5 years with the negotiations made. Aiken will inform the other dwarves and asks for a month to prepare. This makes Errol wonder how much Damascus Steel means to them, since it was what led him to convince the dwarves with that resolved. Errol returns with Aiken after the negotiations. Errol wishes to do what he does best, relax, since he now has a reason not to do anything. A jump in time later, and we have Kanya. She looks out the window and wonders if Errol has been seen outside his room. His guards also have not seen his whereabouts, but Kanya mentions that he claimed travel fatigue and needs to rest. Even so, it is still unbelievable for Kanya that he has not left his room in over a week. She runs to his room to check. When she breaks down the door, she finds her guy living his best life. He welcomes Kanya and assumes she came to have dinner with him, while she is stunned by what she is seeing. Errol asks Dia to prepare the setting for the two. Using her magic, she lifts Errol into the air, puts on his clothes, and then sets up a dinner table for both Errol and Kanya. While Errol is fed by magic, Kanya is still shocked. Errol wonders why she is not eating, but she is sure that something is wrong with everything she is seeing. However, Errol thinks everything is fine. She imagines that Errol's laziness is probably top-notch at this point. Then Errol tells his personal mage to take him to the bath, and that is enough to make Kanya lose her patience, destroying the area. So Kanya's guards and Errol begin an emergency intervention for Errol to start. They would like to ask him a question. Errol wonders if it is serious, since he is unaware of his crime, so he asks Dia, who also doesn't seem to know what the problem is. Ariel begins to think that it is nothing serious. Before Kenya clarifies that he is becoming very dependent on magic, he is a bit confused about what she means, and thinks there is something wrong with the day. However, how hardworking and diligent she is was not the problem here. The main issue is Ariel, who probably can no longer stand on his own 2 feet. He mentions that he can still walk to the bathroom, but obviously, that is not enough. Even his guards tell him the same thing, that using too much magic is bad. He is just looking for a more convenient life, and asks if Dia is okay with all the work. She is, and Ariel still does not see the problem, but the rest see the issue as clear as day. Kenya informs Dia that she is only making the problem worse for Ariel. Although everything may seem fine in the palace, it definitely will not be in public. Ariel already knows he will not reach that level, or rather, this becomes a good idea for him. Of course, everyone is already against it, even before he mentions that he is joking like his older sister. Kenya forbids Ariel from using magic, and this surprises him. Then Kenya also forbids Dia from fulfilling Ariel's requests, and it feels as if his only means of support has been cut off. Dia believes she is about to be fired, but Kenya informs her that this is not the case. Meanwhile, Ariel begins to reflect on his actions. He never thought things would come to this point, and finally realizes how magic can turn a lazy person into someone even lazier. Kenya informs him that he will ruin his health if he continues, but Dia reveals that she has been stimulating his muscles every time she moves him so that he does not weaken so easily. Even so, it is a problem, and Kenya suggests replacing Dia with another mage. However, Dia pleads that they do not reach that point. Although she is not sure about other things, she is very confident that she is much better than the other mages, so she refuses to give up her role. Looking at the situation, Iro realizes that Kenya has hurt Dia's pride as a mage. Kane appears to calm things down and wonders why she wants to continue being Ariel's personal mage, even though the suggestion to switch roles has been practically justified. Even Ariel is curious since there would be no difference in pay, and she would work much less compared to dragging the lazy Ariel everywhere. But then Ariel realizes that he should be the one to make this decision, but his opinion does not matter at this moment. Then Kane challenges Dia to convince her, and she accepts since she has little choice at this point, seeing that her opinion has been rejected. Ariel wants to know what kind of test Kenya has in mind. She starts with a documentation test that definitely was not invented on the 5th of February before mentioning it, and Dill easily completes it using her magic. Ariel has already been passing his work to Dia, since magic basically involves calculations, so she was already prepared for the moment. Next is the cooking test, where Dia will have to cook all kinds of things, to Ariel's taste. But once again, she manages to do this, thanks to her previous experience in the Magic Tower. She prepares all the food, and it is perfect for Ariel. It is almost frightening to him how good she is, while Kenya tries to come up with a few more tests that are completely unmade. At that moment, Ariel talks to his guards, and asks why they are all doing this. He already knows that Kenya would not go after Dia without reason. Besides, they would have tried to intervene, but they are doing nothing. So he knows they have another reason for doing all this. From there, it turns out that Kenya is suspicious of Dia. There was an incident a few days ago, where the magical security system was partially destroyed by an unknown individual. Although they do not believe Dia is guilty, they think she presents a letter from the intruder to Ariel. He reads it, and discovers that whoever it is wants Dia back in the Magic Tower. It turns out, they also showed this same letter to Dia, but she was left speechless, or rather indifferent to it. Ariel and Kenya believe that her reaction was quite strange, and think there is a reason why she is so loyal to Ariel. A normal person would have given up on him after about 3 days. Harold has already investigated her heart and discovered that she has no further intentions. But there is no way to convince Kane and the guards of this. To be honest, Kane has a hidden dislike for mages after the incident with the Dark Mage. He can understand that this might be the reason why. Kane is acting this way towards Dia, but he asks Ariel and Kenya to suspend their judgments while he deals with the problem related to Dia. He asks the two to calm Kenya down. With that resolved, he goes to talk to Dia and discover the truth. Ariel goes to Dia's room to apologize for all the problems that arose earlier in the day. He observes how her room is quite empty, probably because she has not lived in the room for a long time. Dia understands the situation that occurred and believes that anyone serving Ariel must be carefully analyzed. But let's be realistic here. Ariel's standards aren't that high. Ariel explains that Kenya has always had something against mages and was opposed to him having a personal one. He already knows this is because of the incident with the Dark Mage, which has become quite a famous story in the Magic Tower. The incident also made the aristocrats suspicious of them, which reduced their profits. They were ordered to kill any Dark Mage found. He doesn't have to worry about Kanya's behavior. However, she insists that his intervention is unnecessary. She still holds a grudge from their previous encounter and wants to prove her skills as a mage to Kanya. Now she wants to know why she insists so much on being his personal mage, even though they have never met. Arrow cannot understand why she is so obsessed with him. From there, she explains about her past. She was taken in by the magic tower as a poor child after a disease killed everyone in her village, including her family. Upon hearing this, Arrow concludes that they must have taken her in because they recognized her potential in mana, since Tai only accepts orphans when they recognize talent. Even so, Dia was not good at magic, so she was demoted to a service girl. This confuses Ariel, as he wonders how the difference in skill was overcome. It turns out that Dia was a first-class mage 2 years ago, and somehow managed to drop to a fourth-class mage. Now, she couldn't control her mana through the magic tower's teaching method until she found the main diary book, those about knights. From there, you can practically guess what happened. The method in the book was perfect for her, and she ended up reaching 4th class in 2 years. Although it's hard to believe, Ariel realizes that her theory seems to fit well with Dia, and believes that she is a genius who can improve just by reading. So who would have thought? If it weren't for Ariel, she might have remained as an assistant in the tower forever, or something like that. That's why Dia refers to Ariel as her savior. However, he informs her that it is the result of all the work she dedicated, but she will still call him whatever she wants. She is apparently stubborn. After that, Dia left the magic tower, and her former master was very angry about it. However, she didn't care, since she improved despite him. But she really hates the fact that he went around telling everyone that she reached 4th class because of him. After that, she set out on a journey to find where her savior lived, and even went to the other side of the continent just to look for him. It was then that she discovered that Farilia was hiring mages, which allowed her to find Ariel and consider him her true master. After telling the story, Ariel suggests that she could have told the same story to Kanya, but she doesn't want to share that embarrassing story with anyone else, and also wants to be respected for her skills. So Ariel promises not to tell anyone and leaves her room, wishing her good luck. At night, Ariel is in his room. He talks to Phaon, who seems to be aware of Dia. He even admits that she went through an unfortunate fate, and that her master was not the best. He also adds that she developed her skills on her own, and risked the penalty of leaving the tower. It turns out there is a contract made to protect the secrets of the magic tower, and once broken, the offender loses half of their magic circles, and reverts to being a low-level mage. Finally, Ariel learns how strict the magic tower can be, so he thanks and turns off his device. He puts it aside and thinks about all the risks Dia ran just to meet him. Then he decides to intervene to see how he can help. The next day, Kanya and Dia confront each other. Ariel had to accompany them but never expected Kanya to be so serious about it. She challenges Dia to a duel, and looking at the two fighters, Ariel already knows this is a very unfair battle. He tries to stop them, but Dia insists that the only way Kanya will accept her is through a battle. Kanya, on the other hand, doesn't understand why she is so loyal to Ariel, so she wants to find out for herself. Ariel sees that the situation is getting out of control and wonders why his two guards aren't stopping them. But what does he want them to do? Even they can't stop this. So Ariel wonders what he can do until he notices something in the bushes. The battle is about to begin. With all the human aura hanging in the air, Dia begins to float. She prepares to cast a spell, but Ariel realizes that she is not using an attack spell, and even went to the other side of the continent just to find him. It was then that she discovered that Farilia was hiring wizards, which allowed her to find Ariel, and consider him her true master. After telling the story, Ariel suggests that she could have told the same story to Kanya, but she doesn't want to share that story, embarrassing with anyone else, and also wants to be respected for her skills. So Ariel promises not to tell anyone, and leaves her room, wishing her good luck. At night, Ariel is in his room. He talks to Phaon, who seems to be aware of the day. He even admits that she went through an unfortunate fate, and her master was not the best. He also adds that she developed her skills on her own, and risked the penalty of leaving the tower. It turns out that there is a contract made to protect the secrets of the magic tower, and once broken, the offender loses half of their magic circles and reverts to being a low-level wizard. Finally, Ariel learns how strict the magic tower can be. He thanks and turns off his device. He puts it aside and thinks of all the risks that Dia ran just to meet him. He then decides to intervene to see how he can help. The next day, Kania and Dia confront each other, and Ariel had to accompany them, but he never expected Kania to be so serious about it. She challenges Dia to a duel, and looking at the two fighters, Ariel already knows that this is a rather unfair battle. He tries to stop them, but Kania insists, as the only way for Cain to accept her is through a battle. Cain, on the other hand, does not understand why she is so loyal to Ariel, so he wants to find out for himself. Ariel sees that the situation is getting out of control and wonders why his two guards are not stopping them. But what does he want them to do? Neither can stop this. So Ariel wonders what he can do until he notices something in the bushes. The battle is about to begin. With all the human aura hanging in the air, Dia starts to float. She prepares to cast a spell, but Ariel realizes that she is not using an attack spell. She uses her spell to expose an intruder, while Kanya launches the sword's sheath at him. Then the thing explodes after accumulating some aura and transforming it into a grenade. After that, Kanya and Dia approach the intruder and discover that he is Dia's master from the magic tower. Now they have found one mysterious intruder, who was around Ariel's palace. He claims to be nobody suspicious, then presents his identification documents. He reveals that he came to bring Dia to the magic tower and is furious with the situation she put him in. However, she has no plans to return with him. All he did was send her to do some strange tasks and let her starve when he had the chance. Even so, he still demands that she return, since the Grandmaster has been bothering him non-stop about it. Ariel intervenes, and realizes that he is being pressured to train another apprentice as good as Dia, and that this is going very well so far. As soon as Ariel points out the man's lack of skill and incompetence, he grabs Dia by the hand and drags her. He mentions that he will file a complaint about Ariel's insolence, and adds that Dia will be punished for leaving the tower without permission. Fortunately, Ariel releases his grip, and mentions the fact that Dia signed a contract to be her personal mage. Moreover, he also obtained permission from the magic tower. The man tries to talk about the rules, but Ariel informs the noisy person that she made an official request, and the magic tower allowed Dia to remain as her personal mage. Now that everything has been resolved, it's time for him to leave. However, he refuses to leave without a fight, especially considering the difficulty of reaching their current location. He casts some magical orbs on the ground and creates several golems. He is determined to bring Dia back, so he orders his minions to attack. He believes that if he brings Dia back and trains her, the magic tower will likely defend him, so he cannot afford to lose. The man probably chose the wrong fight, so the hero tells everyone to fight back. Kania will do what she was born to do along with the other guards, seeing that he would be used enough to attack. The hero thought he would be at least a class 7 mage, but he was only in a disappointing class 5. The man tries to use one of his golems to take Ariel hostage, but that is obviously a bad idea. Dia fries the golem with a lightning spell, and uses a wind spell on the remaining minions and the wizard. The hero realizes it's time to end everything, but before that can happen, the wizard uses an emergency teleportation scroll to escape. Dia insists on pursuing him, but Ariel tells her not to worry, and mentions that he will file a complaint at the magic tower. Dia apologizes for the situation her personal problem caused, but it's not a problem, and Ariel mentions that she is officially off the hook. She wonders what he means by that, so the hero explains that he already knew about her master's presence. She wanted to see if she would confront him, which would prove her loyalty to him. She did exactly that, defeating her master, and surely no one will have any more complaints about her. Meanwhile, in a different location, Dia's master is breathing heavily after a narrow escape. He is still determined to bring her back to the magic tower. His monologue is interrupted when a mysterious figure in a tree approaches him. Of course, he wants to know who the person is, but instead, the figure incinerates him with a fire spell. It turns out that this mysterious person is Ariel, who wanted to use the guy as practice for the spells he learned. He thinks that killing him is better than letting him receive any official punishment. Anyway, he still cannot let him live because of Dia. After that, he decides to return before anyone notices he is missing. Continuing, Ariel is working as usual, and Dia helps by handing him a book. He takes the book and tells her that she doesn't need to help him with magic anymore, even though he had allowed it after that suspicious incident. Ariel stopped depending so much on Dia, probably because Kania warned him about supporting his laziness. She asks if Ariel is still okay with her being his personal mage. The incident was not her fault, so he is still okay with that. That said, she praises how merciful Hero is, and decides to reflect on her actions. As if worrying about something like that is clear, his level of loyalty still leaves Ariel very uncomfortable. He also asks what would happen if he disappointed her. However, she still considers him her savior, no matter what. With that answer, Ariel now has an incredibly loyal mage to him, and is fascinated by all the people one can meet in life. It is a new day, it is calm, and the birds are singing. As the flowers are blooming, the hero is enjoying every moment, until he causes all kinds of chaos with his magic in the name of practice. There goes the piece I was just talking about. Aaron has already become a Class 6 mage all in 1 month. By the way, all the chaos he caused was at the edge of his territory, and it is the perfect place to carry out secret activities since no one goes there. But one thing that would have improved Aaron's practice is monsters, but honestly, it's good that they aren't there. With everything settled, Aaron finally realizes that it is the perfect moment to act. Aaron remembers the first time he saw Queen Elja when he was a baby, and since then, she has hated him for the way he looked at her. He planned to ignore that, but she kept attacking him using politics and was even hostile to him in front of his mother. So, using his magic, he floats to Queen Elja's domain. Since he is fed up with her antics, he finds an alarm barrier around the building that allows certain wavelengths of mana to pass, but zero passes through it because it is simply good like that. Fortunately, the guards are unaware of his invasion. He looks at Elja's parents' house and comments on how it is larger than his, but what a pity, because he creates a massive fireball, and he is ready to destroy everything. The fireball explodes, and fire begins to rain down on the area. Meanwhile, the residents of the building notice this, all confused and such, trying to evacuate the building for safety. But they do not know that all of this is the work of the hero, since he is using an invisibility and silencing spell to hide. A little overpowered if you ask me, but moving on, it was to see the vassal of the Duke family of Flash, so he decides to make his life a little difficult by implanting a special curse. That will give him flu-like symptoms or probably COVID, and this will prevent him from acting. After the invasion, Aaron is planning to take some souvenirs with him. Since it took some effort to get there, he approaches a door, breaks the lock, and reveals what is inside. Looking inside, Aaron literally finds gold. Since it is treasure, he plans to take everything with him by teleportation and leave a note as a souvenir. Much later, some of the residents escape the building, but they find a letter and already know it is from the culprit. When they take a look, they find Aaron's handiwork, but do not know who left the message after the act. The first person to receive the news was Elia. All the life drained from her after learning what happened, and she falls to the ground. Fortunately, there were no fatalities after the incident. Just some minor injuries. Even so, the question remains about who would commit such an act. The king also learns of this, and orders that the culprit be found. Observing the attack, it is believed to have been caused by a Class 6 mage, or a group of mages, or it could even be dark mages, like in the incident with Kania. Someone interrupts the meeting to inform that the nobles of the Freight family are all sick after the fire incident. Later, he discovers that the source of his family's pride, the enormous wealth they possessed, has all been stolen. She orders her maid to find out who committed such a crime at all costs, but she also remains cautious as she herself could be the next target. Back to the daughter, she learns of the situation. She reports that the status of the Frate family has fallen, and no one can help them because everyone is afraid of being targets of the next terrorist attack. She discusses everything that happened with Kania, but still, they will not fall into ruin since they are a large noble family, although they have suffered a significant blow. So, to the main culprit, he agrees that they must be careful, for a terrorist attack will not be good at all. He then offers to send a donation to the Frate family, probably from the stolen treasure, as a sign of support to them in Farilla. The human house is functioning perfectly, and the crops are starting to grow even in a place like Farilla. No one expected to harvest anything beyond that. The harvest is double what it was before. All of this is thanks to the mages who have been staying up all night to ensure that the tools are perfect. Now, Aaron takes a look at the human house. And as everything is peaceful at the moment, with the freight house out of the picture and the territory stable, he wishes it remains this peaceful. Now, in the past, about 50 years ago, 3 countries gained power after a great war and became known as the 3 great nations. But among the 3 was the kingdom of Daemoniel, which was weaker than the kingdom of Ernesia and the Mirman Empire, but it managed to gain its position by taking advantage of the war. Speaking of the kingdom of Daemoniel, they are going through some problems. King Risa in Luzia Lunitnia discovers documents containing evidence about products being smuggled from the kingdom of Ernesia, and he is definitely not at ease with this. He is worried about the future of the kingdom, but managed to gain his position by taking advantage of the war. Speaking of the Daemoniel kingdom, they are going through some problems. King Risa in Luzia Lutinia discovers documents containing evidence about products being smuggled from the Ernesia kingdom, and he is definitely not at ease with this. He is worried about the future of the kingdom, but your right-hand man is Guizem. He tries to calm him down with the way things are going. The kingdom's economic crisis will be too great to overcome in the next 5 years, and, obviously, this is not a good thing. Previously, the wealth gap between the 3 great nations was not so bad. But all of that changed when a certain child appeared and casually caused an economic imbalance concerning his document, the Mirman Empire. He even tried to file a complaint about the document's production, but that didn't work because he was producing it through a different method, leaving no other way to reduce the gap. Guizem suggests using force, but they are facing Ernesia, which is basically like the Fire Nation of the world. However, he mentions that they will have to join forces, instead of challenging them alone. So with that, the Demonial Kingdom sent messengers to 3 different nations to request an alliance. They meet in a secret and obscure meeting room in Demonial, and it is Guizem who welcomes the participants. The representatives that appeared are from the Mirman Empire and the TG Pen Duchy, and both have scars for some reason. Anyway, it turns out that the other place, whose name I won't repeat, is a small territory but with a high military reputation, then to the Holy Empire, which didn't even bother to show up, but they probably want to see Ernesia burn just as much as they do, so they won't leak the meeting. Of course, the meeting begins, and they discuss the fact that they need to stop the heresy. Due to the change in economic power, as heresy is a rather strong kingdom, they will need the alliance to be able to fight properly. Guizem realizes that they will not be able to develop any products if they are pressured with war, but he focuses his attention on the youngest prince, who is Helio, and as he has developed several products in addition to all his renowned feats, they realize that if they let him, he will likely continue to do various things, which will make Ernesia unstoppable. Thus, the main objectives are to cause some significant damage to the kingdom or kill Ariel. The 2 representatives agree with the plan and even wanted to go to war from the start, and now things have started to move among them. Back in Ernesia, the king discovers the meeting between the 3 nations and is sure that something is happening, so he decides to make preparations since the approaching war will be much worse than the previous one, and orders that each territory be informed about it. Ariel receives this notice in Ferraria and begins to wonder if he has gone too far, even when he held back. Hence the question, if something happens since he usually enjoys his outings. He mentions that he needs to meet with Kanya, since something problematic happened, and they will have to be fully prepared. In summary, Ernesia makes money, Demonial doesn't like it, so Demonial starts an alliance. They don't like each other, but they want to defeat Ernesia. End of the meeting. With the way everything happened, they are probably treating Ariel as some kind of villain. Kanya learns about the impending war and the alliance between the Mirman Empire and the other 2 kingdoms. It was understandable if it was with the Mirman Empire, since they are not on good terms, but she doesn't understand the case with the other 2 kingdoms since she thought Ernesia was on good terms with them. So, she suggests a classic move from Kanya to attack them. First, for the first time, Ariel agrees with this idea, but it would be difficult to find any evidence since the meeting happened in secret. After all, there is no way they would leave any evidence after the super obvious secret meeting, and they are very lucky to find out about it. Ariel already knew that war was coming, but he never expected it to happen so soon. Of all the past lives he has lived, he thinks about how humans always have to resort to war, and finds the reason for the current war ridiculous. Of course, he believes that war is not the answer to all problems. Kanya pulls him out of his thoughts. Since nothing has been confirmed yet, he then suggests that Kanya should return to the royal palace. It turns out that Haley sent a letter to express her concern, and to prevent her from going into battle, but Ariel could go to the front lines if he wanted. Ariel mentions that this is a viable option since his status as a prince could benefit him, more than his status as a knight, but Kanya refuses to go back without thinking twice. Ariel tries to warn her that she could end up on the battlefield if things go wrong, but she is more than fine with that. Besides, she promised to protect her younger brother and doesn't want to flee to safety just because she is a princess. She believes that being royalty is more of a reason not to flee. Seeing her determination, Ariel realizes how much his beloved sister has grown and decides to inform the king about her decision. Since it is practically impossible to stop Cena in the recreation room of Castle Ariel, Cena discusses the imminent war with Acha and Dia. It happens that Cena has already been in war twice, but is sure that this one will be much more serious than the previous ones. She suggests that Acha should visit her hometown to see her brother since he started studying at the academy, although this seems like a good idea. Acha decides to stay since anything can happen at any moment. She also adds the fact that Cena has postponed her vacation to stay as well. Seeing that they cannot go anywhere, they simply decide to have as much fun as they can while they still can in the quarters. He makes plans for the war. He believes it could happen within a year. Even with his experience from multiple reincarnations, he is not sure how the war will end. He also plans to intervene if the worst-case scenario occurs, but that would mean abandoning his peaceful life, which is his main priority to survive the war. He decides to build a military stockpile to prevent the opponents from invading Ariel. He rushes to find Aiken, who almost would have hit a shot to the head earlier with his hammer in Ariel. He mentions that the facilities and location are very good, but the other blacksmiths are quite hopeless. They worked for 2 days without sleeping, and everyone collapsed. Aiken is upset about this, but of course, normal people would die working like that. But anyway, Aiken received the documents to make acid from the mask. He is shocked that this can be done with such materials. However, the process will not be easy. Because he needs to be precise, getting to the main point, Ariel asks for some weapons to be made, and Aiken agrees when he asks how many would be needed. Ariel whispers what leaves even Aiken shocked, so he runs away since Aiken is now after him. It turns out that Ariel wanted him to make 20,000 pieces of armor, and he is definitely not comfortable with that. On the other hand, Ariel thinks it is better to be careful if it continues like this. Then he goes to meet Ian, the slave trader, who is now all stylish with all the money he has been receiving. He receives the best client as always and gets straight to the point since it is an urgent meeting. This time, Ian will receive the order of a lifetime. He has even hired all possible traders before the meeting. Arrow raises his hand and requests 50,000 slaves, which is 10 times the last order, and it can be expected that even Ian did not anticipate this amount. Ian couldn't believe it. He finds himself repeating the enormous number just to see if our prince is joking or not, but our boy responds by asking if it was too much. It is at this moment that the slave trader realizes that the prince is indeed serious about business here. He tells him that the truth is that there has been an increase in nobles looking for slaves, and they have been asking for about 2,000 to 3,000 people, saying that everyone intends to use them as troops. But 50,000 people? What is he doing with 50,000 people? He asks if he intends to use them all for the same purpose. The prince says no, as before. This number includes the slaves and the members of their families, but he tells the boy slave that his speculation is not far from the truth. The slave trader begins to smile a lot at this opportunity to make money, certainly hoping to be more ostentatious after this. Our boy obviously notices this. He tells himself that it makes sense since it is not hard for a trader to notice the signs of an imminent war. He will definitely ask for more than the market price for the next clients. Our boy tells him that he hopes he keeps this a secret, and the slave trader agrees, saying that confidentiality is a basic part of business. He asks our prince if he would like him to send the slaves to his territory. The prince asks how long it would take to gather 50,000 people. The slave trader responds by saying that it would take about 5 days. How the hell does he have that many slaves in the first place? The prince tells him that he will come to pick them up personally in 5 days, and Ian asks if he is sure he wants to do this, since it could be complicated. The prince says it's fine, and quickly leaves. Standing behind the closed doors, he tells himself that he has a mountain of preparations to make when he gets home, and his laziness does not want to do any of that. He thinks he will use this as an excuse to be lazy for the next 5 days, his perfectly justified life of 12 idleness or waits for later. Ariel finds Cena. She is surprised by the news that they cannot go back home for the next 5 days. She asks if he is sure that it is all right, tells him that he hopes he keeps this a secret, and the slave trader agrees, saying that confidentiality is a basic part of business. He asks our prince if he would like him to send the slaves to his territory. The prince asks how long it would take to gather 50,000 people, and the slave trader responds, saying, about 5 days. How the hell does he have that many slaves in the first place? The prince tells him that he will come to pick them up personally in 5 days, and Ian asks if he is sure he wants to do this, as it could be complicated. The prince says it's fine, and quickly leaves. Standing behind the closed doors, he tells himself that he has a mountain of preparations to make when he gets home, and his laziness doesn't want to do any of it. He thinks he will use this as an excuse to be lazy for the next 5 days, his perfectly justified life of 12 idleness or waits for later. Ariel finds Kanya. She is surprised by the news that they cannot go home for the next 5 days. She asks if he is sure that it is all right, since everyone is busy. Our prince boldly calls her an innocent child, saying that being lazy when busy is much sweeter than being lazy when free. But Kenny insists that they should ask to see if they could simply go back home. Our boy asks her if she wants to take a look at the capital. She pauses for a moment and falls into a flashback due to her position as a princess and the attack from the Dark Kania. She had to spend most of her days inside the royal palace. She would be very interested in the outside world, and definitely couldn't resist this offer. So she agrees. She asks the prince if they are going to take a stroll. Ariel tells her yes, and that he has already delegated all important tasks so they can stay here for a while. Moreover, she has nothing to do when she returns. She would be the unemployed princess. She agrees and tells him that it's just this once, and Ariel's mission to convince Kania is a success. As they walk through the hustle and bustle, Kania exclaims that the village in their territory is really small compared to this metropolis. Ariel tells her it's because they live in a rural area. He reminds her to hold his hand so they don't get lost. They try some delicious snacks. While Kanya samples the tasty treats, they check out the fountain, and Kanya sees that it is smaller than the ones they have. Then Kanya sees something and shows it to our prince. Ice cream. Some items he made a long time ago. She remembers having seen them before, and Ariel panics upon seeing the sign. He becomes super embarrassed by it, and that's when he realizes it's one of their shops, so he stylishly and discreetly pushes Kanya so they can see other, less embarrassing things. Anyway, the princess enters and notices that they sell swords here. The seller greets them and offers a sword that he claims is specially for them. The seller goes into teaching mode about swords and talks to Kanya about the forgers of some swords. He offers a 10% discount, but our prince quickly interrupts him, saying it's absolutely hopeless. He understands that the seller wants to make money but shouldn't sell counterfeit products. The seller tries to deny it, claiming that his swords were approved by the dwarves, but Kanya just asks her to infuse a bit of her chakra. She does this, and now the sword made by the dwarves is just a little dwarven due to the aura. The seller tries to deny it, but the prince threatens to take him to the forge to check, and the seller immediately apologizes for the price of forgiveness. Arrow picks up a dagger for a cheap price, and after they leave, Arrow tells the princess that the dagger is truly made by the dwarves, and he gives it to her as a gift. Kanya is very happy with the present, and this makes the boy very pleased. A few days later, the slaves march with the prince, and Princess Kanya tells him that this might be an exaggeration, but he asks her to imagine commanding 20,000 people at once. She admits that it would feel good. The gates open, and everyone is excited to see the prince until they are not. They become terrified by the number of people he has gathered. They tell him it's too many and ask questions like how they will feed them all, and if they should have waited a bit before increasing their forces. Since there is still not enough proof of war, the prince responds by saying there is no doubt that a war would happen. He asks them to trust him, because he has never been wrong before. They listen to him, and he asks for help with something. They are going to turn those slaves into elite soldiers who will guard the region of Firilha. First, they will select the most promising among them and prioritize their training. Then they will become commanders of each unit and train the rest of the troops. He wants them to run the entire operation with a basic training guide that he will give them, and he is leaving this to Chu and China. They will be very busy from now on, because they are going after the leaders of the alliance of the 3 territories, and he will make them pay for making him work, the young prince. Ariel and Dia are seen walking through the mountains. The prince complains about the walk and asks Dia why wizards live in the mountains. Dia explains that only old wizards like to set up their workshops in the mountains, and young wizards prefer the city. Prince Ariel understands immediately. Dia also reveals that she prefers the city because there is nothing to eat in the mountains. The prince agrees, but not with her reasoning. Finally, they arrive at their destination, where they find Fayon, who expresses how long it has been since he saw the prince in person, and is ready and willing to help him. The prince tries to calm him down, saying he just wanted to buy something that is a bit difficult to acquire. The prince wants stones that can store mana, also known as magic stones, and he would like them in large quantities, but only the ones of purity grade A. Fayon's demeanor changes as he explains that the order, also known as magic stones, and he would like them in large quantities, but only those of purity grade. Fayon's honor changes. He explains that the request was under the jurisdiction of the magic tower, and is confused about why the prince came to him instead. The Prince Oreo reveals that the magic tower will not sell them to him, and Fayon immediately realizes that he plans to use them for war, to which the prince nods. Depending on how you use them, wizards can be like lethal long-range weapons, especially on the battlefield. The prince assures Fayon that he simply wants to defend his territory, and Fayon understands but is still confused about why the prince sought him out. The young prince, playfully, asks Fayon to stop playing dumb, as he is aware of how powerful Fayon's connections are. Of course, Fayon should already know how the prince operates by this point, with money, of course. The prince reveals to himself that Fayon is a stubborn old man, which also means he is wise and reserved. When it comes to money matters, Fayon reluctantly agrees, but warns that it will take some time. Fortunately, our protagonist thought so too. The prince begins his journey back home, happy since yet another problem has been solved. He feels he has been working too hard these days, and perhaps he should take a break. The sudden stop by, Dia makes him pause. In the middle of the path he asks what happened, and she reveals that she was just a bit shocked by the amount of money he had paid to Fayon the prince, dismisses the subject, and decides to whisper to her the total value of his fortune, since she seemed curious. This information leaves Dia completely stunned, and the prince laughs at her. He didn't even include the money he stole from the Franche house. The prince then encourages her not to worry, and they both head back home shortly after returning to Pirla. Prince Ariel has an important task for his mages while he beats a piece of paper in front of them that the mages realize are plants. He tells them that he needs them ready before the war, and they are ultra-secret, so they will have to work on them alone. This leaves them astonished. But they are being very well paid for it. The prince will show them what it means to be true workaholics. Good luck because it's the job. Ardo, of the common people who maintain peace in the world today, our young prince will stroll through the capital with Acha. Acha was suspicious, and asked what they were doing there. Prince Hero reassured her that they were there for serious business. He noticed her suspicion because he had been making many important deals lately to prepare for war. He grabs her by the arm and pulls her towards a very elegant gate. It is the Royal Academy. They were there to see her little brother, who had just started attending. The Royal Academy is a royal educational institution for noble children of high status. However, they prefer to hire private tutors, so it is basically for common noble children. Acha tries to protest, but the prince insists, saying that if he were her brother, he would be angry that his sister was too busy to see him, but she was not okay with just wasting time while everyone was busy. The prince then asks her to stop being stubborn, since he is not the type of employer who wouldn't let her see family. Besides, he had already made several excuses to obtain a visitor pass, so he forbids her from bothering him today. She still tries to protest. However, then they spot some noble children, and our prince realizes he knows nothing about Acha's brother. He asks where he is, but she admits she doesn't know his exact location. However, she assures him that he would recognize him immediately because they often say they look alike, which is true because the prince spots him almost immediately. His name is Aaron, and he is in some kind of meeting, or rather confrontation, with 3 girls. The first girl asks Eric if he has considered her proposal in a severe and serious tone. Eric begins to refuse, and the prince realizes he is being bullied. The prince offers to help him, but Acha asks him to wait a moment, and eventually the girls leave. Acha immediately confronts her brother, and he is shocked to see her. Acha asks about those girls, complaining that he told her he was fine in the letters he sent her. The poor boy tries to explain to her, but Acha is being very dominating, so he refuses to talk to her completely. Acha is surprised, and Prince Ariel realizes he has never seen her so flustered, so he offers to speak with him on her behalf. The prince then proceeds to have a conversation with Aaron, brother to brother. He then reveals that he is actually the sister's boss. Eric is shocked to be talking to the third prince, but he tells him not to worry about that. He gets straight to the point and asks if he was really being bullied by that young girl who seems bossy. Eric exits, but the prince assures that he won't tell his sister and even makes a pinky promise. Eric reveals that the girl is actually Lady Gila, the youngest daughter of the Marquis Karen. Prince Ariel recognizes the name as that of a noble who had a good reputation and was present at his coming-of-age ceremony. He offers to denounce her if she truly was intimidating the brother of the third prince, but the boy immediately rejects it. A flashback reveals that the girl was actually asking the young Harriet to date her. Yes, as crazy as it sounds, that was the truth. Still in the flashback, in response to Rila's irrational request, Harriet runs away from her, shouting that he didn't want to, and that they were only 11 years old. Back in the present, the prince completely agrees with him. They were too young for that kind of thing. Eric complains that she keeps inviting him out even though he has directly rejected her, and then the other noble ladies always tease him, saying how cute he is, treating him like a pet. He wasn't being bullied, he was just annoyed by how everyone teased him. The prince is surprised by how young the boy is. It was just a love squabble between these kids. He is disappointed. Eric admits that he doesn't know how to respond to this, so the prince suggests that he start asking her directly, pointing to the young lady Ria, who suddenly appeared behind him. Ria boldly declares that she returned because she had something to say to Eric and then asks who the prince is. The prince casually replies that they are not strangers and that the lady behind him was actually his future sister-in-law. He was referring to Asha. Eric shouts that she is not. Asha then asks the prince what he meant by that, incredibly nervous. The prince then whispers something in her ear, while Eric starts to panic. On the other hand, Raya recognizes and thinks of her as the older sister of Irete, and her attitude changes completely. She humbly introduces herself with great courtesy, and then calmly asks to enter into a relationship with her younger brother. The prince acknowledges her courage, while the rest of the group is perplexed. She turns to Prince Ariel, asking what she should do. The prince suggests that they let them be, as long as she doesn't dislike the young Asha. Raya is still worried, but the prince thinks that deep down, Irete has feelings for the young lady, but he just doesn't know how to react to her advances. After all, he didn't say that he hated her per se. He argues that Irete is just rejecting her because of his pride, but if left free, what they have could blossom into something beautiful. Joking aside, he also adds that their union would be beneficial for Aisha's family, since Raya comes from a nobility that has a remarkable talent for profiting from well-calculated investments. Although Asha is not that enthusiastic about this idea being a reason to date, the prince still insists that they leave them alone. If they are really interested in each other, it would be better to just trust her brother and see what happens. Asha finally yields amidst the discussion, when a male student suddenly interrupts them, asking if Ireth was bothering the maid again. His name is Lord Luton, and he is demanding to know why Ireth hasn't learned his lesson and stopped trying to ingratiate himself to win Lady Raya's favor. Raya immediately intervenes and defends Ireth, asking why the boy was so angry, and revealing that it was she who invited him out, and not the other way around. But that was exactly Luton's problem. She was rejecting him, and instead trying to get close to a failure like Ireth. It becomes quite clear to Prince Ariel that all of this was just a ridiculous love triangle. Luton continues to argue, saying that Ireth's house had fallen into ruins and that his sister had to go work in the end of the world. He adds that if she keeps insisting on dating him, she could very well bring shame to her noble house. At this point, both our main character and his knight start to get irritated, since both are labeled respectively as the Lord of Nothing and the Working Sister. Ireti then confronts Luton, saying that he had no right to insult Aya or her sister. Luton is angry and is preparing to throw a solid punch, but he is interrupted midway by a much taller Prince Ariel. Luton notices the prince for the first time and asks who he is. The prince refers to himself as the hand of justice who will deal with his behavior. He had planned to just observe, but Luton crossed the line. Luton incited him to mind his own business, since he was a stranger, but the prince had official permission to enter and was about to teach this boy some manners when another figure entered, asking what all the commotion was about. The prince notices that many people are starting to gather there, while Luton recognizes the new figure as Gado, and by his size, he was not a teacher. Like the hand of justice that will deal with his behavior, he had planned to just observe, but Lutem crossed the line. Lutem urged him to mind his own business, since he was a stranger. But the prince had official permission to enter and was about to teach this boy some manners when another figure entered, asking what all the fuss was about. The prince notices that many people are starting to gather there, while Lutem recognizes the new figure as Gado, and by his size, he was not a teacher. Gado goes further and politely asks who the prince is, and the prince introduces himself with pleasure, as he was waiting for someone to ask. Gado almost chokes. What the hell is the prince doing here? He politely suggests they go to a private place to talk. There, he apologizes and reveals that he is actually Luton's older brother. He is also the first son of the family and a fencing instructor at the academy. The prince thinks Erete should receive this apology, and not him, and he agrees, but Gadol refuses to intervene, as he heard it was Erete who first caused problems, and therefore, he should be the only one to apologize. The girl gets goosebumps. She can't believe her brother did anything wrong, but for our prince, this starts to make sense. The love triangle, at such a young age. The Royal Academy is not just a place for learning but also a place to form social connections. Luton was instructed by his family to approach Lady Raya, probably not one of the reasons for her foundation, but good intentions can become corrupted over time. Gadol continues to say that their house and Lady Raya's were on good terms, and Erete has no right to intervene. Our protagonist is completely disgusted. He couldn't believe that Gadol called himself an instructor in anger. He asks if discrimination is an academic value at the institution. Gadol still refuses to yield. He cannot ignore the class difference. He believes that forming relationships according to class is a noble's duty. The prince then uses his words against him, as he thinks Erete's older sister was his personal royal knight, which automatically places her in a much higher class than him. He is left speechless. Gadol tries to compose himself, and says to simply notify their respective families and end the matter right there, but the prince refuses. Our protagonist is irritated. The prince decides that the only way to truly resolve this issue is by using an ancient traditional method used by nobles to settle disputes. Prince Harel is proposing a duel between Acha and Gadol and their younger brothers. Gadol is about to refuse, but the prince interrupts him by adding the rewards and conditions of the duel. As a reward, the prince promised not only to retract everything he said, but also to provide financial assistance to Gadol's family, which his family really needed. The prince also agreed that the requirement for his victory is for Acha and his brother to win, which means that Gadol would be considered the winner even if one of them loses. It was simply an offer that Gadol could not refuse. He calculated that Lucinia was at least 2 years older than Erete, and he himself was the captain of the Order of Knights. This should give them enough advantage to ensure at least one victory, or so he thought. Our protagonist happily seals the agreement, swearing by his name as well as by the surname of his royal family, and it was decided. Acha almost faints. Acha is reasonably angry with the prince. She says that she is usually quite indulgent, but this time, the prince went too far. The prince wonders how this is possible since she is literally always criticizing him. He admits to being a bit irrational, but he cannot simply let Gadol get away with this. He not only mocked Erite but was completely disdainful towards her. He asks Acha if she is really going to ignore all of this. Acha, however, argues that she is his personal royal knight and should never fight in her own name. But the prince counters by saying that belittling her personal guard is the same as belittling him. He will not tolerate anyone insulting either him or his people. The prince knows that she secretly wants to give him a beating and tells her to think of this as a perfect opportunity. Moreover, her brother will also be watching, so this would be her chance to show him how amazing she is. This convinces her, and she finally agrees. Meanwhile, Irene is completely terrified, trembling with fear. He believes he cannot even face Lord Lucime, but the prince tells him to simply attack first. He wants to argue, but the prince becomes serious and advises him. He tells him that it seems Lucime has intimidated him for some time. I will admit that this makes him angry, but for the sake of his sister and the state of his family, he cannot afford to act thoughtlessly, so he had to endure and work on himself. The prince then asks him when he thinks he will be able to get out of this kind of life. By the time he graduates, it will be too late. If he keeps waiting, he will keep his head down for the rest of his life. This is the chance to show what he is made of. He continues by saying that rushing without a plan will do him no good. But he shouldn't worry, because the third prince is by his side. This alerts Irite, and he begins to get excited. Prince Hero then whispers a plan to ensure his success. The reality is that a duel may seem noble, but it is actually barbaric. Despite the agreement, it is still quite violent, but there is nothing people enjoy more than watching others' problems. So it does not surprise the prince when many children and teachers show up to watch the duels. Lady Rhea meets with the prince and says she never agreed with any of this. And the prince apologizes for not having warned her earlier because he was too eager to win them. She admits she felt the same. But it wasn't a fair fight, because Irite wasn't good with the sword. The prince then reveals to her that skills are not necessary to win. All you need are the right tricks. The prince uses this chance to check if Raya is truly interested in Irite or not. He asks directly, and she starts to fidget. She begins to give all kinds of reasons why she likes him, and becomes obviously flustered like a girl on a first date. She thinks he is so cute that she could bite him. The prince realizes that the girl is like him, and concludes that she is incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, the two young ones are preparing to fight. The referee gives the signal, and the match begins. Lucim makes the first move, shouting die and jumping towards Iria with incredible speed. Raya is stunned. He can't believe that he is a noble. He is acting both like an animal and a tiger that has just found its prey. It seems that Irite is in big trouble. Well, until she isn't. The prince suddenly starts sending him instructions, which he follows and takes risks. He dodges, retreats, and strikes exactly as instructed, then lands a strong blow on his opponent. Lutem's butt connects with the ground. The crowd murmurs that his stance may be strange, but somehow he managed to land a hit. The prince is using a mini communication device to help. Harriet thinks he already knows what is happening, and our prince is having fun. Predicting the movements of a child is very easy for him, since they only practice what they learn. He encourages Harriet to keep following his instructions, and Harriet agrees. Meanwhile, Lutem, now irritated, tries to attack again. This time from above, he is shouting in furious bursts and looks so scary that Eric panics a little. The prince tells him to calm down and gives specific instructions to tilt his waist and swing the sword upwards. Eric closes his eyes and does exactly what he was asked. He lands a critical hit in a very private and sensitive area on a man's body, which knocks Lutem out completely and leaves the audience extremely shocked. Gado accepts his defeat but suspects cheating and tells the prince how dishonest this is. But our protagonist, very carefree, categorically denies it. Gadu can't prove anything, and even if he could, there was no rule against external guidance, so he brushes the matter aside. Besides, it won't matter as long as he wins the next one, right? Meanwhile, the young Harriet is proud of himself and runs to the prince's side. The prince congratulates him, and the king rushes to him, saying he always knew he would win. The prince is surprised by the fact that she didn't recite, finding a blatant lie. She was so worried. Turning to her sister, Eret starts to worry. He remembers that her opponent, Gadel, was the captain of the 13th Order of Knights. The prince agrees with him, but it doesn't matter anyway, because he is more than sure that Acha will win this fight. He tells the boy to watch carefully and see that his sister is not forcing herself to fight for the sake of her family. The match begins, and Gato decides that he will not underestimate Acha. He will fight with all his strength from the start. He advances for an attack. He knows he is always careful and doesn't fall easily, but something is wrong. Suddenly, the room is spinning. It's not him who is spinning, it's flying through the room. Apparently, Acha had already advanced and copied while he was still thinking. He hadn't even realized when she moved. It was only after flying through the room and almost crashing into the arena walls that he realized he had been hit, and critically. There was no way to get up after that. Acha actually also planned not to underestimate him, but he didn't even have the chance to do that. As the fight ended in mere seconds, Acha sighs. She begs the prince to at least warn her before starting something. But the prince is all smiles. After all, she not only gained her brother's respect, but also got to see him once more before the war. But she didn't even have the chance to do that, as the fight ended in mere seconds. I think she overestimated herself. She sighs and pleads with the prince to at least warn her before starting something. But the prince is all smiles. After all, she not only earned her brother's respect, but also got to see him one more time before the war. Moreover, she can rest easy knowing that her brother will no longer be bullied. He will ensure that, she thinks, smiling and agreeing with him. She is very grateful. Both return to the family feeling satisfied. When people face a terrible situation, they tend to fall into a state of denial on the way home. Our protagonist realizes that some lords are not seriously preparing for war because they are worried that the war may never come, and dealing with all the resources and weapons they have accumulated would be problematic. They also criticize our protagonist, who is doing everything to prepare. His response is that he is just preparing for the worst-case scenario. But they do not listen and continue with their normal lives until they hear the news in the Mirmon Empire. The king openly declares an alliance between the Demoniel Kingdom and the Archduke of Shagpen. Their goal is to defeat an evil individual who has emerged in the Unesia Kingdom and has been wreaking havoc on their economy. This clearly means war, and the individual mentioned is none other than our boy, the third prince, the king of Unesia. He trembles with rage upon receiving the letter of the alliance of the three territories. They demand that the country immediately cease paper production and destroy all paper-making machines. The country must also share the production methods of its products and pay a fine for the profits they have unjustly acquired. The king decides that it can no longer be avoided. At this point, the war has begun. Sometime later, the war indeed breaks out, leading to combat around the kingdom. The first prince, Jale, realizes that the alliance of the three territories is finally here. Through scouts, he discovers that about 100,000 troops are advancing towards the kingdom. As the heir to the throne, he decides that he must stop them. He then takes command and leads the men into battle. Meanwhile, back in Farila, everyone is on high alert. There are still no orders to mobilize, but they are well aware that the battle has begun, and our MC is also very busy. He is busy cooking happily. Today's menu is roasted rabbit. The prince and his personal mage enjoy small conversations. When they finish, he decides to make another meal using flour and dried fruits. The mage realizes how good a cook Prince Ariel is, so he reveals to her that he often dreamed of simply running away to the south and becoming a cook. The meal is ready, and their field rations, the mage notes, are tasty and rich in calories. And the prince reveals that he wanted something the soldiers could eat quickly while still having quality. He tried to make them for the case that he himself would have to eat them. But the mage points out that he hasn't even been asked to mobilize yet, and the prince tells her that it is just for precaution. Yes, just for precaution. Back on the battlefield, things are starting to heat up. The enemy has already begun to scale the kingdom's walls. Prince Jair is doing his best to keep them away while waiting for reinforcements. Then news arrives that the main army, more than twice the size of the first wave, is approaching. The first prince is perplexed. The enemy has just arrived. Meanwhile, in the castle, it is a real mess in the royal conference room, and the king is tired of it. The enemy numbers continue to increase, and the safety of Prince Dai is at risk. The king decides to pull back the front line and regroup. He declares that every lord and noble must join. The war is a national call. Normally, royalty is never sent to the battlefield, but Prince Dai wanted to prove himself, so there he is. Prince Ariel has just received the king's orders. He was waiting for this. A 3-against-1 war is too much to bear. In the end, our MC knows that the survival of the kingdom is essential. To live his sweet dream life, he has no choice but to become a professional in war. He leaves only the minimum number of soldiers to defend the territory and prepares to go to the battlefield. It has been a while since he saw the Griffin. It is fully grown now and needs to start doing its part. He feels Kenya and tells her to stay back, but she refuses. She is as stubborn as ever. The prince is aware of his sister's strength but simply cannot send a family member to war. However, She herself does not feel comfortable sending her brother into battle alone. She insists that siblings should stick together. He finally gives in. He then reveals a gift from Kania's mother, a very majestic sword passed down in her family for generations called Keltia, in honor of the first chief. Kania is unsure of its value. The Griffin, he is fully grown now and needs to start doing his part. He feels Kania and tells her to stay back, but she refuses. She is as stubborn as ever. The prince is aware of his sister's strength, but simply cannot send a family member to war. But she herself does not feel comfortable sending her brother to battle alone. She insists that brothers should stick together. He finally gives in. He then reveals a gift from Kania's mother, a very majestic sword passed down in her family for generations, called Keltia, in honor of the first chief. Kania is unsure of its value. A very majestic sword passed down in her family for generations, called Keltia, in honor of the first chief. Kania is not sure of its worth, but the prince assures that she deserves him, so he leaves her alone for a while since she is starting to get a bit sentimental. The third prince of Herencia, Prince Ariel, decides that he will minimize casualties in this war as much as possible. Those who fight will be rewarded, and those who fall will have their families taken care of, while he tries not to let people see his fear. He tells them that he does not wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves, but to defend the kingdom through brave acts, and the march to the front line begins. They arrive at the northeastern battlefield to see wounded soldiers everywhere. It was a truly fierce battle. They immediately speak with Prince Jael, who admits to having failed as a commander. Our protagonist does not really occupy that role. However, he did his best against soldiers 3 times larger. He has a good heart. Unlike his mother, the queen, things are not good. The enemy has taken the fortress on their border, and 320,000 soldiers are currently attacking them. They have temporarily stopped to reorganize, but they will resume the attack tomorrow. Prince Ariel realizes that if he had arrived just a few days later, this place could have already fallen. The first prince decides to use the 23,000 soldiers that Prince Ariel brought to buy time while they wait for reinforcements. But our protagonist does not like the idea of his carefully trained soldiers being discarded this way. He proposes a better idea, to attack now instead of waiting until tomorrow. He then shows the first prince what he brought with him, something the dwarves had worked on, a siege tower. Archers and mages are positioned inside, and they attack from within. It can also be disassembled, transported, and reassembled by the dwarves who came along. Prince Ariel is pleasantly surprised, but that's not all. Our protagonist still has more tricks up his sleeve. Next, he presents the spear cart, which has a shield with spears used for both attack and defense. They could focus on defense, while Prince Jair and his troops concentrate on the attack. It's time for a counterattack at the enemy base. The 3 generals of the alliance are discussing. The first battle went well, but the resistance is getting stronger. They begin to worry a bit until one of them reveals that the person responsible for the war is literally fighting on the front lines. He wants to see what the boy is really capable of. Another is concerned for his safety, but the first one holds him back, remembering the agreement. They are planning to crush the kingdom of Ernesia at the same time. Amid the battle, our protagonist is leading his army of 23,000 against an enemy more than double their size with a shield formation. The enemy thinks they are cowards for hiding behind their shields, but they stop smiling when a rain of arrows suddenly descends upon them from Ariel's army. They take a hit and then adapt, raising their shields to avoid the arrows, and continue advancing. Soon they collide. There is a clear difference between the weapons made by dwarves and those of the enemy. They use the spear cart to break through the enemy's defenses while maintaining formation. Soon the surroundings are stained with the enemy's blood. They try to retreat, but they are cornered. They then turn to their mages, as they are more powerful than ordinary soldiers. The mages start casting spells, but their magic fizzles out like a candle flame in the wind. The enemy is confused. Soon they realize that Ariel's army also includes mages hidden behind the siege tower, nullifying their magic. Dia is there too, and she thinks that the enemies must have poorly trained mages because the magic being nullified was very weak. The enemy mages are relieved, because nullifying magic drains mana quickly, so they won't have enough to cast offensive spells. They only realize how mistaken they are when lightning strikes, out of nowhere. It turns out that the area had already been planned for this. That's why he possessed very rare mana stones that store mana. The enemy is perplexed. Their numbers are dwindling rapidly, so they have to flee. Out of 50,000 soldiers, only 20,000 manage to escape. Our protagonist has won. He admits that war is never pleasant, no matter if you win, and asks Acha and Cena not to pursue them but to gather the wounded soldiers as prisoners, regroup, and stay vigilant. He really just wants to have fun, not wars. The first prince is so happy with his younger brother and tries to praise him, but our protagonist somehow manages to attribute the credit to luck and back to the first prince, who foolishly accepts. Our protagonist just wants an easy life, not conquests or war credits. He would be happy to yield that. Now it's time for the first prince, leading the offensive attack as previously planned. There is no better moment than now. They are licking their wounds, and their morale is probably low. Prince Ariel encourages him to do what he thinks is best, and he departs. Meanwhile, our protagonist just relaxes in the rear, lounging and being completely idle. For the time being, the main army of the kingdom, led by Prince Ju, launches a full-scale attack, as Ariel's army has already weakened. Critically, the enemy forces manage to concentrate all their power solely on the attack. To counter the enemy's numerical advantage, the kingdom's army uses ambushes. Fierce from the flanks and the rear, behind all this chaos, our protagonist is carefree in the rear with his guards, enjoying life with a very delicious meal. It has been a while since they had a good meal. He offers Kenya a bit of rabbit meat, but she refuses, expressing her complaints about them dining while others fight for their lives. But she tells him that they are shameless for surviving on the battlefield, and Prince Ariel agrees cheerfully, thanks to their tactics and equipment. His army has gained a reputation for being a slow but impenetrable defensive force, which served as a good reason to position him and his army in the rear. Because he attacked them first, the enemy was now cautious of him. He couldn't risk attacking again, so he decides to take the day off. The war can wait. The prince begins to worry that Day is not sleeping in a comfortable position. She had done almost all the work of the mages during the battle and was quite exhausted, but she insisted on eating before resting, which led her to faint in the middle of dinner. The prince decides that everyone should rest as much as possible today, because things are about to get very hectic. Meanwhile, at the enemy base, the commander is becoming worried. They know that Prince Gyro is inexperienced, and more problematic than everything, he is not the issue here. That counterattack caught them by surprise. They really thought Prince Ariel was just a merchant, but he managed to eliminate 60% of their army with only half the numbers. War should be about experience and understanding what needs to be done, but somehow, a 16-year-old boy with no experience outsmarted them, and even more intriguingly, he insists on staying in the rear. The commander knows that with his skills, the third prince could easily change the course of this battle. The next day, Arrow and his army set off to join the kingdom's main army. Their goal is to retake the fortress at the border that had been captured by the enemy. On the way, the prince decides to slow down. He suspects there may be an ambush waiting for them. Kenya asks him why, and then he gives her the reasoning behind his thought. He knows the enemy won't make the same mistake of attacking them head-on, so it makes sense that they would wait for them. Along the path they are following, if they are really planning to attack him, he decides to outsmart them first. Just as the prince predicted, there is an ambush waiting for him and his army. The enemy is confused about the reason for their delay. They finally arrive, and the ambush begins, but Prince Ariel and his army are already ready for them. The defensive barriers are up, and the attack is on standby until the moment of impact before the ambushers realize what is happening. Attack orders have already begun to rain down on them, and their magic has been completely dissipated. It is useless. They try to retreat, but numerous bear traps and furious scenes await them along the way from where they came. Scene sends a message from the prince to them, saying they must be prepared for the consequences of starting a fight. While she takes down each one of them, a foolish soldier tries to attack her head-on, believing he could not lose to a woman. He doesn't last seconds before being thrown to the ground. He finds himself with her after defeating the rest. This was a very easy victory for both. The prince's strategy was not to make them avoid his army out of fear, but because they were simply too many to face. He wanted them to become a nuisance, a thorn in the enemy's side, too troublesome to deal with. The ambushers from the alliance of the three territories were completely annihilated. Afterward, the army of Firella, led by our protagonist, successfully reclaims the border fortress. The enemy attempted to launch several attacks afterward, but they could not break through. The army is now morally strengthened, especially because Kenya was fighting with them. The enemy thought Princess Kenya's power was exaggerated, but unfortunately, that was not the case, as she was taking down men left and right. Months have passed since the war began, and the enemy's momentum is failing, and Ernesia's victory is assured, but they could not break through the now morally strengthened army, especially since Kenya was fighting alongside them. The enemy believed that Princess Kenya's power was exaggerated, but unfortunately, that was not the case as she was taking down men left and right. Months passed since the war began, and the enemy's momentum is failing. Victory for Ernesia is assured. Currently, Ariel's forces have about 121 dead, 142 seriously injured, and 192 lightly injured, a very good result compared to other lords. This does not please our boy at all. In the enemy base, they believe they cannot break through the defenses in the northeast, and that it was reckless to continue exhausting soldiers, so they decide to retreat. Frustratingly, they make a very decisive decision to give everything they have. In this battle, Ariel realizes that he has been very quiet lately. The enemy had ceased their incessant attacks to claim the fortress. His strategy of focusing on defense while other territories besieged the enemy resulted in his army suffering minimal casualties. He says that even so, the weather was too peaceful for people to die. The alliance of the three territories was desperately trying to protect their interests and prevent his kingdom from achieving domination. They were also driven by their own personal goals. The lords who had been passive were now ordering their soldiers to kill. Now the winds of war had changed in their favor. The Prince of Ayu was trying to stand out as the future king. It was all ambition. Whether good or bad, ambition is what drives war. Humans grow through it. They fight for more. The prince could not really complain since he also had his own ambitions. But what humans do not understand is that no matter how high you rise, the view of the sky will never change. Acha interrupts his train of thought. She asks him to please act with dignity in front of the soldiers. It is then revealed that all this time, our protagonist was lying on the ground among the soldiers who were watching him, just daydreaming. The prince insists that less dignity makes life simpler and encourages her to try, but she does not accept. She then comments on her observations about the recent reduction in attacks, and the prince agrees, saying that 6 days have passed without action. Acha expresses her desire for the war to end. Thus, the hero prince then realizes that the enemy may be plotting something. Then he whistles, and in an instant, Fry lands in front of him, and he mounts. Acha tries to stop him, but he promises to return soon, and quickly departs. Just as he thought, he notices something in the air. He then communicates with Acha and asks her to call Cena. Apparently, the war was far from over. Back at the camp, the prince has a meeting with his personal guards. He asks them what they think the enemy would do next. Cena suggests that they might attack again, but Acha just warns the prince about taking off carelessly. The prince agrees hastily without thinking too much, and then turns to Cena. He tells her that the enemy had already retreated, so they cannot attack again. Cena does not think they would surrender, and the prince agrees but still questions her thinking. But Acha responds this time, saying it is because of their pride. The prince also agrees with that, and jokingly hands a cookie to Acha for getting the answer right. The prince states that the war started with the enemy, and they cannot just run away now, for they openly invented lies and declared war, so they cannot simply cover this up as a misunderstanding. This would harm public opinion. In this case, the most obvious move for him would be to mobilize his entire nation, including slaves. This would be dangerous since their numbers could triple. If they thought the last army was large, imagine 3 times that size. However, our young protagonist is not going to just stand still and accept this as a professional in many lives. Our boy does not lose his composure, even in front of 1,000,000 soldiers. He has a secret weapon that only he and King Ai know about. He pulls out a huge crossbow designed to fire 100 specially forged arrows per minute, a weapon beyond even the royal researchers. Acha asserts that the weapon will be very useful. Our prince did not want to make this kind of advanced equipment yet, but this time, he has no choice. His enemies are trying to take what is theirs, so it is only fair that he returns the favor. After some time on the defensive line of Ernesia, a commander leads the Ernesian troops to attack the silent enemy in an effort to gain recognition from the king. However, what they find leaves them completely perplexed. Hundreds of thousands of enemy troops advancing toward them at maximum speed. They immediately turn around and begin to retreat. The enemy had gathered all the soldiers they could find, including slaves, and launched a full-scale attack. Prince Jaili and his army are ready to defend the fortress they have just conquered. Our prince did not want to create this kind of advanced equipment yet, but this time he has no choice. His enemies are trying to take what is theirs, so it is only fair that he returns the favor. After some time on the defensive line of Ernesia, a commander leads the Ernesian troops to silently attack the enemy in an effort to gain recognition from the king. However, what they encounter leaves them completely perplexed. Hundreds of thousands of enemy troops advancing towards them at maximum speed. They immediately turned around and began to retreat. The enemy had gathered all the soldiers they could find, including slaves, and launched a full-scale attack. Prince Jaili and his army are ready to defend the fortress they have just conquered. He must stop them at all costs while the enemy tries to use magic but still cannot due to the resistance of the Ernian soldiers. It doesn't matter. They were already expecting this. They withdraw their mages and send more soldiers tasked with breaking the defensive line at all costs. They can always replenish the soldiers lost in battle, as long as they win. But the soldiers of Ernia are not retreating. This is worrying the commander of the enemy forces. While he is still contemplating, a quick dart nearly hits him by a few centimeters. While he is still trying to figure out where the dart came from, he looks up, horrified. The sky is filled with a rain of enormous high-speed darts that came from a great distance. He looks terrified as his men fall all around him, just as he begins to think they might hold out. Prince Ariel and his army appear from behind. If they try to advance, the projectiles will hit them, and if they try to retreat, Prince Ariel's army will attack. Our brilliant protagonist thinks that the enemy commander must intensely hate him, and he has never been more right. He realizes how the enemy is becoming too cautious to move. He understands, however, that even shields could not withstand a single fierce blow. He communicates with the base, asking about the supply of arrows, and they respond that they will not run out anytime soon. No matter how powerful the crossbows are, they still have their flaws. They are complex machines that need maintenance and reloading, making rapid operation impossible. And there is the dart. Each one was specially forged, and they are wasting all of them. This is draining their money. He then receives a call from Dia, and she reports that the enemy mages have run out of mana. He then asks if she can dispense some magic stones for an attack, and she responds that they can dispense all except 20%, and that she could handle the dissipation herself. And she responds that they can dismiss all but 20%, and that she could handle the dispersion on her own. But the prince thinks it would be a waste for a 6th-class mage like her during this discussion. The prince, who had been flying in the air all this time, realizes that the cavalry is retreating. It's the perfect chance, and he orders that they burn them to the ground. And she does so by casting the Mana House, the same spell that the area had used to cultivate in her territory. It served as a trap, capturing groups of soldiers at a time. Then she uses fire magic to reduce them completely to ashes. The main strategy of Prince Ariel was to minimize casualties as much as possible, while delivering a devastating blow to the enemy from above. The enemy appears terrified. The prince wishes they would just flee at once. He then sends a message to his brother Gale, telling him to use this moment to launch a large-scale attack against the enemy. The army of the Kingdom of Ernesia continues to launch and achieve victories and change the course of the war. The Emperor of the Mirman Empire is very upset. He was in a meeting with the King of the Kingdom of Demoniel and the Archduke of the Duchy of Pain through communication crystals. He blames them for the failure. Even after the general mobilization order, the king tells him not to assign blame and asks the duke what he thinks will happen next. The duke tells them that they are honestly already close to defeat. They have lost almost half of their forces and continue losing. Even with their remaining troops, they stand no chance against the weapons of Ernesia, the weapon made by Prince Ariel, a craftsman, who called the creator of this weapon a beastly genius. They had the advantage in numbers, planned their strategies carefully, and even reviewed them repeatedly before starting the war. Hero Ernesia was a troublesome bastard. They needed time to find some kind of weakness in the enemy. Somehow, at that moment, a servant interrupts them with urgent news about the army of Unesia. Meanwhile, outside the gates, in front of the border fortress of Demoniel, Kania stands proudly with a smile. She asks her brother if she should advance and destroy the gate, and our protagonist gestures in approval. She completely annihilates the gate, and the soldiers of Demoniel try to stop her, but she deals with them quite easily. She feels she can handle this alone, but her soldiers rush in after her anyway, and attack the remaining soldiers. As expected, the Swordmaster is the best at breaking gates simultaneously. Attacks were coming from the Ursinian kingdom both to the Mirman Empire and to the Archduke of Cheapen. The king of Unesia was furious, and rightly so, as this war had claimed many lives. It was time to seek justice. Their targets were the capitals of the Alliance of the Three Kingdoms. Not only had they claimed their border, but they had also claimed the enemy's borders. Cena thinks it's wrong. They could hardly believe they were fighting this battle. Our brilliant protagonist enters all relaxed, saying how the enemy leaders must be in complete despair. Cena then asks about Kania. Well, Kania was being adored and glorified by her fellow soldiers. They try to ask her about the secrets of her strength, but she can only say to eat and train. Back to our prince and his 2 personal guards. He tells them that she was busy, so he left her alone. Cena asks if they should continue advancing. He agrees, but at a slower pace. With a wicked smile, our protagonist reveals that the plan was to dominate the enemy's land little by little. Tormenting them was her specialty. In about 3 years, they would possess about 20% of the enemy's lands, and in 5 years, the enemy would completely collapse, although most people would die of hunger. Before this, by controlling trade, Ernesia will slowly deplete the enemy's finances, and push them towards isolation, leading to hunger, poverty, fear, and civil unrest. Externally they would be resisting, but internally they would be fighting among themselves. Aisha begins to feel pity for them, but the prince tells her not to feel sorry, as this is what the enemy planned to do to them. If they were not ready for the consequences, they should never have started the war. Unless they surrender, the kingdom of Ernesia will respond so severely that it will be remembered throughout history. At least that is what her father, the king, said in the letter. He is very angry. Aisha says that war is terrifying, and the prince agrees. But the prince tells them not to worry, as all of this would only happen if the enemy refused to surrender, which they should do if they had any sense. Meanwhile, they would just have to wait and see. Back in the Mirman Empire, the emperor absolutely refuses to surrender. His pride does not allow it, as they have never surrendered before. His council pleads, saying that continuing will only lead to more hunger and the death of innocent citizens. This must be more dishonorable than tarnishing his history. They had lost, and surrendering was the only way to spare the people from further suffering. The king understood this, but still could not yield. He believed that the king of Ernesia would not let this go even after they surrendered. They had openly declared war against his nation and cost him the lives of his people. So how could he? The king declares that they must fight with every ounce of strength they have left. The alliance of the three territories eventually chooses to fight with their remaining strength instead of surrendering. Our boy is completely disgusted by the foolishness of his enemies. If they had chosen to surrender, he could have negotiated a peaceful resolution. How could they think they could still win the fight? It is not even worth watching at this point. As expected, the enemy's desperate attack ends in failure. They lose morale, and the repeated defeats crush their spirits. They receive a letter from the kingdom of Ernesia ordering them to retreat and surrender so they can be treated with mercy. The king has no choice as he has completely lost. Soon, Ernesia receives their letter of surrender. Our protagonist is radiant. He can finally go home. He remembers when he returned home after military service in one of his past lives. He is so tired of the army, the battles, those fools in the alliance of the three territories. He prays to never see them again in his life. Aisha tries to calm our prince, and his troops finally receive the order to return home. Even the weather is harsh, and the snow in Farlia is strangely welcoming. He will have to order them to clear the snow, as it is time to return to his sweet mundane life. In the palace, in the council room, the king and his council have just concluded post-war matters. It is time to decide the rewards for those who protected the brothers. Gold and slaves would be granted to the Mangraves, but when it came to Prince Ariel, they were a loss. The council expressed their concerns about the prince possessing a powerful weapon, like the enormous beast. The king is disappointed that his council would even think this way. He told them that the prince had already promised to leave the management of the gigantic beast to the palace. As for his reward, he wants to give him the title of duke, but surprisingly, all the prince wants are the lands around Farlia, which were also barren and useless. The prince knows that some people may laugh at him for choosing these worthless lands as a reward, but he doesn't care. He notices that the temperature is a bit dry, so he orders that it be adjusted. It's time to organize his rewards. Besides the lands, he also receives some gold coins. He is not lacking in money, so he decides to reserve them for compensation and relief funds for his soldiers. Later, for the slaves, he sees them less as a reward, and more as a decision to send them to Farlia. The prisoners who were not rescued became official slaves of the kingdom, but no one knew what to do with the sudden increase in slaves. So, Prince Ariel decided to take in half of them, since he now had space and resources. The war may have been a nuisance, but he got what he wanted in the end. His grand plan is coming together piece by piece. Those nobles who laughed at him should just wait. Back in the kingdom of Demoniel, the king is frustrated and curses the Ernesians. They wanted 2 million gold coins as war reparations, an amount that his kingdom could never pay. Paying that would put Demoniel in a critical financial state for decades. His right-hand man, who had introduced the whole idea of war from the beginning, blames himself. The king ignores him and tells him to go draft a business plan. Punishing him now would only throw the administration into chaos. The nobles, however, who supported the war, would not receive subsidies until the compensation was fully paid. In the Archduke of Chechnya, the duke receives news that he is being blamed and is in a state of taking responsibility for this mess. What he already expected. In fact, he thinks they are lucky it ended this way. His problem now is the reparations. His advisor thinks that the Ernesian kingdom is truly a terrifying place, as it brought down the duke, once a revered war hero. He then blames everything on the Mirman Empire, and calls them murderers for sacrificing their citizens and then surrendering, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, there is great confusion in the palace of the Emperor of Mirman, as citizens riot fiercely outside. His servant suggests that he punish them, but the Emperor cannot. He had expected this from the moment they sent the letter of surrender. He blames himself for everything, and takes full responsibility. Soon, he descends from the throne, and his eldest son succeeds him. The alliance of the three territories needs some time to recover from this war. Meanwhile, there is a random lady holding a cute lizard, and it is time for her to leave. In a flashback, we see the young life of the second princess of Ernesia, now the personal knight of Prince Ariel, Cena. She wonders if a life lived exactly as planned is truly a happy life. She believed her life at home was always so rigid and severe. She couldn't stand all the rules that came with being royalty, but she couldn't complain because she knew she was privileged. One day, while practicing her fencing, she wished to be as free as the sword she held in her hand. It was then that her old desire began. Fast forward to the present, Cena is a bit disturbed. The prince notices that she is being asked to return to the palace, and she confirms that both her parents sent letters asking her to come home. Prince Ariel says she must have stood out too much in battle. He thinks the nobles did not believe in her strength as a swordmaster until they saw it with their own eyes in battle. Now those cowards have begun to fear that Cena's abilities are too powerful to leave her in a distant territory. It is not a light matter since all swordmasters are directly linked to the kingdom. Cena asks her brother if he also wants her to go, and the prince decides to be honest with her. He tells her that she knows more about that no one who cannot live their life here forever. She managed to grow because of his teachings, but if she chose to stay by his side forever, she would never grow more. He tells her to go and build her own life and strive to gain recognition at all costs. She needs to learn to be independent as an adult. The princess then tells him that it's hard to take him seriously when he's always relaxing. This catches the prince by surprise. He tells her to take some time to think about it while she walks down the hallway. Cena remembers how it was before she decided to abandon everything and work for the prince. She was promised to a handsome young man, and when she received his photo, she tore it to pieces. She hated the idea of entering a political marriage just because she was a princess who had come of age. She then remembered that the prince had also been sent to a distant territory. She concludes that his fate was much worse than hers, so on her way to console him, she hears him shouting with joy. She admired him for turning his fate into an opportunity instead of just accepting it. She decided right then that she would follow Ariel, watch him closely, and then follow his example. Cena had forgotten that this was the reason she was with him in the first place. Back in the present, Cena makes the decision to stop relying on her brother's abilities. The next morning she barges into his office, breaking down the front door, and announces that she has decided to return to the palace. The prince agrees in tears about what the front door did for her. Then Cain prepares and is leaving the palace. The prince reveals that even if she hadn't agreed to return, he had already made arrangements for her to be recognized anyway. Cain wonders if he should defeat the other two masters of the kingdom's sword, and the prince is surprised by his ambition. He just warns him not to go breaking things, since the bill will be on him, no longer on him. She promises to keep this in mind. The prince will miss her and will always be cheering for her. After the farewell, it's time to get back to work. The family is as peaceful as ever, and he discovers that some young people are getting married. He then wonders if he should find a match for himself as well. He believes that, with his wealth increasing, maybe it's time to start investing. He still has no interest in politics or power, but in money, as it is money that controls the world. He fantasizes that, to fulfill his plans, he will need to build his finances. He has the idea of establishing a bank and stabilizing the currency. He thinks that if he hadn't started this, someone else would do it sooner or later. He decides to dominate the financial sector and solidify the power of Phalia. He would recruit some talents and specialists to serve as apparent leaders, which is another way of saying that he wants to delegate the work to someone else and do nothing as usual. While thinking about whom to hire, he receives a call from his mother. She asks how he is doing, and he responds positively. Then, she asks about his age, and that question sends chills down his spine, as he could already imagine what would come next. His mother is suggesting that he find a bride. He is perplexed. He thinks or congratulates Dill. Congratulates the scene, expressing how this is a happy event, and he responds to all the happy wishes with an exciting thank you and feeling down back to the call. His mother had told him to come back and find the candidates that the king and she had carefully chosen for him, but he still wants to play around a bit. He thinks that the age of consent in this era is very early. He misses Cena. Realizing only now how she felt when she ran away from home, he finds the question about his bride and reveals that it hasn't been decided yet. They sent him 10 candidates to choose from, perhaps out of respect. That's why he called them. He needs them to join him to choose the end. Analysts, unlike other times when he had to select people, could not enter the minds of the candidates, as they were not physically present. But to his dismay, none of them gave decisive opinions. He doesn't even think she was a noble. Apparently, she had never been involved in engagement matters due to her family's decline, and the people in the scene simply choose whom they like. As for the Day, she strongly believes he needed someone perfect in every aspect, but his standards are too high. They decide to just join forces and do their best. The scene suggests a person, but the prince had investigated and discovered that she was being forced. The next suggestion was discarded due to a large age difference. They continued like this until they finally reached a choice. He returns to the palace with his choice, and his mother seems quite excited about it. The truth is, he had chosen just a young lady from a quiet family who wouldn't cause him any problems. His mother said his father was quite pleased with the enthusiasm he showed regarding the matter, and our young man then decides never to meet the father who really wasn't interested. His mother suggested they go meet her at the meeting place. Saria is with Count Twin. She is the second daughter of the Cowanst family. Although they are not wealthy, they have a good reputation. They greet each other and settle in, making casual conversation. The prince notices that she is beautiful inside and out, but that is the problem. The prince worries that she is too good and perfect for someone like him, who has wild ideas and bizarre plans. On an ordinary day, he decides based on this that she is not the right person for him, and then they part on good terms. The problem now is that his mother seems to like that girl, and his father approved her. He refuses to put his mother in a difficult situation, but his mother already notices and confronts him directly about it. He is shocked that she realized, but she tells him not to worry, as his decision would be respected in this matter. His father also agreed, and that is why the prince was led to choose. From the beginning, he had learned from what happened with Kanya that forcing a marriage would only lead to embarrassing incidents. He gently declines the marriage offer for now. Our protagonist really doesn't want anything to do with marriage. He hasn't even developed the coca yet. That must certainly come first. While he was still lost in thought, he notices someone or something spying from the bushes. While waiting to look closer, a lizard jumps and lands on his face. It's not just any lizard, but a salamander. A fire spirit. The prince knows that no one in the kingdom has enough spiritual affinity to summon a spirit, and is confused until the summoner appears. She asks him to hand over the lizard to her, and the prince realizes she is Poema Emret of Anil, the princess of the Merman Empire, who came to the kingdom as a hostage but under the guise of studying abroad. The prince never imagined they would actually meet, and realizes that she didn't know who he was. The lady told him to call her anything, as she didn't care about formalities, especially now that she was abroad. He handed her the lizard while making his observation about her relaxed personality. When she turns to leave, he asks if it was a spirit. She goes into total panic mode, desperately trying to deny it, but all her efforts are thrown away when the lizard spits fire. She then immobilizes our protagonist on the ground and tries to bribe him to keep quiet. This lady is really hard to deal with. Oh my god. The prince is pinned to the ground with a strange lady on top of him, trying to bribe him. He had never been bribed like this before. He agrees not to tell anyone. Poema is still not convinced, but the prince assures her that she could always pretend ignorance if he ever caused a commotion, and that it wouldn't be advantageous for him anyway. He then shouts at her not to evoke that, if she doesn't want people to find out, but she pleads that she couldn't control him, so he simply appears whenever he wants. It makes sense for the prince, because the relationship is not based on authority but on mutual consultation. The spirit was simply following her due to their high affinity. The prince tries to teach her a tip. He tells her to command the spirit with a clear purpose, like a little puppy. The girl is confused but does it anyway, and to her surprise, he does exactly what she says. The prince tells her he read this in a book, and the girl thanks him and then asks his name. The prince is disappointed that she asks so late in their interaction. He then introduces himself properly. He was going to make up a name but then changed his mind. He is curious to see how she would react to one of the people who held her hostage, but she acted so simply that it shocked the prince. He doesn't even think she realizes he is a member of the royal family, which makes him realize she is not interested in politics. She then asks if she can ask more questions about spirits, but he reveals that he actually stayed inside. She immediately realizes that he was expelled. This irritates her because she understood his situation immediately. He tells her to ask the people who stay in the palace of the concubines if she needed to find him, but deep down, he really doesn't want her to do that. Elsewhere, a dark mage is seen, hovering over the battlefield with corpses scattered everywhere. He casts a suspicious spell that seems to be feeding off the negative emotions left by the dead, and is grateful for this unfortunate event, and for the idiot who caused the war. Meanwhile, Back to our prince, he had returned home, and had now postponed his engagement. He was ready to start his bank. He teleports to an establishment with Rizzo and Dia, where Patriarch Karat greets them. He was Aya's brother, the girl who fell in love with Acha's younger brother. The prince had come there for a very important reason. He wants to do business with the Karat family. Rezo is confused and points out that the prince already had a shop, but the prince told him that this would be on a much larger scale. He wants to establish a bank and introduce a new currency, since the current one has many weaknesses. He had already presented this idea to the king, and the new currency would be irreplaceable. Coins made by dwarves. Rizzo understands the prince, but questions his decision to choose him. The prince told him that he cannot manage this alone. He was just looking for talent. In other words, he wanted him to be the president of his bank. Rezo is still uncertain about how he would be able to manage all the finances that cross the country, but the prince tells him that he will benefit well from it. Rezo is still insecure, and the prince admires his uncertainty, because it shows that he is not foolish or blinded by greed. Rezo has a good personality and a reputation for making good investments. The prince assures him that he will make it happen no matter what. Some merchants will resist, but it won't be impossible. He then whispers to him that there is more gold in the country now, so he insisted that he join him in solidifying the country's economy. Rezo assures the prince that his plan will definitely succeed. Still, he is confused about why the prince wants to do this when he is already very rich. Our protagonist then reveals that the man does not just want more money. Instead, he wants to control the flow of money and transform his territory into a prosperous city, then rub it in the faces of those nobles. Building a city is not easy, and for that, he needs to establish a bank, for it is one of the cornerstones of a city. Laughter realizes that the bank is just a small step towards a much larger and realistic goal that other lords would have laughed at. This greatly moves him, and he honors the prince's proposal. Then they shake hands as they turn to leave. Laughter asks about the prince's plan regarding the cost after the bank's opening. He offers for people to investigate, but the prince says not to worry, for the negotiations would come sooner or later in Cena's hometown. At the southernmost tip of the kingdom of Ernesia, the prince, his guard Cena, and the mage Dia are there in person because the people of Cena, who were mercenaries, had previously declined the job offer to become bodyguards for their new bank. As they approach the village, Dia suddenly stops and blocks the prince's path. She feels they are being watched and uses a spell to locate and electrocute the spies. Cena seems to recognize the spies as people from her village. She explains that it must have been a misunderstanding and politely apologizes to clarify things. She does this using her native tongue, which sounds quite violent, beating them while explaining the situation. Soon, they were free to pass. The name of the village is Natipanil, and the village chief is Agibena, who is also Cena's grandfather. He apologizes and welcomes them. Agibena says he still cannot accept the prince's offer, and the prince realizes he is unyielding. Dia then reveals to the prince privately that the atmosphere has changed since the last time he was there. Apparently, she had passed through the village before, when she had just left the magic tower. She tells the prince that the villagers seem very cautious about the surroundings of the village. The prince tells the chief that there is obviously a problem, and that he should let him help them. The chief refuses to bother the prince with their problems, but the prince says it must be his decision to help or not. Reluctantly, the chief reveals to the prince the main problem of the village, the undead. They have started to appear suddenly around the village, about 1,000 of them. The prince is shocked that this was not discussed in the palace. He then asks about the lord of the territory. Apparently, the lord was recently replaced. He is a cousin of Count Quintel. The chief reveals that the reason the matter was hidden is that the village is the only one affected. The prince is still confused, so the chief explains more in a flashback. Count Quento had almost destroyed the village because they could not pay the taxes that year due to a poor harvest. It was his son, Cena's father, who fought hard to prevent this from happening. Unfortunately, he was accused by the count, interrogated, and probably killed as a result. But the count was also punished for embezzlement, so he was removed, and his cousin replaced him 2 years ago. The prince believes that the new lord must be intentionally ignoring the village's infestation as a sort of revenge for his cousin. He offers to solve the problem with the lord himself, but the chief refuses and reveals that they were planning to leave the territory soon anyway. The chief reveals that his tribe has moved many times before, so this is not a problem. The lord is one thing, but the undead are the biggest problem. They tried to endure, but simply could not anymore. The prince tells him that trying to move now will be very difficult and will only create more problems, but the villagers have no other plausible choice. That is until our protagonist offers to help them resolve the undead problem. The chief is shocked. There are more than 1,000 of them, The prince says he can do this. He just needs their cooperation. He tells him to consider his options very carefully. If they move, there will be no real guarantee of a stable income. But, if they agree with him, consider your options very carefully. If they move, there will be no real guarantee of a stable income, but if they agree with him, not only will he eradicate the problems with the undead, but he will also buy their labor at a good price. The chief asks for some time to think about this. The reason why the villagers were so cautious is because recently a stranger who entered their village became an undead. The prince notices that most of the villagers have fighting power equivalent to that of an active knight. He also realizes that they are naturally prone to awakening auras. He decides it would be a waste to leave them under that stupid lord while he plots wicked plans on how to use them. The innocent Cena thinks he is a kind person. After much consideration, the chief finally accepts his proposal, but only on the condition that he eradicates all the undead, which our protagonist, who was a professional in his previous lives, plans to do. The undead are wandering in the forest near the village, and the prince and his guards attack and kill one of them. The prince realizes there is no wizard in command of them, and wonders who would have been foolish enough to simply create them and leave them there without asking if they would deal with them one by one. But the prince thinks that would be very inefficient. He decides to gather them all and cremate them at once. Cena is amazed. The easiest way would have been to use holy water, but that is too expensive and rare in their kingdom. They don't need that, however. When you have a 6th-class wizard like Cena, the important thing is to gather the dead, so the prince decides to use himself and Cena as bait. They camp right there in plain sight. Nothing could be more appetizing for the undead than fresh human flesh, served to them on a silver platter. Cena is worried, but our main character is as carefree as ever. She complains that it is very dangerous for the prince to be out here at night, but the prince argues that he needs to do this alone. He needs the chief to trust him. Besides, he knows that if Cena's people had left, she would certainly have followed them, and he wasn't ready to lose her yet. She relaxes a bit, and then the undead start to appear. Cena quickly grabs the prince's hand and, carrying him on her back, begins to run through the forest like a cheetah. This is definitely scary, because the undead are right behind them. Like in a terrifying horror movie. He feels like he is in a game of tag, and Cena begs him to stop liking this. When many have gathered, the prince signals to Cena, who has been hiding in the air the whole time, and she casts a fire spell, a wall of fire on them that turns them into stinking ashes in seconds. The prince realizes that the conjurer must not have finished their experiment since the undead had no defensive spells. The magic had attracted more undead. The prince tells Cena that they may have to repeat this a few more times. She might have to keep running until morning. Cena is completely exhausted. Running all night with someone on her back was difficult even for a knight. Our protagonist praises his companions. They had fried the entire army of undead completely. Cena reports that she could not find any other traces of mana. The undead had traces of mana from the dead and were wearing armor, not civilian clothes. Our boy needs to investigate this matter further. Back at the village, all of them go. The villagers look like they would need a vomit bag. The prince and his companions had been running around corpses all night, so they were stinking. After a refreshing bath, Cena shows the chief the proof that the prince kept his promise. Now it's time to talk business. The chief did not expect it to be so fast, but our boy was quite impatient. He promises to take care of that stupid lord too, and the chief is left speechless. Our protagonist suggests that he thank him considering his previous request. All our young man wants are tough guards who can help protect his future bank. He also pays very well. The boss agrees, and the contract is established. Finally, they even had to defeat an entire army of undead just because of this bank. There is one last thing to do in the palace. In the conference room, our protagonist, looking impeccable, clearly lays out his plans to a room full of nobles about his bank. One of them wonders why he can't just keep the money in a mansion or something like that, but the prince says it wouldn't be safe enough. He references what happened with the concubine, a tragic incident that our little evil genius obviously had something to do with, but is now being used as a case study. To defend his point, he threatens that the reasoning was to create a secure, untouchable bank guarded with knight-level security, not just to store money, but to lend money to capable people. This way, they could charge interest. A noble then asked about the consequences of not paying, and our prince showed him a devilish smile. What did he think would happen? The bank would be established to organize the flow of wealth in the kingdom, and then a new currency would replace the gold coins. The nobles are not really excited about this idea of currency, but our young man had already anticipated this. He then told them that the current market system and currency were basically trash, mixed with fake and foreign gold. He promises to bear the costs and give the currency enough value by the end of his presentation. Most of the nobles agree with his cause. He is so happy that he decided to circulate before the conference and bribed, not personally, God politely at his side using some tricks. Finally, everything is ready, and they can start construction after the conference. Two suspicious-looking nobles are having a discussion. Count Ken cannot let the prince do this, but Dessel, the other noble, reminds him of the prince's new status as duke, who tries to argue, but Dessel says that if something happens, it would be him who would be in trouble after hiding 1,000 undead. He really shouldn't bring his mistakes here, who tries to explain this, but Diesel is already gone, and so, in less than 1 month, our bank is completed. It is also located in the best area of the capital, since the plan is to establish branches everywhere. Rumors are spreading through the streets, and positive rumors are circulating about the bank. In Diesel's mansion, he is talking to another noble about the bank. He would trust his vault more than the bank, anytime, any day. The noble then reveals that there have been recent attacks by thieves on carriages, but he already knew this very well. Well, it turns out they also tried to attack a carriage carrying important banknotes. What a pity for them that the mercenary bodyguards who taught them a painful lesson were present. I couldn't believe that the bank's bodyguards were powerful aura users. Who was behind this and was punished for it? Besides hiding the presence of undead, the stubborn Dessel began to seriously reconsider his financial decisions, and his so-called secure vault. A new era began to form in the financial sector of the kingdom of Ernesia. Sweet Ariel and her father are discussing the city he plans to build in Furilla. The king is worried, however. He fears that Ariel may not be able to maintain it if he finds a way to even complete it. The prince understands where his father is coming from. This decision could make or break a barren land that had barely been saved. The prince understands where his father is coming from. This decision could make or break a barren land that had barely been saved. People may still not visit arid lands even after they have been developed. His father then pulls him closer and reveals that he was actually planning to take him away in a few years. Our protagonist interprets this as his father's care for him, but still refuses the offer. He had already begun to build his paradise of a peaceful life. He would prefer that over spending time with some foolish nobles. Any day now, he would continue to assure his father that his city would be extraordinary and plead for his trust. After some time of reflection, the king finally concedes and grants his permission. We have a happy prince with that. The construction of his city begins immediately. He speaks with his citizens and asks for understanding due to the reputation of his technology. Talented craftsmen are already coming to him, ready to build a suitable residential area where people can live peacefully. They need a wall first because of the fierce monsters. Although the citizens are already accustomed to this, for the sake of citizens from other places, this is important, safety first. And our protagonist has ideal high-quality stone material for the wall, of course, in abundance. Other lords had abandoned the material because they lacked the technology to extract it, so it was given to the prince after the war. Perhaps he would have his own statue soon. Our protagonist is not satisfied just building a city. He reveals that he actually wants to build a tourist destination like a factory with so much to offer. He doesn't just want to live his life and get rich, he wants to have fun while doing it. But then again, one step at a time, it is not time for that yet. The prince is tired. He has finished reviewing everything, and now he could leave the rest to the craftsman. He clicked a button, and boom, a portal appeared. He entered and revealed a secret bunker, a place where he could relax, a kind of man cave, not in the castle. Because he needed privacy from so much excitement, he added so many things that the room could now be used as an escape bunker in case of a circus. He can now relax and lounge, and thinks that maybe he should build one with a hot spring next time. But that is not good enough for him, as he still feels extremely bored. He wants something colorful, like comics, and thinks that maybe he should start painting. Soon he decides to go ahead and do it, but his relaxation is interrupted when an urgent message from the palace arrives. Elsewhere, a dark wizard is casting a suspicious spell. Finally, he has enough negative human emotions to carry it out. He curses the bastards who underestimate his kind while casting the spell. That awakens the undead and sends them towards the kingdom. A night guard sees them from afar and immediately alerts the superiors. The prince sits, dismayed, as he reads the palace letter. A large number of undead have appeared on the northeastern and southern borders, more than thousands of them. Damn, just when he was starting to relax. Apparently, all the dead from the war have been turned into undead, as the number corresponds to the number of casualties. It points out that the previous attack must have just been a training exercise for him. She obviously hates dark wizards, but it is too early to determine who was really behind this. The army of undead has split and is trying to cross the border of the kingdom and the alliance of 3 territories. Scenes suggest sending troops, But the prince is not sure, as the royal palace has not yet given orders. Our boy is irritated. Since this news interrupted his construction and trade, he orders his personal guards to reinforce security and tells them not to worry. Our intriguing protagonist is about to turn all this approval into an opportunity to profit. The previous attack must have just been a training exercise for him. She obviously hates dark mages, but it's too early to determine who is really behind this. The army of the undead has split and is trying to cross the border of the kingdom and the alliance of 3 territories. Scenes suggest sending troops, but the prince is unsure since the royal palace has not yet given orders. Our young man is irritated. Since this news interrupted his construction and trade, he orders his personal guards to reinforce security and tells them not to worry. Our intriguing protagonist is about to turn all this approval into an opportunity to profit. At the border fortress of the kingdom, the undead had already begun to scale the walls. The kingdom's defenses are in action, trying to hold them back until they receive further instructions from the castle. In the royal castle, the king orders the evacuation of the residents. Near the border, he is glad that his son warned him. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. One of the council members suggests that they ask for help from the Holy Kingdom of Zunian. The Holy Kingdom was a country that excelled in dealing with such malignant techniques, but the king was unsure if they would help him. The Holy Kingdom had this strict belief, and only recognized the existence of human beings. Other creatures were seen as monsters. However, the Kingdom of Ernesia welcomed people of all races, including dwarves and elves. This created a silent conflict between the nations. The king was uncertain about what conditions they would impose for their help. An elf also agreed with him, saying that they might try to force the kingdom to start discriminating against or banishing other races. He decides to leave the request for help as a last resort. Just then, a letter from our boy arrives. There is no need for help from the Holy Kingdom. After all, when they have a genius by their side, Prince Ariel, to the rescue once again. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Mirman, it is absolute chaos, as the undead had already broken through and taken the villagers living on the border to seek refuge in the palace. The new king was extremely distressed and did not know what to do after his father had abdicated. He still had to try to regain the trust of the citizens that was lost during the war. And now this was happening. He couldn't even get help from his allies, and had no choice but to ask for help from the Holy Kingdom and accept their conditions, whatever they may be. He knows that this would mean they could interfere in the affairs of his empire in the future, but he cannot worry about that now. The only reason the Holy Kingdom managed to exert this level of influence is that they are the only ones producing the rare and irreplaceable holy water that can easily dispel evil like the undead. Because of this, in exchange for their help, they charge a high price or impose absurd conditions on other countries. In the kingdom of Damiel, there was a time when the Mirman Empire had already asked for help from the Holy Kingdom. The king worries that due to the influence of the kingdom of Unesia and the rivalry it has with the Holy Kingdom, they may also be unable to do the same. He is confused about why the kingdom of Ernesia has not taken any action yet. He does not dare to believe that they have already found a solution. A letter then interrupts his thoughts. To his surprise, the kingdom of Ernesia is offering to give him the same help as the Holy Kingdom, but at a much lower price. It is revealed that our protagonist had already found a way to replicate the precious and rare holy water that was causing all this confusion with the help of his alchemist. Not long ago, our protagonist managed again. The prince remembers that in his 45th or 46th life, he had helped a woman he recognized to mass-produce holy water. Thanks to that experience, he can now create holy water artificially. The only downside is that it is less effective than real holy water, since you need much more to purify an undead. But the advantage is that he can create as much as he wants, and it is as cheap to produce as water. So, of course, he mass-produced some time before the undead invasion began. Now the kingdom uses it to combat the undead, and it is fulfilling its role very well. They send letters to other affected regions, also known as the Alliance of the 3 Territories, and some others, and to the Sacred Kingdom, also offering help regardless of past disagreements. Of course, some idiots do not believe it, like the Mirman Empire. Then the kingdom sends another letter, saying that the third prince will explain his efficiency. Soon our boy is pleasantly surprised by how many people want to see him now. He is already worried that he might be putting his private and safe life at risk, and thinks there is something more behind his master's plan. And she was right. It turns out our protagonist was not doing this for a greater good. Instead, he wants entire nations to be indebted to him. He wants to instill the fear of his power in their minds. And lastly, the money. Of course, yes, he wants their money in large quantities. On the day of the explanation, the prince grants an audience at once to all the representatives of the nations that sought him. He notices that the Mirman Empire is not present, and assumes they have allied with the Sacred Kingdom. The representatives are shocked to see that the infamous Prince Ariel is just a child. Foolish nobles do not even realize that the prince could hear their murmurs. He then takes his time to explain the concept behind his holy water. He uses a live demonstration with a real zombie that terrifies his audience. The prince thinks they are cowardly weaklings without courage. On the other hand, the audience thinks he is definitely not an ordinary child, since he completely purified an undead right in front of them, without any emotion in his eyes. They finally ask the total price of the artificial holy water, and it is very expensive. It is cheap, but each nation would need tons of it, making it costly. However, the prince assures them that he would accept future payments. In other words, debt. Unfortunately for them, our protagonist only talks about money and profit. Another representative asks if it is similar to what the Sacred Kingdom did. In fact, the official name of his artificial holy water is artificial mana neutralizers. The prince assures her that the ingredients and production techniques are completely different, although the effect is similar. He then promises to provide as much as each nation needs, as long as they can pay him in full, of course. In the Archduchy QG Pen, the battle with the undead is wearing down the soldiers. Everything changes when the holy water from the Amnesia Kingdom arrives, and they are surprised by the amount received. They quickly use it to turn the tide of battle in their favor. The commander is truly grateful to a prince he has never even met. Besides the Mirman Empire, all other affected nations use the prince's holy water in different ways to eradicate the undead. Some use mages, while others, under the orders of Prince Ariel, use arrows filled with water to attack from a distance, safely. When they finish, the forest, once infested by the undead, looks almost clean and sacred. At night, our favorite dark mage, who is directly responsible for creating the undead, is furious and enraged with Prince Ariel for having completely annihilated his army of undead. He could have achieved everything he wanted by now. He believes that not even the Sacred Kingdom had enough power to accomplish this. He swears to punish the Magic Tower and bring about the era of the Shadow Church. Good luck with that, man. Back at the Farilla, he thinks to inform the prince that the remaining undead seem to be returning to their master. Our boy realizes that the Dark Mage is trying to prolong his life by using them as shields. She also talks about protest letters from the Sacred Kingdom, but he tells her to completely ignore them. He asks for the opinion of Day, and she tells him that she thinks it would be better if they catch the culprit in time. She deciphers that it could be a powerful 7th-class mage behind this, but he will still reach his limit and then be caught. It will be quite a battle. The prince thinks that sitting still could be a waste, right on the battlefield. The Dark Mage appears amidst a battle with the undead. The soldiers concentrate their attack on him, but they are no match for his magic. The Dark Mage realizes that he might be reaching the limit of how much negative mana his body can withstand. He decides to retreat for now, and sends a huge cloud of poison to ensure his escape. He runs back to his cabin to grab his essential things and leave, only to find a frightening figure. Prince Ariel, ready to punish a mischievous mage. The Dark Mage is terrified. Our protagonist is disappointed. Thanks to the soldiers, it was quite easy to predict his hiding place. The prince hoped to find some useful information about the dark magic system, but found nothing. However, that was only part of the reason he came personally. He also wanted to know what the hell had gotten into the Dark Mage. The audacity to not only awaken hundreds of undead, but also attack and instill fear in everyone. Our boy is annoyed. The Dark Mage tries to attack, but before he can cast a spell, he is already on the ground, and Prince Ariel's fists hurt a little. Mages are like humans. Once shaken, they lose the ability to concentrate and use magic. The prince deduces that his plan was to raise an army of undead and attack neighboring countries. What an immature and foolish idea. The mage, still on the ground, feels insulted, but our protagonist humiliates him even further, assuming that if his plan had succeeded, what would he have done next? Rule a nation of corpses? That is just sad and empty. The mage curses the protagonist for ruining his plan. The prince responds that it is only when something doesn't go as we want that it becomes someone else's fault. He said it was foolish to think there was any intelligent reason behind all this, and decides to give the Dark Mage a humiliating and painful end for all the trouble he caused. The Dark Mage refuses to fall without a fight, and awakens his greatest undead to fight for him. Our prince is disgusted. The undead is a zombie, made up of parts from powerful dead soldiers, carefully selected. It's Frankenstein again. The prince thinks about how to exterminate it, but doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Germs are real. Personally, he has an excellent idea. He uses magic to simply purify the zombie. The constant Dark Mage could not believe that the boy in front of him just used a sacred magic from the saint of the Holy Kingdom. The prince does not understand why he is so shaken. It isn't even exactly purification and is less powerful than the original. Maybe these holy people were just weak. Well, this display completely shatters the Dark Mage's confidence, and he resorts to pleading and bribery. The prince thinks he is being noisy, and is starting to get hungry. I'm sure we all know how this ends. As soon as the soldiers who were chasing the Dark Mage finally arrived at the cabin, they see a brutally mutilated body and a note saying he was killed by the past lives pro. What the hell? They don't even know whether to be happy or terrified. The subjugation force, consisting of soldiers from different nations, triumphed over the Dark Mage. Of course, they couldn't tell the public what the mysterious past pro had really done. If they wanted the children to sleep at night, everything is finally starting to return to normal. Even the construction of the city, the prince is still disappointed for not having obtained information about the Dark Church. Even after extracting the memories from the Dark Wizard, he decides that when he reaches this river, he will know how to cross it and wonders if he should spend today again in leisure as usual. In the sacred kingdom of Zeonia, the high priest Pelson is furious and claims that the hero, prince, and his people are falsifying the grace of their god. He turns to the holy Nilvania, and she immediately interrupts him, for now their position is to prioritize the lives of the people. Then she orders him to stop doing things that are useless. First, they deal with the Mirma Empire, then Ernesia. He needs to be examined, especially after doing something like that. Some time has passed since the incident with the undead, and some things have changed. Our boy is now 17 years old, basically a man now. The Phrase has mated, and now has a baby. The dwarves are trying to forge titanium of all these changes. The biggest is that 1/3 of the prince's dream city has finally been completed. It is perfect, and the new residents also like it. They are so grateful to the prince, and this makes him feel rewarded. He then sets out to start planning his next big scheme, an inauguration party. Acha was more than shocked when she learned of her employer's plan to throw a party so much that she needed to check if he was feeling well. There was no way the boy, she knew as someone who hated nobles and social parties with all his might, was really planning to throw one. He tells her to stop exaggerating, as he only wanted to inform the public that Farlia was no longer the barren and frozen land it once was, to attract more visitors. In the future, even if people were not interested in the city, they would certainly be interested in the infamous third prince. Acha understands, but the prince needs her help to promote the banquet besides her. He had no one else with experience in organizing parties. All his other workers were either common people or introverts. Her nobility would certainly be useful in making decisions related to this matter. She tells him not to worry, as she thinks many influential nobles would be present. But when he asks about the presence of his father, she promises to arrange that, even if she has to risk her life. Our protagonist begs her not to go that far, but she insists. The prince is conflicted about whom to invite. He needs to carefully select a mix of rich and commoners. He becomes frustrated and decides to simply invite everyone, and that resolves the issue. The nobles could hardly believe the prince, who is usually shrouded in mystery and never shows his face, was inviting them to a social party. It must be some kind of mistake. He always made excuses in the past, and the nobles excused him because he was born weak. This is an invitation they certainly cannot refuse. The prince's mother, Ariel, is delighted with the news, and his father promises to make time soon. His party is the talk of the entire kingdom. It was a lot of work, but the prince begins to look forward to his own party. On the day of the banquet, the guard, at the gate, can hardly believe that so many important people are passing through the gates of a once barren and forgotten land. They arrive so early that it is obvious they are interested in the prince. He orders his maid to attend to the guests, the noble. Guests are surprised at how much of the city has been completed. A particular noble is astonished but still feels that the terrible cold would still be unbearable, no matter how pleasant the city is. Imagine his shock when he steps out of his carriage only to feel such warmth in the air, that some nobles began to undress a bit. Yes, the prince somehow found a way to raise the temperature of the entire city. He imagines their expressions when he reveals how he accomplished this. How exciting, he thinks. He has just concluded everything about the party. And the prince is grateful. She asks if he is sure about the location, and he responds affirmatively. He tells her that he needs to go rest, and this hits her like a stray bullet. Apparently, our young man forgot to inform her that she should also attend the banquet, just like his other attendants. She is not prepared at all. But do not worry, because our young man protects her with a snap of his fingers. Maids appear from behind and take her away. Another maid appears and informs him about the magic circle. Cool, his family is here. He had sent invitations to all family members, but only his mother and father agreed to attend. Ah well, he only did this out of courtesy. He arrives at the circle just as his mother appears. They reunite, and she informs him that his father is also on the way. The king normally would never come here, not even for a son. but he made an exception for the Aryan prince. Later that night, it is party time. The guests are disappointed because the chosen venue for the event is the town square. It would normally be in the garden if it had to be outdoors, but there was nothing there. The nobles are already gossiping about this, when suddenly, the entire square lights up as if it were daytime. They are stunned by what just happened, but keep their hats on their heads. Folks, because this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, our young prince looks so elegant as he prepares to join the banquet. Cena and Dia meet him looking stunning. The prince compliments each of them, and they all head together to the banquet. Back at the party, the guests have already started dining, and the food produced by the prince is of high quality, as expected. As they begin to wonder when he will appear, something jaw-dropping happens. The water fountain in the middle of the square suddenly splits into four, revealing a platform emerging from beneath with a proud prince and a huge statue of him standing majestically. He has just casually broken the world record for the most eye-catching entrance. They expected something bizarre tonight, but this still manages to surprise them. He hasn't changed at all, always finding ways to leave people completely speechless. He descends and greets his guests, then proceeds to introduce his city to them, before moving on to showcase his city. He introduces the guest of honor, the king, who also thanks the guests for coming. After all this, it is time to brag about the new technologies of the great family to the stupid but very rich people, also known as nobles. Finally, it is time for our MC's favorite part of this whole event, bragging about his new technologies using magic screens. He carefully displays and explains the layout and features of the city to a captivated crowd. The city's defense is top-notch, with a wall so high and strong that it covers the entire city. The material used for the wall is stronger than steel, maintained with multiple layers of barriers, and can withstand attacks from monsters, an army, or even a 7th-class mage. Then someone asks about the severe weather, and our boy is happy to answer the question, especially because he kind of hired him in advance. He then tells the crowd that the strange feeling of warmth they felt upon entering the city was actually a special magical device that was installed within the city. Someone then asks if it is similar to the mana house he had invented earlier. He is a bit shaken, because he hadn't hired that person. But still, he agrees, and continues his presentation. He explains that the technology is greater and more advanced, that was installed within the city. Someone then asks if it is similar to the mana house he had invented earlier. He is a bit shaken, since he hadn't hired that person. But still, he agrees and continues his presentation. He explains that the technology is larger and more advanced, of what the mana house can do. It can really change the climate of the entire city. Our protagonist is not joking. He spent a lot of money and overloaded the mages with it. With that, he concludes his presentation, and the audience applauds. After that, the nobles start competing over who will open stores first in their city, asking about the magical tool. And soon our young man is receiving so much attention that his social energy begins to deplete, but he has to endure for the future of his city. His personal guards notice how hard their boss is working, stepping out of his comfort zone to attend to everyone who had a question. Other guests also start to notice them. 3 beautiful girls known for being stronger than even the commander of the night approach him, one of them asking for a dance. But she politely declines with the excuse of being on duty. The prince, who is watching, wishes his guards would relax a bit. It's only a matter of time before his own predator targets him. She invites him to dance, and the prince, who always thought it was the men who invited and not the ladies, is surprised. He then notices his mother, looking at him with a radiant smile that urges him to dance immediately. It's a trap. He doesn't want his mother to worry, so he agrees to dance anyway. Besides, he can't be seen as a fool. He politely tells the girl that he would grant her only one dance since he wasn't much of a dancer. The lady appreciates his modesty, and he interprets her as a social expert. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the person she was dancing with is a professional from many lives who has mastered several techniques and dance moves, spinning her with such elegance. A true Michael Jackson. Other girls become so jealous, but he couldn't act too shy in front of his guests. When he finishes with her, the girl can barely stand. He asks for another partner for the next song, and there's no shortage of volunteers. After finishing dancing and somehow managing to escape the clutches of his fans, our prince is completely exhausted, knowing that no one asked him to go this far, and he makes it clear that he wasn't having fun. He turns around only to see a long line of women still waiting to be swept away. He can't keep this up for much longer, so he turns to Acha and has an idea. He invites her to dance with him. He had noticed earlier that she wasn't really having fun. He asks her to save him from those women and dance a little with him. She can even call it a reward for helping him plan this event. Dancing with a prince especially an introverted one like him, is not common. She agrees, but is worried that she no longer trusts her feet. The prince tells her not to worry and promises to teach her along the way. With that, they join in music and dance. The prince and his guard dance so well, and he keeps his promise, teaching her the steps as they move. He compares the dance steps to fighting movements, and tells her to shine with the flow. The envy radiating from the female crowd is so thick that you could probably chew it. You can't blame them, however, as the prince and his partner Acha look so perfect together. After all this, the prince's social energy finally runs out, and he is mentally exhausted. At that moment, he notices some suspicious-looking people at the party. They come to report to him, but he already knows that some uninvited guards have entered his party. Acha and Cena join them, and Cena suggests they take care of this now, but our MC has a better idea. He tells them to follow him at a distance while he grants an audience to his new guests. They try to protest, but the prince recognizes one of them. He calls him a potential client. After moving away from the party, the prince turns and identifies the person who followed him. How the Lord of the Magic Tower, Helman Melnia Helman, is surprised that the prince managed to recognize him, and apologizes for the late introduction. He asks how the prince recognized him, and the young man reveals that he recognized him as the person who surprised him. With the Mana House question during his presentation, Ariel reveals that he never thought someone as important as the Lord of the Magic Tower would accept his invitation, and always thought he hated him. According to the requests of the Sacred Kingdom, he had deliberately poked at a sensitive topic in an attempt to test the young man, but Helman humbles himself and responds that he never accepted such requests. It turns out the prince truly knew he wasn't lying, and the poor mage is just happy there is no misunderstanding. To be honest, the prince did not expect the Lord of the Magic Tower to be much older, but after analyzing his mana amount, he cannot deny that he is authentic. Helman praises Prince Ariel, but he gives credit to the mages, even though he was the one who originally had the idea. The Lord then asks why the prince came here just to talk, and the prince reveals he had something to discuss in particular. But before that, he asks if the new friends who just joined them were his, because they did not seem to have an invitation. The prince wonders why dark mages always wear black, as if they are actively trying to announce that they are shady people. The new friends had come to casually kidnap the man who interfered with their comrade's plan, and the man who would interfere with them in the future, namely the prince and his friend. Helman begins to question whether he made enemies because of his holy water, and the Lord blames himself for allowing a cockroach to infiltrate the event. The dark mages begin to cast a 7th-class magic, but before they could finish, Helman casts an 8th-class magic that sends them 3,000 meters into the air, colliding with a terrible fate. With ridiculous speed, he did not kill them, but that definitely hurt a lot. The prince admires his strength and apologizes for using magic without permission. But our young man does not mind free entertainment. Helman then notices the prince's guards who had been following them all this time on standby. He asks if he can deal with their friends on the ground, and the prince happily agrees. After that, they begin to talk, and the prince reveals to him that he needs labor from the magic tower. Helman asks what his intentions are, but the prince cannot reveal them yet. The Lord would like to accept, but needs time to convince the others. The prince understands, and promises to contact him officially. He then turns to leave, but the prince suggests he stay and enjoy a bit more of the banquet. Unfortunately, he cannot, as he has a lot of work to do, and needs to have a fun conversation with his dark mage friends. He leaves using teleportation magic, and the prince remains, cautious about the fact that he did this so openly even after setting up barriers back to the party. The king was waiting for his son and asked about his whereabouts. Well, he had a conversation with the Lord of the Magic Tower and heard to put some sense into a few dark mages, but obviously he could not tell this. The prince imagines that for his father to be waiting for him, he must have something important to say. The king praises Ariel for his ingenuity in building the city. He then asks one last time for him to return to the castle. The prince politely declines, and he accepts his answer. He thinks it might even be better for his son to stay here and be free, and feels relieved. He then reveals that his brother, the Prince of Ariel, actually wants him back. It is time to make a decision. The prince thinks it is because of the throne's inheritance, as he had already reached adulthood. His reputation had increased during the war, and he had received support from many nobles. The prince thinks he might want to offer him a position. Officially, he is nothing like his mother, the queen next. He promises his father to get in touch with him later. They would soon be in another turmoil. How annoying after the party. People began to move into their new homes. In the city, the castle gave the final approval, and the city was finally opened. A month later, the prince secretly went out and was now wandering the streets of his city inspecting. He notices the new merchants and begins to think that his company should have a new flagship product. Only then, a particular store catches his attention, the Dilquial Company, an association of merchants granted in the Kingdom of Felsa. Focused on importing goods from abroad, the naval technology is terrible in this era, and our boy wishes his kingdom had a sea upon entering the store. The responsible merchant realizes that his customer seems immensely wealthy, and begins to look at him as an experienced merchant would. The prince looks around, but nothing seems to catch his attention until he notices something that looks like a seed he dares not believe what he is holding in his hands, cocoa fruit. He immediately orders a confused merchant to give him. Each one from the store now thinks and realizes how busy their boss has been lately. He has been working on that seed. The prince has finally managed to cultivate cocoa trees, although he lost half of the seeds and overwhelmed the wizards. He finally found the right temperature in his mana house to cultivate them. He then leaves the important part for later, which is processing the cocoa beans. This may be a waste of magic, but our prince does not care later. Uses his magic to turn the cocoa beans into powder, and as soon as the prince promises to give her the first taste as a reward, her speed increases. He then adds sugar and prepares it, and soon obtains a delicious chocolate. It had been a long time since there was chocolate, even in his previous life. Ah, yes, chocolate. He had never been so happy to be reborn. He calls Acha, Cena and Akin, the leader of the dwarves, to help him taste his new chocolate snacks. He needs them to help decide which are the best snacks to use as the main product. Acha thinks that cookies and bread would be very popular among children. Cena thinks that chocolate fondue is the perfect combination of sweet and sour. The grumpy Akin does not like sweets, but prefers the bitter whiskey bonbon, probably because of its high alcohol content. Metallurgy is hard work, so they need the calories anyway. Everyone agrees that any of the snacks would be a good flagship product, but the prince is confused about why they want to leave when the tasting has just begun. The trio watches in horror as the maids appear with tons and tons of chocolate snacks. Apparently the prince got a little too excited while cooking. He joyfully welcomes them to the sugar hell. Addition, chocolate and it is another peaceful day in Farilha. On the second day, Acha and Cena look like they are going to vomit. On the third day, he brings another new set of products. On the fourth day, Acha and Cena give up. Even Ida the food lover fainted, and then who had long since fled. Our professional thinks that, perhaps feeding them only chocolate for 4 days was a bit excessive, and his guards strongly agree. He then warns them that chocolate is high in calories, and that they might gain weight from overeating it. They suddenly come up with excuses to train or exercise. They won't even look at another chocolate for a while after this. However, the prince does not gain weight, so he has no problem eating more. Their sacrifice was not in vain, as it was this chocolate that had given nightmares to his strongest personal guards that became the new flagship product. Stores with chocolate products begin to open, and people who were initially unfamiliar with it start to fall in love with it. His uncle Luciano told him that both locals, tourists, and even nobles are seriously investing in this. The prince notices that his uncle has relaxed a bit since the last time he saw him. Luciano also told him that selling chocolate separately as a luxury product for nobles with special packaging, teleportation, shipping, and available only by reservation was a great success. He then suggests that the prince increase production, but the prince cannot, as there is a limit to the amount of fruit he can grow. This is the maximum he can go, since there is no other place in the kingdom where Coco can grow and expand his mansion, and the wizards simply cannot do it. His uncle then suggests that he do business with the Gotul Trading Company, and he categorically refuses. They openly showed interest in doing business with him, and technically, the cocoa fruit he used was theirs, but the secret recipe and production techniques are still his. He ordered his uncle not to negotiate with them. He made chocolate only for his own pleasure, and never planned to turn it into a large commercial venture. He had made a mistake by playing, not observing the competition, and that led to a war. If he repeats this mistake, then he is no reincarnation professional. He will keep an eye on them until the end. Meanwhile, the popularity of chocolate continues to grow, especially among the nobles. The prince had written to Lady Carrot, Raya's mother, since everyone already knew there was a connection between her house and the third prince. She cleverly introduces her friends to this, and they introduce their friends to this, and that is how the fame continues to grow. This attracts Giotto, the CEO of the Giotto Trading Company, and she asks about the producers of the infamous chocolate, while skillfully distracting them with goods she bought from abroad. Unfortunately, she was unable to obtain any useful information from them, and ignores it on the way home. She is tired of pleasing the nobles, but her assistant reminds her that this is the only way to enter their territory. She asks if the Herald Company responded, and the attendant said that the prince has no intention of working with them. Yoto finds this strange and laments, not knowing that the useless seed was a treasure. She suspects that the magical tool that controls temperature might be the reason, but obviously, it will not be enough to produce in large quantities. She is confused about why the prince refuses to work with her, but Prince Harrow developed the chocolate only for his own pleasure, so of course, she did not understand. She orders her assistant to continue, placing orders that might attract the prince. Lutinho informs his nephew that the go-to company is getting desperate, but our boy really does not want to deal with them. He tells him that the owner would like an audience, and he reluctantly agrees. There is no harm in just talking, having a cup of tea, right? On the day of the appointment, they meet, and the prince makes it clear that her frequent orders were bothering him and his uncle, and she apologizes for that. He wanted to test her with this, but she remained calm. He then asks her to present her proposal, and she does so, emphasizing how her company has been the best in pioneering at sea and delivering in large quantities. But the prince already knows all of this and tells her that it has nothing to do with why he doesn't want to join her. The issue is that if he allows this deal, it would mean she would be his only source of supplies, in other words, that would control his company. The prince hit her with a deadly question. The truth is that if Giotto's company were the only source of raw materials for his company, he would be at her mercy if she decided to stop supplying or raise the price absurdly. She tries to protest, but the prince tells her that if she were a good businesswoman, she would have at least thought this far ahead, and she thought this is obvious, considering how desperate she is. Finally, she asks if he has plans to expand the business, and he returns the question to her asking what she thinks while waiting for her answer. He uses magic to scan her aura and discovers something. She finally gives up and asks if he will change his mind. He doubts, but promises to at least listen to her if she has a better proposal. With that, she leaves disappointed. After she leaves, Lutinha expresses his surprise that Arrow did not accept her proposal. Arrow tells him that he was considering because she had a good reputation and seemed sensible, but he has a feeling that he cannot work with her. The truth is that when he scanned her aura, he noticed something bad and corrupted beyond the normal interests of a private trader and concluded that she was not an ordinary person then. He orders his uncle to investigate her business back at his base. Giotto is extremely frustrated and wonders where she went wrong in her proposal. She knows she made no mistakes and that her deal was attractive. While smoking, her assistant suggests that he may have discovered some secret of theirs, but she interrupts him with a deadly look and warns him to be careful with what he says. There is no way he could have noticed anything. She said it is reckless to confront him directly, but she still hasn't done it. After all this, our indifferent protagonist relaxes as usual in the field and wonders what he should do with the break he gave to Lusa. 5 Griffin Cubs, it would be difficult to keep them just in the palace, so he wonders if he should sell them, and then decides to ask for other opinions first. Acha suggests that he send them back to nature, but the prince fears that they might grow and become a problem for the citizens as they are still monsters. Besides, they have been spoiled in the castle, so he fears they may not be able to survive in nature. Alone, he pleads with Acha to take at least one, but she refuses because there is no space in her mansion, so it's a no from her. Cena also cannot help, because although her people are strong, raising a beast like that requires resources they currently do not have. The prince had forgotten that horse meat, which is the favorite food of griffins, was not cheap, so it's a no from her too. Dia suggests that they cook some, and therefore it's an immediate no from her too when he is about to give up. He asks Aiken, who is obviously busy and grumpy, who suggests that they help pull carriages instead of horses. The prince does not think a Griffin Cub can pull a carriage, but this gives him an idea they may not be strong enough to pull carriages, but at least they can transport small things like jewels and precious goods for nobles, and the Zavu is much safer than by land. So he invents the delivery by Griffin. He thanks Aiken and starts to leave quickly, and who wanted to inform him about some metal, but our boy was already far away. While still thinking about the delivery with Griffins and how it would work, an urgent letter arrives for him, and by the messenger's expression, he realizes that it is not a friendly letter just to see how you are. As soon as he reads it, he laughs a lot and tears it to pieces. He was expecting tricks from her. She was calling his precious cocoa beans pagan fruit. What the hell? She also would not give up. They would have to wait and see if he changed his mind. This is not over in the Holy Kingdom of Zeonian. That same foolish priest Pelson, who was shouting after the attack of the undead, was shouting again, this time calling the precious fruit of cocoa from our boy pagan fruit. He tells his congregation not to be deceived by its sweetness, and that whoever eats it will be punished by their god. And he crushes the fruit poor cocoa. Meanwhile, in the castle of Farija, Lucan admits that he did not foresee this. The prince always knew they were against him, but never thought they would make such a fuss over common chocolate. He attributes this to the company journal, but did not know they were connected to the Holy Kingdom. Lucan asks why the Holy Kingdom would ally With a trading company, the prince thinks it is a bribe anyway. They may not be harmed immediately now, but they have been denied the right to export chocolate, despite the prince not having plans to export for now. He thinks the idiot's plan was to ensure they could only export through her, and if they do not respond, she would probably push public opinion even further. His uncle suggests filing a complaint, but the prince does not believe it would work. That does not mean he will let them go unpunished. A mischievous smile appears on his face and his uncle begins to worry. He knows that face. His nephew is planning something diabolical and wicked. Our protagonist has always had the policy of not messing with people, innocent first, but now they have gone ahead and crossed him, so he finally has a reason to crush them. Lucan realizes that his nephew was actually planning to swallow them from the beginning, and those poor fools finally gave him a chance prey for them. The prince is overwhelmed with the idea of controlling ships, and the knowledge to operate them that has been his goal from the start. He tells Altio to hurry the task of investigating the company of Othal, but Lucan complains that it takes time. Well, in that case, our boy has another idea back in the Holy Kingdom. The shouting priest Pozinho is thinking about how his followers are pigs who get excited with a few words. At that moment he encounters the Saint Nevenhia and begins to flatter her. This is hypocrisy. At its worst, he praises her for her hard work, but she responds that she needs to work hard. Since the last Holy King died, and there has been no revelation from their goddess, she has taken on the king's duties as politics and negotiations. He then prays for the revelation to come soon, so she can be relieved. All this is nonsense anyway, because the truth is that Pozinho knows that she conveniently took the throne and refused to speak. Even after receiving the revelation, he is just following her, because he knows she is extremely powerful, both in purification and in repelling all humans. It is simply better to follow her than to oppose her. He is not really interested in politics, anyway, and is comfortable making money where he is. Then confronts her about her speech. Regarding the cocoa fruit, he politely reminds her that this is not under her jurisdiction and asks if there is any problem, but she responds that she was just curious about who he heard this from. He dismisses it, and soon she leaves him. She then asks her assistant, who has been by her side the whole time, and she tells the whole truth, that a believer from the hotel company visited him. Nevenhia gets furious and knows he was bribed. The assistant offers to take care of him and shows her knife. But the saint disagrees. She thinks it may not be too late to save the situation and handle some tasks. It seems that this kingdom is definitely anything but sacred. They are some suspicious figures, but this time, it is our cunning protagonist and his mercenary guards and his uncle who came along out of concern, wondering if this is okay. But the prince says it is fine. Their target is the wagons from the Othal company that are supposedly passing through the route they are spying on. Although the investigation was unsuccessful, he still knew they were definitely smuggling something. So he just wants a little look. He had invented many alibis and even real bandits to take the blame. Little fight that his mother would faint if she ever found out about this. At that moment, the wagons appear, and the prince tells his guards to go, but orders them not to kill. They attack, and certainly do a good job of acting as fake bandits. So much so that the prince has to ask Cena if they were really thieves from her town as soon as they capture. The drivers go to inspect the goods. At first glance, they seem like common things, like fruits and furs, but the prince discovers a hidden compartment at the back of the carriage. He asks Cena to gently destroy it, and both are shocked by what they find. Salt certainly cannot be just salt. And they are right. He identifies the rest as medications with hallucinogenic effects and products, whose import was prohibited. In other words, heavy drugs. They got them this time. But the prince is in no hurry to report them. He thinks there is a whole network of lords involved in this. The most important thing is to teach him a lesson, and show him what a fair game is. At the affiliated store of the Diotal company, the merchant realizes that there are fewer purchases than usual, even having better prices than most. Then he reports to his boss Diotal that the prince's company was buying the same products they usually buy, at a higher price at all their branches. Diotal worries that this could become a big problem in the future. She can't believe that a hero would make such a move, even accepting losses. The merchant suggests that they report him. But she can't. She knows that our boy is a genius, and that he wouldn't take that risk unless he had enough grounds to get away with it. She then remembers that their wagons were attacked, and attributes this to the prince's actions. This was beyond normal retaliation. She needs to talk to him immediately. She doesn't know if he would agree, but this is the only way for them to survive. Jotel waits for hours for the prince. He finally appears, and asks what her business is with him. She says he knows the reason, and he agrees. He was thinking of confronting her, but thought she would have already fled. She then responds that closing the deal would be the same as death for her. She continues to ask him the reason for his revenge. He then denies having any revenge, but says he is just playing a little prank, if that is his idea of a little prank. Then they have very different ideas of what the word means. He then reveals all the secrets of the Othal company to her. Obtained from a well-meaning informant, also known as Nuvania's assistant, he tells her that he is no longer doing this because of the criticism of the cocoa fruit. She crossed many lines, and it was simply time to teach her a lesson next. He asks how far she would go for money. She said that money is the only goal of a merchant. The prince truly feels sorry for her, if that is how she really feels. Well, in a sudden change of mood, the prince happily agrees to change his mind and offers her a deal. She just needs to hand over her business to him, and everything will be forgiven. Of course, he won't leave her on the streets of Hotel. Can't believe what she hears. It must be some kind of joke. He really thought her company was cheap enough to be sold for a little bit of smuggling. He totally agrees with her. Smuggling is not enough, so he thanks his stars for not having caught her, just for smuggling. There's also bribery, and best of all, betrayal. Who would have known she was partially involved in the conflict of a small country? She would really do anything for money. She interrupts him and asks how he got that information. But our guy doesn't kiss and tell. Let's just say there was a certain saint involved. The prince expresses his curiosity about what would happen if that information leaked. The nobles were involved. The countries that had suffered all came after her. Jotel, in a panic, tries to save her situation using the influence of the church's criticisms, saying that she is the only one who can stop this. But the prince reveals to her that this problem has already been resolved because a certain high priest was already being punished. Jotel is terrified. She must make a choice, her money or her life. In short, Jotel resigned from her position and handed the company over to the manager of the firm, Arnel Lycan. The merchants and traders were afraid of losing their jobs, but Arnel assured them that only the sign would be changed while the rest, including the structure and existing staff, would remain the same. And as for our friends in the sacred kingdom of Diatel, he admitted to having bribed and sold smuggled items to Pozinho. He tries to blame the kingdom of Ernad and Neovine. He acknowledges that their relationship isn't the best, but that has nothing to do with his crimes. He then realizes it was her plan all along, to eliminate him, and he screams as the guards drag him away. He truly was a loud priest until the end. My Venus steps back, satisfied. His uncle would have a lot to do, but at least the prince now had a crew and a ship. The chocolate is also selling very well, so maybe he should think about selling to other countries. The prince wonders about this. While granting an audience to Saint Nevenia, the prince did not expect her to come see him in person. During the hotel incident, they exchanged letters and information secretly, leading them to eliminate the people they wanted from the hotel and the priest. The prince thought there would be no more contact between them after that, but here she is, filling her mouth with chocolate. He asks if it's okay for her to be here, and she replies that it's fine as long as she isn't caught. He then reminds her that this is his territory, but she assures him that she can escape whenever she wants. He notices that she is full of confidence, but again, she is a saint. She came to clarify the misunderstanding in person, and explain that what happened was entirely due to her priest's deviation and did not reflect her intentions in any way. The prince jokingly says, then, to allow him to sell his artificial holy water, but she still refuses. She had come to meet in person with the famous Ariel. She reveals that she did not want to make enemies at this time, and considered the importance. The prince understands that she does not want to be his enemy, but also does not want to be BFFs. He thinks it is because of her mutual aversion for non-human species, as this can be covered up. But she assures him that is not the reason. She simply does not intend to fight with him now. She then withdraws and disappears. The prince observes that it is different from teleportation. Perhaps it is her exclusive ability. He has the feeling that something annoying is about to happen. How boring. He hopes the childish little saint does not do something foolish. Micah of Sinovilo, a member of the 16th Order of Knights, is exhausted. The work she is doing is not even entirely hers to begin with. It is for her captain, Lady Cania. She thinks her captain is not a bad person, just easily distracted. If she had known her life would be like this, she would have stayed indoors. She remembers how she was recommended for a new order about the second princess she already admired, and how Cania's order consisted only of women. Offers were sent to the farthest corners of the kingdom where she was. She was excited to work on the command of Cania, but now she really just wants to not exist anymore. While still thinking, Cania breaks through, almost breaking the door, and she reprimands her for it, and says that even the prince sent his condolences. Cania believes she can hear the prince grumbling at her. Micah then tells her to go through the documents she had organized for her, and Cania does this immediately. Micah thinks she might still be upset about losing a battle against the Swordmaster, whom she challenged after the battle. The man told her that he only won because of experience, but that she had lost in every aspect. However, she was not defeated, and still promised to challenge him again. The reason she was so obsessed with winning was because of the oath she made to her father, the king. Before her order could be recognized, she must first be recognized for her skill, and one of the ways to be recognized is to win against another sword master of the same level. Micah then realizes that if her captain keeps losing, her order will also disappear. She really doesn't want that to happen. Even though she complains a lot, it's not that bad. She decides that she must do something for the sake of her captain. This prince completely assumes the noble mode with her. What the hell gave her the audacity to meet him in person? Micah stumbles, saying she came for the sake of Lady Kanya, but our boy is just playing with her. He could never be that serious with anyone. Then he anxiously asks if his sister has done something wrong. She then tells him the whole story and the deal. With her older sister, she had come to him seeking advice because she was worried about his sister. She complains that if things continue like this, she won't be able to work properly since she was doing a lot of overtime, and it was killing her. She begs him to tell her what to do after thinking for a bit. The prince reveals that he can't help her. He can only give advice to his sister if she asks for it herself. Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, he decides not to send her back empty-handed. He gives her a letter for her sister, but with the warning that only Cena could open it, as a spell had been placed on it in Cena's training field. She is lying on the ground, exhausted from training. She then recalls her battle with the Swordmaster. During the battle, she noticed that he was blocking her attacks without breaking a sweat. She then decided to change her tactic to look for an opening and simply attack with force. Her opponent praised her sword skill, but still found an opening and delivered a critical blow. Lord Manel and she were on the same level, but due to his experience, she could never defeat him. Amidst her thoughts, Micah interrupts with a letter from her brother, containing information on how to defeat her opponent. She believes that with this information, they will be able to gain recognition then. She is interrupted by a flick on Kanya's forehead. She asks if she went to him first because she knew her brother would never send this. She discourages and says that this was not the way. If she defeated Lord Manel like this, she would be setting limits for herself. Micah is genuinely impressed by her heroine, but the scene could not see that. So she promises her most loyal soldier that she would win. With a smile, she continues to train. But Micah is still curious about what is in the letter. Shortly after that, Cain approaches to challenge Lord Manel again. He is surprised. But our princess does not intend to give up. So soon he agrees to fight her, but realizes that this time she brought a different weapon. It is the short sword that her little brother gave her. Before the war, the battle begins with the help of the sword. She closes the distance between them. In a few seconds, he barely escapes. He cannot let his guard down. So he decides to take this seriously. Kanina is surprised that he was not fighting with all his might before, when he starts to unleash attacks on her that she can barely avoid. He thinks that since his attacks depend on thrusts, the princess must have thought she could counterattack by getting closer. But unfortunately for her, he can read her movements while she is still thinking. He realizes that his opponent is now in the air. Cain uses all the strength he can muster and hits his opponent with a critical headbutt that sends him crashing to the ground. Micah and the other spectators could not believe what they were seeing. Was that even allowed? But in fact, she had won. She tells him that she bets. He never expected a headbutt from a knight, and Lord Manel bursts into laughter. He also believes that fighting fairly on a battlefield is absurd. They shake hands, and Lord Manel, as promised, recognizes her as a knight while refreshing himself. Micah congratulates her on the victory. She is still not satisfied, as she feels that Lord Manel made it easy for her. Then she asks about the letter that her brother the prince had sent. As the fight finally ended, it no longer mattered. Micah then reveals that she checked, and there was nothing there. Just a blank piece of paper, not even the magic that was supposed to seal it for her. Micah pleads with her not to be upset, but she is not, because she knows that her brother sent it on purpose. She is already looking forward to the next fight. But Micah remembers the piles of overdue work waiting for her. It happens that the prince is quite friendly with Lord Manel. He brings Day to help heal the old man's sore body. He is grateful and apologizes, just like his father did for subjecting him to so much. The prince expresses that if his sister were not recognized by Lord Manel, other knights would look down on her. Lord Manel asks if he helped in any way. But our prince replies that no, although his assistant came to him, he did not contribute in any way. Everything that happened during the battle was entirely her own doing. Lord Manel admits that he had a lot of fun checking her out, and that closes the matter of his sister and her sword. Now the prince says he wants to talk business, and Lord Manel, he wonders what he means by that. He has a frightening idea. However, the prince enters the room where his father, the king, and his brother, the first prince heir, are sitting, and tells them directly that they need to prepare for war. He reveals that although the previous war has ended, the danger still lurks in the kingdom. The king observes that he is not talking about simple preparation, and he is right, because our brilliant protagonist thinks they should attack first this time. The first prince, is irritated by the idea of starting a war, but the prince argues with him, saying that signs of war are already emerging, and if they didn't want a repeat of last time, they had to attack first. This war is coming. Do they want to attack first or not? He is not very inclined to kill, but at least this way, they would minimize casualties on their side. He also promises to design all the necessary equipment and ends there after an intense silence. The king asks what Gel will do, since he will lead the kingdom from now on. Ariel also expresses his willingness to follow him. The first prince asks for some time to think about it, and then leaves. The king says it was what they needed, a moment of closeness between father and son, but about political and war issues. He agrees too because he didn't want to take such drastic measures. The king then reminds him about Pina, and his decision to accommodate her, and Hero agrees. He then asks, if this decision about war were left to him, what would he do? The king answers directly that he would never start a war, and the prince understands, but Prince Gel decides otherwise. They will prepare for war, but only if someone shows clear, visible, hostile actions against the kingdom. He tells Ariel that he would not accept any violation from him, and our boy agrees. He then asks his brother to tell him whom he suspects, and Prince Hero suspects the Holy Kingdom, and has reasons to believe that they would invade within the next 5 years after his investigations. The possibility of war has become evident. He was not planning to attack first, but he was also not going to wait. This preparation was just precautionary. In the Holy Kingdom, the saint is lying in her bed, obviously exhausted, and recalls the discussion she had. She warned her people not to antagonize the Energians for now. Someone asked if they were going to evangelize them, which was the Holy Kingdom's sophisticated way of talking about invading another nation. She told them they had no chance of winning if they started a war now. They had to be cautious. Although leaving them alone only gave them time to grow, they had no choice. She thinks she would have to resort to a problematic measure. While holding a suspicious-looking bottle in her hands, she slowly and inevitably implodes her sacred nation. Meanwhile, Pina finally arrived at Fariga, and Ariel is already waiting to welcome her. She never thought they would meet again this way. He was now in charge of her tradition. Of the only 3 children of the royal family, Pina is the second daughter and the first princess. She thought the weather was brutal, but when she entered the city, she was surprised. The prince leads her so they can discuss more. Her older brother inherited the throne, and her sister is still a child. She, on the other hand, came here as a hostage, under the pretext of studying abroad. But the prince thinks that despite her situation, she still remains carefree. He offers her some snacks, and asks about her well-being. She replies that she has been living comfortably. Although the prince notices the bitterness in her tone as she continues to praise his city, the prince asks her to stop pretending. He hadn't forgotten their little incident at the palace. She tries to deny it. Then the prince playfully threatens to announce her secret to the whole city, so she gives in. Unfortunately for her, our boy is not someone who can be convinced with smiles. She tells him to stop pretending as well, and he is happy to do so. He tells her to show her spirit, but she is worried about confidentiality. The prince assures her that everyone is great at keeping secrets. He observes that, for some reason, she is really aware of privacy, so she invokes him, and the cute little salamander appears out of nowhere. She had already practiced and managed to tame it a bit, and our prince is impressed. He then asks about the confusing letter she sent him through the lizard, claiming that he could teach high-level spiritual arts. She does not deny it, and admits that at some point, she started to hear the words of the spirits. The prince considers that, although invoking spirits is not rare, it is difficult to communicate with them, even for a professional like him. He asks her what exactly happened, and she explains that she heard numerous voices, but the lizard told her to go meet him. The prince is surprised that she mentioned him directly and wonders if the spirits can see through his identity. As a man living his 101st life, he questions how the spirit that only recognizes the fundamental essence sees someone like him. Spiritual magic is a lost art, but he agrees to teach her as much as he can. And from there, a new bond is formed between the princess of the empire and the third prince of the kingdom. Cena and Dia are having fun gossiping about the prince and his new friend. Their relationship seems quite casual, and the scene reveals that they actually met during the prince's visit to the palace to discuss a marriage proposal. These are just illusions of love from the women. Since the prince was only keeping a close eye on her because of her spiritualism, after the tour of the castle, it is time for the special spiritual hero classes with Pina. He flips through a book about spirits and immediately discards it, justifying that it was too old. He decides to follow the traditional style and teach by demonstration to summon a spirit. She must make a contract. Only then can they manifest enough for others to see them. Although the contract is just a sophisticated term, unless it's for high-level spirits, a simple wave can suffice. The most important thing is to have infinite, not that you can't summon without it. He demonstrates this by taking a spiritual stone, placing it in a circle, pronouncing a few words, and poof, a spirit appears. It's not really a complete spirit, but more like a member of one. But he just wanted to prove to her that anyone could do this as long as they had the right means, which is very rare and expensive. The technique is also complicated, and communication is difficult. The existence of spiritualists hadn't even been confirmed for over 200 years, because magic simply became more efficient over the years. This did not imply that spiritual arts were inferior. However, his goal today is to familiarize her with summoning. He then asks her to try, and she does exactly as he did before, repeating the same words, and poof, another spirit appears. It's an earth goblin, so cute that it almost looks edible. Pina is excited to have succeeded. On the first attempt, the prince cannot understand what the cute being is saying, but Pina can. She then extends her hand, and it hugs her, thus forming a simple contract. The prince is surprised that she can form contracts with two spirits and jokes about the shock her brother would feel if he knew this, leaving her flustered, but she agrees. Then the prince confronts her with the fact that the reason she is hiding her spiritual affinity and cannot be discovered, knowing the spiritual arts throughout her empire, is because she fears the Holy Kingdom. Basically, the Holy Kingdom hates all non-human species and treats them as impure. Of all, they hate spirits the most. In fact, in ancient history, the Holy Kingdom always hunted spiritualists and pursued them more cruelly than demons. Spirits, on the other hand, were sensitive to human malice, which is probably the reason they haven't been seen much in the last 200 years. The Empire had begun to accept the Church's doctrine. Amidst all this, she is a member of the royal family, so that was one of the reasons she was sent here, she admits, but tries to explain more, as this is not the whole story. Yes, her brother already knew of her talent, but she was also sent here for another reason. The prince completes his statement with the fact that she was sent here to give the Holy Kingdom a reason to punish the kingdom of Ernesia. Nothing went unnoticed by our reincarnation expert. She is surprised that he already knew this. It was actually just a guess, but correct. Based on her reaction, the kingdom of Ernesia has been under the empire until the first king fought to make it independent. It is probably why they could not tolerate the powerful existence of the kingdom. The emperor is now planning to use the excuse that the princess was corrupted by the kingdom of Nervia to give the Holy Kingdom a reason to attack. He asks if the Holy Kingdom knows, but the magic he cast on her began to fade. He had used suggestion magic to make her speak, and with that, he can deduce that she disagrees with her brother. She then reveals on her own that she did not like the idea of her spirits being treated with malice. The prince reveals to her that if his plans come to fruition, she would also be in trouble. As a spiritualist, he then asks if the reason she came to ask for help was to use him as an excuse. She denies, saying that she just did not want to make mistakes, also because she believed in what her spirit said. The prince then asks about her plan. The emperor did not know this, but she could not betray her empire, as she was still part of the royal family. He then makes it clear to her that her cooperation would be beneficial for the empire, as it was on the path to total exploration and destruction. The prince already knew that the Holy Kingdom planned to use the empire as a shield. He tells her the brutal truth, that her brother was naive and was being manipulated. Pina is still undecided, the prince continues, telling her that they could not win, even if they united and attacked his kingdom. The Holy Kingdom was planning to abandon them. From the beginning, they planned to incite a war and easily flee if things went south. He officially promises the princess that he will ensure her empire is not involved in this war as long as she agrees to cooperate with him. Pina then realizes that this was the reason he wanted her here from the start, but is confused about why he chose her for this task. He then said that he believed her spiritual arts were the only weapon against the saint without starting a war. She could not believe he was referring to the true saint. She is not really that loyal to the imperial family, and definitely does not want her country involved in a war, so the prince urges her to join him, so he can prove that her spiritual arts are the way, and teach a lesson to those who pressured her. He told her to stop hiding, and that makes her open her eyes as she agrees to follow our protagonist. The most important thing when performing spiritual art is affinity. Although her personal affinity is low, due to her training, her mana is close to the natural attributes. He tries to remember the spell, but that takes a lot of work, so he casually rips the kings of the spirits from the circle he had drawn one by one. When he finally has all the attributes, he turns to the king of the fire spirits and asks what gave him the audacity to forcibly rip kings of spirits like that. But before he could finish, our boy casts a magical chain that prevents them from using any of their attributes. The fire spirit assumes he wants to form contracts with them, but no. Our boy wants nothing to do with these creatures. He just needs to ask them a question. He asks what it means. Exactly when a spirit says it can be trusted. The fire spirit doesn't seem to understand the question, so he takes a good look at our protagonist's soul, and boy, he is terrified. The prince observes that he must look different in their eyes. The king spirit of light behind says that thousands of years have passed, and even the dragon lords were not like this. This is how he appears terrifying to them. He realizes they are not that surprised to see him, and they reveal that there was one like him before, who existed about 1,000 years ago. Our protagonist already knows that there are other reincarnated ones, and he had already come into contact with some of them in his past lives. The fire spirit then reveals that the previous one was not very good, and forced him to use his power to destroy. See, our boy classified the reincarnators into 3 groups: the lazy ones like him, the goody two-shoes, who use their knowledge to help others, and the jerks who abuse power. This guy obviously falls into the last group, the fire spirit. Red suggests that maybe the lizard was just relieved to see that his soul was good. After they tell everything they know, Red asks if he wants to form a pact, but the prince reminds them that he doesn't need their power. He warns them, however, to tell their descendants to never speak of him again. He then sends them away, but asks Red to show up. If a certain summoner calls him, gives him a means that can be used at any time, and disappears. The prince wonders what he would do with a pin ribbon he has been practicing, as the teacher instructed the hero prince, told her to take one step at a time, and keep familiarizing herself with summoning so she could perform it at any moment. She wonders why he was so focused on the basics, but concludes that he just wanted to train her well in case of combat. The prince, who was listening behind the door, wonders why she is so serious, when he basically just told her to relax and practice a bit of summoning. Thinks this is because of the fact that she is from royalty and has worked since young. She was also talking about herself. Anyway, the prince asks about the engine he requested from the magic tower. After getting ships from the Othal company, he made one request for them to move without much labor. Hellman liked the idea, but at the same time feared it could be dangerous. He proposed that it would normally take 3 months to stabilize, but now it would take 6. Since the workforce in the magic tower had decreased due to the pursuit of dark wizards, the prince still agreed to this. It would have taken 3 times that long to reach those foolish dark wizards who were still bothering him. However, Hellman had promised to prioritize them before doing anything else. The prince is not sure about this, but after all, it's not his concern, he tells himself. To tell him that he understands and will cheer for him now that all the business negotiations have been resolved. A break for our boy is late. He decides to take Pina this time, so he enters the room. He picks her up and takes her for a well-deserved outing. The break they both needed starts now on the way. The prince tries to talk, but she does not yield. Her progress was stagnant, and even though he tries to make her relax, she continues to refuse. She complains that as royalty, they should not be indignant like this. The prince cannot believe what he just heard. He is more determined than ever to make her have fun. Now he takes her to a food stall and offers her roasted rabbit meat. She is obviously interested, but cannot lose her dignity. The prince persuades her, saying that she is a prisoner, not a princess here. With that, they both try the meat and openly criticize it in front of the heartbroken vendor. At that moment, an eagle-like figure deliberately pushes against him. It is a pickpocket. The audacity of that human committing a crime in his city. The guards could easily capture him. But our boy decides to use this as a practical training opportunity for his student. He tells her to take care of it, and she summons her spirits and uses them to trap her target in the mud, solidifying the ground with her earth gnome and hardening it with the salamander. The prince praises her skill but advises her to use more threatening means to capture her enemies. In response to this, she set the poor pickpocket on fire, and although her flames are not very hot, the prince can still smell burnt steak. He had told her to capture him, not to cremate the guy alive. This was too much. The people around think it is some kind of street performance. The thief is handed over to the guards. In the bookstore, the prince realizes that Pina is more familiar with books than with fun, and she herself notes that most of the books are made of quality paper. She then finds a shiny book, and our teenage protagonist, who was distracted by a dirty book rated for those over 18, tries to stop her, but it is too late. He just wants the ground to open up and swallow him while she reads aloud the great deeds of the wise grey Prince Ariel. The book was made to popularize him in his city, but he is dying of embarrassment just hearing what was written. Pina then realizes that the writing in the book is uniform, and the prince praises her for her sharp vision, which is the result of her new machines that print words and images very quickly. She asks about the reason behind this, but our prince shrugs. He couldn't reveal all his plans, at least not yet. They start planning to wrap up the day in the sacred kingdom. There is still another priest shouting. You would think he would learn from last time. This time he is shouting about a forbidden book that was reproduced as a children's book, easy to read even for illiterates. Saint Nelvenia urges the priest to calm down, as this is a delicate matter. As a solution, she would ban this book too, but her biggest problem is that it belongs to the Energy Kingdom. She wonders what the reasons for the error were. I think we now know what those printing machines were for. She tells them to warn their allies not to bring the book into the church. A priest, then, asks how long they would have to hold their breath. The congregation is getting impatient, and so are they. To calm them down, she decides to give a clear answer. She tells them that she finally had a divine revelation, and this excites them. But she says that the information was extremely private and makes them swear to secrecy. After that, she reveals some kind of secret information that gives them some sort of morale. What the hell is she plotting now? After some time, the celebration in the Kingdom of Ernesia, our protagonist, who is now 18 years old, sits and proudly watches his older brother. Being crowned as the new king of Inertia, he thinks his brother should hurry to become a wise king. To divert all attention from him, he would do everything in his power to support him behind the scenes and ensure that this happened, all for the sake of his peaceful life. He wishes that the peace they felt would continue. Unfortunately, we don't always get what we wish for. Our protagonist is relaxing in the open green fields, wondering what Saint Nelvenia was plotting while Pina is practicing beside him, and he asks why she keeps summoning and contracting lower spirits, when she could already make pacts with intermediate-level spirits. But he is disappointed, to find out it was just because of their cuteness. Now she is stronger, able to summon up to 100 lower spirits at once. She commands her army of cute spirits to attack, and the prince notes that she chose quantity over quality. Unfortunately, this is not enough as her training partner. Dia easily counters with her own fire magic. Dia tells her that she lacked control, as there was a flaw in her formation. The prince did not expect Pina to win since Dia is at the same level as a 7th-class mage, while Pina is better than some 6th-class mages. He advises her to read military books and work on leading spiritual units. He then tells them to fight once more, while contemplating taking a nap because he couldn't find an answer about what the Holy Kingdom was planning. Meanwhile, during the training match, Pina asks about Dia's past, and how they must be proud to see her so strong, but Dia reveals a dark and sad truth. Her hometown was devastated by a pandemic. Pina immediately apologizes, and the prince is impressed by her humility. He considers Dia's story to be unfortunate. Then a thought comes to his mind. Pandemic. He runs out, telling them not to wait for him because he has an important task to do. Suddenly, there is one thing that could still destroy a kingdom, as great as his. A pandemic. He asks the librarian if all records have been restored as he enters the historical library. He then requests that all records about the war between the Energian Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom, as well as other nations, be brought to him. The prince truly hates analogues. He had researched until dusk and managed to find something. It was a record of the war between the Holy Kingdom and the now non-existent Resley Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom had started the war, and Resley was strong at first, at least, until a plague spread and caused the collapse of its borders. The war, along with the plague, was too much for them to bear. The prince thinks all of this is very suspicious. The flow of events was too smooth, and the Holy Kingdom offered its help shortly after the Resley Kingdom was subsequently destroyed and forced to join the Mirman Empire. Yes, he is determined. Our boy has to do something. Later, he asks Dia to help him make medicines. Making medicines is complicated, as one mistake can lead to devastating side effects just as much as it can save lives. It must be considered carefully, but our boy cannot simply sit back knowing the Holy Kingdom's plans. Dia understands but is worried about the difficulties. Our protagonist never planned to do everything from scratch. He already has all the basic materials they need, and has already designed an emergency medicine for the case. It was something he had planned when he was recently transferred to Farelia. Besides his private room, he also had a laboratory, where he could develop medicines at any time. As for the name of the emergency medicine, he calls it antibiotics. He then contacts Damon to start mass-producing them. Dia is confused about why he called her for a task that is obviously for an alchemist, but he has something else in store for her. He hands her some papers, and after flipping through them, she is shocked by what she sees. He told her to master the technique, but she questions its necessity. He said it is for the worst-case scenario possible. He orders her not to tell anyone, nor use the mana nanoparticle control technique without his permission. It is unconventional, but she promises to meet his expectations. While the alchemists were busy mass-producing his medicine, Dia worked hard to master the technique, Hellman sent the news that he had finished with the engine, but she promises to meet his expectations, while the alchemists were busy mass-producing their medicine, and every day worked hard to master the technique. Hellman sent the news that he had finished with the engine. What it means is that it's time for a joyful cruise. Acha and Cena are so surprised by the size of the sea around the kingdom of Ernesia. There are only mountains and rocks, so they had never seen the sea before. Now they are in the kingdom of Felsa, which served as a trading port for different ships from different countries, to which their company finally joined. When Acha and Cena see the ships, they are dazzled, as it is also the first time for them. They are so astonished that they start to make the prince a little embarrassed, and they become even more so when their own means of transportation arrives. It has been hours since number 1 is majestic, gracing the port with its presence. Aiken and the rest have truly outdone themselves. This time Cena noticed that there were no sails, and the prince said she would see, because at that moment, Hellman casually appears via teleportation. He came alone, as all the other wizards were busy with our old friends, the Dark Wizards. Our prince observes that the technique used to make the ship's engine was invented by the Lord of the Magic Tower himself. He could feel the blood and tears of the overworked wizards who worked on the ship. Mercy for their souls. Now that they are complete, it's time to take a ride on the ship. The ship sailed through the seas efficiently. It is a unique vessel made of iron, using a magical engine, and weighing over 9,000 tons. Acha's face is pale, and she is sweating all over her body. Our protagonist rushes to her side, worried that she might be seasick, but in reality, she is just having a flashback. Her grandfather, who was an explorer, was captured by a kraken one day, and ended up stranded on a deserted island. He then used this story to scare her when she was still a child. The prince is then encouraged to look at the beautiful scenery to distract himself, and the scenery is indeed quite beautiful. Hellman deduces that this ship alone could carry as much as the entire fleet of the Othal company, and our protagonist was planning to add 3 more. While they both discuss the profits they would make without seeing something, a kraken, Hellman, V also, and the prince confirms. Meanwhile, Acha screams desperately. It is quite common to see krakens and other sea monsters while at sea. The sailor suggests that if they turn back now, they can escape, as he is just warning them to follow him. They can always throw a little food to distract it. That's good and all. But our reincarnation expert has a better idea. To ram the ship into the kraken at full speed like a bowling ball hitting the pins. Acha looks like she has seen a ghost. The prince needed to test the durability of the boat, and besides, what gave that stupid kraken the audacity to stay in his way irritates him. He completely lost his head. As they prepare for impact, the boat then collides with an unsuspecting kraken, and boom! It is really like a bowling ball and bowling pins as everyone starts to recover. Well, everyone, except thinks he had already gone to have tea with his creator. The kraken is in pieces, and that is all the proof our young man needs to conclude that the ship was highly resistant to monster attacks and reefs. They wrap up the day and finish their test at sea. After that, the prince tells his crewmates to look for his precious cocoa fruit while they go to explore the southern continent. It won't be long before he can make his precious glue, and just the thought of it makes him salivate. Even more than when he made chocolate, the official reason for his expedition is to make contact and build relations with the southern continent. No one would ever know that the real reason was his selfish greed and need for glue. It would be one of the many secrets he would take to the grave. Meanwhile, in a certain village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Erns, people are falling ill, one after another. There are problems. The prince reflects on how so many people have started showing signs of fever throughout the kingdom. He thinks in shape that the royal kingdom issued an official document confirming an infectious disease. The prince did not expect it to arrive or spread so quickly. He asks if their hometowns and scene were safe, and they confirm. Although the scene region has been affected, her village was the only one that was safe. He wonders if this has to do with his lineage. He orders to close the gates and restrict access. He is devastated to think that all business and transport could be interrupted so easily. He orders them to deal with it, using the medicine they had prepared. They must put all other operations on hold and focus on eliminating the pandemic. Antibiotics cannot solve everything. But fortunately, healing magic exists in this era. He orders his mages to ask Hellman for help. If they lack manpower, looking at the reports, the prince, Hero observes that the disease was spreading much faster than it should. He is sure that Neovenia is secretly behind all of this at that moment. Day knocks on the door and enters with a question for her master. She asks if this disease was man-made. She felt while healing with magic that she was familiar with the disease. It turns out it was the same disease that decimated her hometown. She could never forget the plague that killed her friends and family. She asks again, and he confirms by nodding his head. Meanwhile, Poem was secretly listening to their conversation. With that, she leaves him alone. But before leaving, the prince promises to take revenge on the person who did this. The prince will visit the sick, barren and abandoned lands where the disease first spread with day. The Lord warns them to be careful, but he has a magical quarantine tool in hand. He advises him to go, but he couldn't because that was his territory. Our boy obeys. After all, the one who really needs to go is Pina, who was hiding in a box in the cart that had arrived. She apologizes for following them, but couldn't just stand still, especially after hearing the story from Dia. She then shows her newly contracted spirit that could use simple healing since they were in a hurry. The prince reluctantly agrees to let her accompany them. He asks if the village has taken any measures, but the Lord responds negatively. The original plan was to burn the village since they didn't know what disease they were dealing with. He orders Dia, and she begins to cast a spell. He tells a surprised Lord that if this works, they might not need to burn the village. After all, she is already casting a mana nanoparticle control spell, and he is removing the viruses from the atmosphere. Our professional was basically cheating, but he had no choice. After all this, he uses a test paper to check the effect. And indeed, all the viruses had disappeared. She is already exhausted after casting the spell because casting it over the entire village is mentally draining. The Lord was radiant, but the prince warns not to celebrate yet, because the work is not completely finished. They then begin to restore the village, treating the sick, and giving vaccinations. Soon, the high mortality disease threatening the kingdom is halted in its tracks by our reincarnated protagonist and his companions, and a certain little saint is not pleased about it at all. The saint couldn't believe that the number of deaths was under 100 due to a pandemic that the kingdom of Genesia should have been able to avoid. After testing it in a certain village, she confirmed that the disease worked well. She suspects it was the work of a certain gray-haired prince, and she is furious. She needs to move on to the next plan as quickly as possible. She plans to use a nation that is also on her target list to destroy the Energy Kingdom. She couldn't guarantee that she would have such luck again. For the sake of the children of the Holy Kingdom, those foolish priests are confused and begin to doubt the saint, while the kingdom of Genesia remained untouched. In her carriage with Pina, our prince, Tini is pleased that the epidemic has started to diminish. Pina is about to tell him something, but decides not to. They arrive at Farhilja. Even though the prince has ignored her for some time, Pina still seems to be a good girl. He imagines that it might have something to do with the secret letters she has been receiving. He saw no harm in it, so he allowed her to exchange letters with the Empire. After all, technically, she was in the kingdom studying abroad, so sending letters would be perceived as normal. He wonders what she is really hiding. Pina, on the other hand, has just received another secret letter from her brother. The Empire took advantage of the fact that exchanging letters was normal and sent coded messages that could only be seen using the recipient's blood. He told her that he heard that she moved to be with the third prince was quite an achievement for someone as boring as her. He obviously doesn't know that her secret was exposed to the prince and that she is even learning from him. Her hatred for the Genesia kingdom is also intensifying as her wife's influence. Erminia from the Holy Kingdom deepens. He warns about exposing her talent, and she wonders why he despises her ability so much. She remembers the expression on his face when he discovered her power for the first time while reading. She discovers something shocking and rushes to find Prince Arrow. When she finds Prince Ariel, surprised, she hands him the secret letter. Our protagonist feels strange, reading someone else's letter, especially a secret and coded one. But as soon as he reads, he is as shocked as she is. The Emperor of the Mirman Empire, her brother, is willing to sell his people as slave soldiers at low prices. What in the Mirman Palace? The foolish human, who is apparently the Emperor, lays in his wife's lap and remembers how his ancestors hated the Energy Kingdom. They could never acknowledge a kingdom founded by a plebeian, who woke up one morning and declared himself king. He thanks his wife for the help the Holy Kingdom was offering, but begins to question his decision to trade his own subjects as slaves. He thinks they will understand if they are told that their sacrifice was for the good of the kingdom. They were traitors who rebelled against him after all. His cunning wife agrees with him and smiles in response. Pina is sure that Erminia is behind all of this. She admits that her brother wouldn't win the award for best emperor in the world. But he wasn't that bad. The prince is confused about why the emperor would shamelessly listen to the words of a woman from another country. Pina then confesses that her brother was stupidly in love with his wife and even built a ridiculously expensive church for her, even going so far as to kick his own sister out of the house. The prince didn't know this. The prince thinks the emperor was really foolish to go that far, even after buying ridiculously expensive holy water, to save their pride. If things continue as they are, the empire will definitely become dependent on the Holy Kingdom and inevitably fall. He then asks Pina why she is telling him all this. It's not like he has an obligation to help them or anything. She should have known this. This was obviously another mental test from our boy. She then argues that this issue is also related to him in some way. His spirit had warned him about the saint when he encountered her at his brother's wedding. After piecing together the events that were happening, she discovered that there was a connection between the Holy Kingdom and the pandemic, which means that both have a common enemy. But that is not enough to convince the prince. She goes further, saying that if she regains her position as princess, she would even sell the empire, or at least something similar, because it would be much better than the situation they are currently in. The prince is still waiting for more. Then she hesitates and lets slip that maybe she could even become his property. The prince has no idea what she is talking about. After a brief pause, the prince, now understanding what she meant, maliciously requests that she start her payment now. If that is something she can do, Pina begins to panic, but agrees. She would do anything for her nation. But our playboy is just joking, and insists that she stop making him laugh. He had already planned to help her from the start. A flustered princess, angry and embarrassed, starts throwing everything she can at him. He just wanted to test her determination and her readiness to follow his instructions, then reveals that the reason he taught her spiritual arts was to take revenge on the doctrine of the Holy Kingdom. It is time to expel that holy idiot. It is no longer about politics. The prince is just irritated because she dares to mess with him, especially now that he is so busy. He then said that in exchange for his help, she would have to promise to do business with him in the future. In the end, all our boy wants is money. All this struggle for power can go to hell because he doesn't care, and now regrets putting all his strength into this proposal. But he thought she would be happy. He suggests that maybe she really wants to be his property, and she vehemently refuses. Meanwhile, Saint Nuvina enters the orphanage in the Holy Kingdom. The children there run to greet her. One of them falls and hurts themselves. Then she lifts them up, heals them, and gently tells them to be careful next time. You would hardly believe she is directly responsible for the deaths of so many innocent people by the way she is dealing with these children. The sister in charge then rushes in and expresses great gratitude to her. The truth is that if it weren't for her, the entire orphanage would not be standing now. The decision to start helping the orphanages was fully implemented. After she took power, the sister is truly grateful to the savior of the orphanage, if only she knew. Back in her carriage, she argues with her assistant, the assassin sister, who told her that there is a limit to how much they can do for the orphanage due to the drought and invasions from other tribes. The number of orphans increased that year. That is why she hated other races and fought so hard to eradicate them in other nations. She thinks she will have to try to convince the greedy priests who only care about themselves, so that they can continue to support the orphanage for a few more years in this kingdom, where there is little agriculture and practically no resources to take. Faith, like a moth drawn to a flame, is all they can do to survive. She sold holy water and medicines made with her skills at high prices, and blessed rich people in exchange for expensive donations. There is no way the kingdom can resist without her, for she is invaluable. She thinks she needs to do something quickly with the mines of the Energy Kingdom, and the fresh farms of the Mirmam Empire would never have to worry about weapons or food again. It may be wicked to take what belongs to others, but she has no choice. Their god never helped humans. Even if in the future people discover what she did and blame her, she wouldn't care as long as she gets what she wants. The prince thinks she can't be serious. In an attempt to protect her own, she is truly willing to eliminate external forces. Instead of protecting the interior, he swears to destroy her at all costs when a carriage approaches. It is stopped by some bandits. They are aura users and want the usual her belongings. The poor owner had already begun to accept his fate when two hooded figures appeared to rescue him. Pina uses her fire spirit to stop them. She tries to threaten them, but forgets the words and needs Dia to remind her. The leader of the bandits then admits she let her guard down, promising to cut the lizard that attacked him. Unfortunately, he has no idea that it was just one of the 100 lizards that she brought for the family. She then orders them to repent and decrees divine judgment. The leader of the bandits tries to cut the flames with his aura sword, except his aura sword is no longer there. It was completely melted by the flames. Ah, that was just one lizard. Imagine the damage she caused when she used about 10. Soon the area around starts to smell like roasted meat after everything ends. The carriage owner turns to thank the people who helped him, but they are nowhere to be found. Pina is exhausted after dealing with so many bandits. Fighting them is no problem, but reciting those lines the prince gave her is the hard part. She could die of pure embarrassment. The prince had ordered her to run a campaign to change the perception of spiritualists, since the Holy Kingdom had stained their reputation with heresy due to the fact that some third parties were injured during battles between the Holy Kingdom and the Spiritualists, blamed everything on the Spiritualists and supported the Holy Kingdom, thus fueling the heresy. They needed to show people that spiritual arts were harmless, just like she used them to help heal those people in the infested village, but this time they would take a different approach, using them to save people, capturing bandits, and doing other good deeds. Actions speak louder than words, as they say. Dira encourages her, saying she is doing well as she is gaining practical experience. With all this, she relates to her on a deeper level, as she also had to fight against bandits to earn money that helped her reach Fariusia. Pina is just happy to be able to use her talent, that has been kept hidden for so long, to truly help people. Suggests they do a few more rounds, but our princess desperately needs a break after a few days. Rumors about the girls and their deeds begin to spread like wildfire, from capturing bandits to repairing bridges. Everyone has something different to say about them. The only common thing is that they always talked about spirits, while doing good deeds. This leads people to talk about spirits, and their views on them begin to change. Little by little, she is already worried that this will not be enough to change completely the perspective of spiritual arts in people's minds. The prince is not completely sure about the outcome, but what he is sure of is that people do not forget things easily, even if it is the smallest evil or the most just deeds. Someone always remembers how they ended up establishing the foundations. It is time for the next step. Meanwhile, in the Mirman Empire, the Holy Grace is the emperor with his presence, and they get straight to the point. She must sign a contract sealing the agreement for the sale of slaves. As she sits down to sign it, she thinks about how foolish the emperor was, and rightly so, for his kingdom would soon be rich due to his stupidity, just as her pen is. About to make contact with the paper, there is an interruption. There is an urgent matter from the emperor, and there is a message for the saint from her spy in the Ernesian kingdom that makes her shudder. The princess of the Mirman Empire has just revealed to the entire Ernesian kingdom that she is a spiritualist. Just before this, Pina is very nervous but cannot give up. Now that she has come this far, the prince assures her that he will stand by her no matter what. And with that, she prepares to make an official announcement to the people of the Ernesian kingdom. After introducing herself, she tells her story and the reason for choosing to say it here and not in her empire. She calms her trembling hand and invokes her spirits before a stunned crowd. People begin to murmur among themselves about the good deeds performed by the spirits, including the healing of the village that had been infected by the plague, the capture of bandits, the repair of the bridge, and so on. She continues to say that she has had the ability to communicate with spirits since she was very young. Her mother had taught her to hide her talents to protect her. Because her empire and the Holy Kingdom were on good terms, she feared what could happen to her daughter if she were discovered. Eventually, her brother, the current prince, discovered this, which led him to confine her and her mother. This left her mother very ill, and she was forced to hide her powers, considering them a curse. She was sent to study abroad and eventually met Prince Ariel, the third prince, that taught her about the origins and true use of her powers. The prince wonders when he did all this, but lets her finish. The princess continues saying that she realized she lived her whole life miserably because of the doctrine and heresy that the Holy Kingdom emphasized. She preached that magic and spiritual arts were the same thing. Then she declares her statement that this foolish heresy that the Holy Kingdom emphasized must be retracted. After the princess declares her statement, her audience begins to doubt the actions of the Holy Kingdom. The prince considers that since it has been a long time since the spiritualists were persecuted, the whole idea had died within the kingdom, as no one who truly believes is still alive because of this. Public opinion would turn to Pina's side, and the Holy Kingdom, just like the Empire, would be blamed. As he walks to stand by her, he promises himself to support her, no matter what happens. He then declares to the public that he and his family have decided to protect her. He had studied the spiritual arts, and as a human and academic, he could not allow an innocent girl with harmless abilities to continue being persecuted by the Holy Kingdom. He asks about their experiences, and people begin to confirm that the spiritual princess had been nothing but good to them. The spiritual arts, just like magic, could be used for both good and evil. In this sense, he declares that he would personally question the kingdom for its actions, and anyone who wanted to oppose should come to him personally. He also asks that all spiritualists who were secretly hiding come to him for help after the public announcement. Public opinion shifts drastically against the Holy Kingdom and its claims. Although the nobles are still uncertain, the prince feels it is time to settle things back at the emperor's palace. The emperor orders that a message be sent immediately to the kingdom of Ernesia. Meanwhile, the outraged priests discover that the royal family of the empire had a spiritualist by their side, and demand that all pacts be broken, which is the last thing the saint desires. She also orders that a letter be sent to the kingdom of Ernesia, but before any of the letters can be sent, one arrives from the kingdom. It seems that our brilliant protagonist wants to have a chat. When the hero receives the letters, it is exactly what he expected. It seems they also want to talk. So he, along with Pina, takes a trip to the Mirman Empire. While our boy is busy, enjoying the art and scenery, Pina is terrified of what might happen next. Our protagonist then tells her that she is the protagonist of the day and that she should not be afraid, because he is by her side. As long as she doesn't make mistakes, they will be fine. To cheer her up, he gives her a present, which is a red ribbon. But obviously, it is not an ordinary ribbon. She already knows it is a means of summoning a spirit king. He then offers to put it on, and braids her hair in the process. Our gallant prince knows a thing or two about women from his past lives. Of course, after this, she relaxes, and they go to meet their hosts, the Empire and the princess. The Emperor gets straight to the point, asking Ariel why he taught spiritual arts to his sister, but our boy casually argues that he did nothing but reveal the princess's talent. He shouts, asking the prince if he knows what spirits are. Before he can respond, the prince casually diverts his attention to the nonsense without losing his composure, like a certain foolish emperor. He tells her that his god was referring to wrongdoers who happen to use spiritual arts, and not the arts themselves. He goes on to explain that spirits are just mana, in the air with consciousness. So, calling them evil would be the same as calling living beings evil. Nivenia tells him that he is going too far, but he does not stop and suggests they reconsider their doctrine. One of the foolish priests loses control and shouts that the proof of the spirit's evilness is the fact that the holy magic of the saint can eradicate even a spirit king. Bingo. He was waiting for the opportunity for a live demonstration. He invites the princess to join him, and Nivenia cannot believe that a spirit king, who has not been summoned in 100 years, was about to be summoned. Pina, then, carefully calls upon the great king of the flame spirits, and he appears, somehow looking more majestic than before. What a transformation. They literally could not believe that the king of spirits was actually real, let alone that the princess could summon him. Red asks why he was summoned, and his summoner tells him about the doctrine that claims they are evil beings. He gets irritated by their foolishness. Spirits are beings that exist in nature infused with mana. They are no different from the earth or the sea. The prince also cheerfully adds that the saint thinks she could face him. He tells her to go ahead, but she refuses. She admits they may have made a small mistake regarding the consecration of their priests. The prince then asks if she admitted to the mistreatment of other spiritualists, since about 250 people gained courage from her speech and came to him seeking help. They, along with the princess, should also be compensated. The priests are shocked that the priestess is doing nothing. Oh, and to crown the situation, our protagonist shows evidence that someone had deliberately caused the pandemic from a recording sphere, that he had just developed someone who could easily teleport anywhere and do anything to the holy Neovenia, the recording sphere, that had been installed to catch thieves caught her in the act, spreading the epidemic. The prince could have consoled her about this, but decided to expose her in front of her own people and other countries. He apologizes for acting without requesting a formal investigation, but needed to expose her before she made any agreements. The saint tries to deny using the long friendship between the Holy Kingdom and the Mirman Empire, and the fact that the Empire needed her help as leverage. But then the princess intervenes. She believes their financial problems could be resolved if they united to do business with the Inner Sao Kingdom. She then shows her brother her plan that will surely put them back on the right track. He tries to protest, but she argues even more strongly that selling their slaves is not the solution. Prince Ariel thinks that the emperor could not be so desperate for quick money, and the Fire Spirit King notices something about Princess Pina while she tries to convince her brother. Neovenia then interrupts her in the middle, saying that the emperor has already made his decision. Our protagonist then realizes that she is using hypnosis on him and blocks it with his own magic. He believes that neither of them should interfere in what is happening, so, calm down, ma'am. The emperor, now free from hypnosis, decides to talk to his subjects about the matter, and silences the protesting saint. By the way, our protagonist is not finished yet, as he takes the opportunity to accuse her of not being a true saint. The priests are perplexed, and begin to suspect her immediately, as if they had been waiting all along. Meanwhile, Neovenia tries to use hypnosis on the emperor again, but this time Red, the Fire Spirit King, blocks it, as he can no longer tolerate her nonsense. Cornered, Neovenia decides to show her true colors and attack, and Ariel tells Pina to prepare to strike. Meanwhile, the priests interpret all this as a miracle, but again, they are foolish. The foolish priests are reveling in the glory of their saint's power, until that same power begins to envelop them. The guards who try to call for help are also affected. However, they are not dead, so Prince Ariel deduces immediately that she can attack the kingdom mentally with her power, which is how she achieved her current position. Pina requests help from Red, and he agrees. He attacks Neovenia and begins to dominate her, and Pina adds the power of her other spirits as well. But Neovenia casts a spell that attacks directly and mentally strikes in the form of her deceased mother, who scolded and cursed her. Her ability she refuses to believe is real, because her mother always tried to protect her until the end. This distracts her, weakening her connection with her spirit, giving Nevenia the opening she needed to catch Red and wrap him up. Once everyone was knocked out, she finally relieves the spell, asking how long she could hold on after using a critically heavy spell, even if it meant her death. She must fix her kingdom, so she orders everyone under her spell to forget everything that happened that day. Also, that Princess Pina and Prince Ariel were killed by rebellious spirits on the way here, and that the treaty between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom was concluded smoothly. After giving her orders, she heads to Mac to kill him, but before that, she decides to extract all of his abilities. She is grateful to him for handing over his skills on a silver platter. Accessing his memory, she feels overwhelmed by the immense amount of information from all of his lives. Our prince then wakes up peacefully, bored and disappointed. He is now grateful to her for providing a space where no one would disturb them. She is shocked and terrified, because she didn't know that our protagonist was actually a professional with over 100 lives. There was no way Nevenia, who was living her second life, could defeat him. The master of the reincarnation game now decides to return the favor and see her memories. He knows what that means. Time for a flashback. A few hundred years ago, a girl named Ramila was born in the Holy Zunian Kingdom. She always prayed every night for their god to help them, but never received an answer. 2 years later, she was chosen as the next saint. She thought there were so many greedy people in her kingdom, priests who used faith to extort money, and a holy emperor who was blinded by faith. She swore to follow a different path and not devote herself to them. When you become a saint, you gain a new power that is used only for the good of the church, and this varies from person to person. But Ramila was different. She returned the money obtained through illicit means and suppressed the holy emperor. With her new power, many were saved by her hands. But that was not enough. Even with the temporary stability, the root of the problem was still unresolved. War refugees were flooding the kingdom. She knew she had to cut them off. Humanity could not be saved just with compassion. There were limits to what she could do, and her target was only the Holy Kingdom. So she sold holy water and made deals on the surface while marking countries that crossed her as heretics and destroying them. She didn't care about being called a devil as long as the Holy Kingdom was safe. She continued this way until she grew old. Over the years, her power was weakening, and soon she could no longer control the priests. And as a result, they returned to their corrupt ways. There was no worthy successor to take her place on her deathbed. She desperately wished for more time, another chance, just one more life, and she succeeded. She was reborn in this era as Nevania, after the death of Ramila. The next saint was incompetent, and soon the kingdom was in crisis again when she arrived. She got rid of the emperor with a disease, and expelled other races to expand her territory, just as she had done once before. It wasn't difficult for her until our reincarnation expert appeared, the prince. He argues that all he did was sell paper and make some money, but she made the whole kingdom try to kill him. But he hadn't just made some money, the guy was immensely rich enough to save her orphans from starvation. She asks him if he had never acted solely for himself and for those he loved, and he admits that he had, but he never reached the point of killing other innocent people. The saint, devoid of compassion, was nothing more than a devil. She admits that she cannot win against him, and promises to take full responsibility for everything she did, begging Arrow not to be angry because she did everything for the children. But the prince reprimands her, saying that just because she lived 2 lives doesn't give her the right to decide which lives have more value, but she still pleaded for him to promise not to hold a grudge against the Holy Kingdom and to punish her instead. The prince assures her that he would do the bare minimum, and that the rest was karma. Before leaving, she decides that leaving those corrupt and foolish priests would cause damage to both her kingdom and the hero prince, so she kills them. After that, she meets the prince to accept her fate. The princess wakes up with a start. She remembers that she needed to stop the saint, but to her surprise, everyone is smiling and celebrating, because the battles have ended. The story is that Princess Poema defeated the evil witch with her spirit, the master of the fire spirit. She then confirms that she dealt the final blow, and that is how the 3 countries resolved the conflict. The imperial people changed their minds, because the last thing they saw before they fainted was Princess Poema fighting the saint, who attacked them first, and with the removal of the hypnosis, the emperor came to his senses and apologized to his sister. Their prejudice against spiritualists also disappeared. While regarding the Holy Kingdom, the prince threatened, or, let's say, negotiated with them since their leader had disappeared. They even made an official apology to the princess and other spiritualists when the news reached the public. The evil plans of the former saint were revealed. The Holy Kingdom then expelled her, and the country slowly began to heal. As for Poema and the prince, since there was technically no need for them to remain in the kingdom of Inertia, she had to say goodbye. She is grateful to him for keeping his promise, and he assures her that he always keeps his promises. Before leaving, she feels something for the third prince and our reincarnation expert. Trade between the kingdom of Myrm and the kingdom of Inertia went smoothly. The princess, the poet, contacted the prince and asked him about the cocoa beans and the sale of chocolate in his kingdom as a luxury item, but the prince argued that the means of production were low since the cocoa beans were rare. He insisted that this was why the boat was modified, but in reality, the boat was for his glue needs and nothing more. The spiritualists of her kingdom also wanted to follow him when they discovered that he was the one who taught her. She hurried to explain that she was just playing a role in the battle with the saint, but the prince urged her to silently take on the role of the perfect model for new spiritualists. He told her to send them to him and then hung up, but before he did, she promised to repay everything he had done. He wondered how she would do that. And regarding the sacred kingdom of Zelania, they began to decline after losing their saint. They could only survive on the condition of abolishing their old laws of hatred towards other races. The kingdom was renamed to the Union Kingdom after that. A rumor spread that anyone who was against Prince Harel would suffer greatly, while his friends enjoyed themselves. Our protagonist really doesn't think he is that scary. Time skip to 2 years later. Our boy, or rather, man, now 20 years old, enjoys life with a bottle of glue in the 2 years after the incident with the Zunian Kingdom. His boat returned successfully with glue nuts. After several crossings and experiments, they finally managed to plant the glue tree, and after working so hard on the manufacturing process, he finally made glue. This brought a new wave of wealth to him and his kingdom. He wonders if he should ask the Empire for some glue nuts. He had finally achieved the sweet and peaceful life he wanted, and even though there were occasional problems here and there, his forces dealt with them easily. Nothing could disturb his peace now. His mother had come again. Even when he fought against the saint, he only considered her a nuisance, not really a threat. But his mother, on the other hand, is scary. He tries to explain that he has been busy, but his mother doesn't want to hear it. He was already 20 years old, and she needed in-laws. He then picks up his little sister and tries to use her to defend himself. Leia had arrived last year and is now the 4th princess of the Anesian Kingdom. When he heard the news, he truly respected his parents for staying strong, even at their age. He checked, and his sister is a normal girl, but in return, his brother is the richest in the world, so maybe she has an even more comfortable life than he will ever have. The maid then takes the child from him and insists that he stop using her as an excuse. His mother understands that he is busy, but he cannot keep refusing marriage proposals. He then argues that his older sister, Kania, is still not married. His mother responds that her own mother, he was treating this as a serious matter. The prince then promises to consider it, but in his mind he is thinking of abandoning this. As usual, after he leaves, the maid realizes his true intentions and tells his mother was worried before because he was a prince of little importance, but now he is powerful, so she must intervene. The maid worries that her lady Lavinia is going back to being like before. When she was still a maid, Lavinia was a strange woman. That's how she fell in love with the former king. After having the prince, she began to hold back, but her strangeness showed whenever she was anxious. The truth is that Lavinia, the prince's mother, received a letter some time ago from a particular person, and she feels that this time, her son will finally get married at the chocolate shop. The prince wonders how he endured for so long. Not only his mother, but other nobles are interested in his marriage. Depending on whom he marries, the status of his kingdom and other countries could be shaken, so he pretended to be careful on purpose, but now the pressure was getting too much. He vents that marriage is a serious headache, and the shop owner who got married last month hears him at that moment. Hands grab him from behind when he is about to leave and go play. They are Cena and Dia, and somehow they found him. They came to take him to the palace. The prince notes how strangely motivated they were. He had thought he would be safe, but they bribed the shop owner, and she happily snitched on him. They drag him to the teleportation circle. At his mother's request for a meeting against his will, our prince is being kidnapped. His guards plead for him to accept his fate, but he does not understand why. He needs to be tied up to participate in a blind date, necessarily. not a problematic date. He had already chosen a fight earlier. His mother had hired behind his back, asking for help with his upcoming marriage meeting. She knows her son was planning to run away again as usual, and the trio, knowing who the prince was, completely agreed with her. She begged them to try to hold him as the prince was a slippery snake who could disappear if he wanted. They promised to do their best, but Dia is worried that forcing marriage never works. Lavinia was quite confident this time as her proposed partner Pina was also very motivated. Pina had entered the city without the trio knowing as she wanted to surprise the prince hero if all goes well. She will become the new Lady Energy. Levine found it common for members of royal families with lesser chances of succession to marry. Pina asked if they were not happy, but they actually were. They had secretly placed bets and encouraged them when she still lived there. Pina was determined to see this through to the end, and they agreed to help her, and that's how it all happened. Soon our boy is being pushed towards his destiny. Like a condemned man, he meets Pina, who speaks elegantly about the weather. The prince notices that she came prepared for him. He never thought she would be the first to initiate this kind of meeting. He asks about her actions, but she just starts talking about the weather again. The prince realizes that she is trying hard to pretend and wonders if it's because people are watching suddenly. She makes a request to take a boat ride on the lake. Her determination is fierce. Pina heard that nobles usually have meetings on the boat, but the prince quickly changes his mind when he tells her that a couple fell into the lake, and that's how the tradition began. This is the reason behind the new magic-powered boat they are now riding. After the most awkward silence, Pina complains that he didn't notice a green light even when it was placed right in front of him. The prince is happy that she has returned to normal, but Pina is angry that he didn't notice she dressed up for him. The maids, who had no idea what they were saying, adore them from a distance. Pina continues to complain, saying she had threatened the nobles just to come here, but the prince is sure he just heard her say threatened. She admits that she learned a lot from him, and the prince is worried about the sin of having taught so many not-so-good things. She tells him not to worry because not even her brother dares to go against her. Now he asks if her mother approves of this meeting, and she replies that her mother was very happy, and even thanked her. I think all the karma from avoiding so many meetings finally caught up with her. Pina knows that the reason he can't find a partner is that he can't find someone who matches his craziness, but she has experienced living with him and would accept his true nature. The prince still thinks she will regret it, but she argues that to prevent marriage from being an obstacle for him, it would be better to be with her. The prince feels like he is negotiating a business proposal. She promises not to interfere or get involved in useless politics, thus avoiding headaches. Besides, they are the same age, so it makes sense. Our protagonist then begins to seriously consider this. He had been postponing marriage, and she had difficulty proposing because of her situation, but she truly believes they were made for each other, so they share a moment right there. She admits that she had her own reasons for this. Marrying him meant saying goodbye to the constant complaints of her people, but in reality, she is confident in her ability to understand him, no matter what he does. Besides, she still loved him, even after he provoked and tortured her in the past, but he was also the only one who tried to help her without any prejudice against her spirits. She then leans in very close, within breathing distance, and asks her savior to say goodbye to the constant complaints of her people, but in truth, she is confident in her ability to understand him. No matter what he does, she still loved him, even after he provoked and tortured her in the past, but he was also the only one who tried to help her without any prejudice against her spirits. She then leans in very close, at a breath's distance, and asks her savior, what is his opinion about her? Is she ready to give him some time after everything that happened? It was the only thing she could do. But she should know that our protagonist really doesn't like to wait. This time he leans in her direction, and Pina gets flustered. He had made his decision, and this is the perfect place to announce it. He then calls her full name, and that makes her heart race. He fully accepts her proposal. All smiles and rainbows. Now they could finish the kiss, which was obviously about to happen. She had started it, so it would be better if she finished it. Her guards and maids who had been watching all of this are agitated. After this special event, they continue with the date, and it goes successfully. His mother is happy and proud of him. She apologizes for forcing other girls on him when he already had a crush on Princess Pina, but he tries to correct her, saying it wasn't like that back then. She doesn't relent. But she is happy that her son has finally found someone. He would have to put that aside for Pina's sake, because from now on, they would spend their lives together. After several months, his soda business is doing so well that soon he will be able to offer free drinks to the residents. But that's not all. He has also completed the second part of his city, a resort. Now, after visiting the city and enjoying its wonders, you can lean back and relax at the resort. His dream paradise was finally completed. Hence the question of whether he planned to throw a big opening party like he did before. But he doesn't think so. Last time the banquet was to promote his city, but now he didn't need to do that because the rumors were spreading on their own. Besides, he is preparing for another event, his wedding, which his mother and Poema desperately want, so holding 2 events in succession could lessen the excitement. He decides to invite only a small group of people and gather a bit. Just a break, since he will be busy soon with the wedding in the empire of Mirmampuina. She just received a letter from her fiancé and immediately starts assuming deliriously that it is about the wedding. People were already starting to bother her, and she had to make up excuses. The letter is actually an invitation to a resort he had just finished building. He also sent one to her parents, her older brother the king, and her older sister Kenya and her knights. On the day of the banquet, he welcomes everyone and then makes an opening toast. After that, the party properly begins. He and his father spend time together in the steam room where they take a steam bath. His father is happy to have passed the throne. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come here. The prince thinks that his brother, who cannot attend due to his royal duties, would cry if he heard him say that. His father decides to visit here frequently, and the hero prince agrees. Princess Kenya joins them and greets. Her brother Ariel notices that her knights are enjoying the massage chairs specially created by him. They not only massage but also press vital acupressure points that circulate energy throughout the body. Anita is worried that her knights might be too tired to follow her instructions, but the prince reminds her that few people could keep up with her. He tells her to go get food, and she leaves immediately. The prince wonders if she will ever grow up, but he is happy that she is content after that. He goes to the mixed bath and, dressed, immerses himself and begins to relax until Poena joins him. She is irritated because everyone keeps asking about them, and she always has to come up with excuses. She enters the bath and immediately calms down. The prince has always wanted to create a place where people could come and relax. So soon she resumes her complaints about their marriage. The prince assures her that he has everything planned, and then offers to massage her shoulders to relieve her stress. She interprets this as his attempt to avoid the subject, but as soon as he starts, she calms down again. Meanwhile, her mother and the guard are just outside the door, listening. His mother wishes she could be a knight to see through, and begins to consider it, but the scene strongly opposes her. They had no idea that the prince could hear everything they were saying. Inside, it was all very noisy. After all this, everyone is completely relaxed, and their skin has improved. The prince calls their attention to make an announcement. He then pulls Poena to his side and announces his upcoming marriage to his fiancée. Poena is surprised and flustered. Our prince is always full of surprises, isn't he? Everyone congratulates them, and they really seem like the couple of the year. It seems that a happy ending is near. The wedding is the talk of the entire country and beyond. The third prince of the kingdom of Ernesia is going to marry the first princess of the Mirman Empire. The prince enters a cave that is solitary and silent, perfect conditions for him to work on something special for his lady. He remembers when he was born, he had also made a jewel there in the concubine's palace. He never cared about such embarrassing things, but this time is different. He finishes the jewel, and it looks like something that would cost a fortune. Back in his room, a maid enters to take him to get ready, and notices the jewelry necklace he made from all the stones. It was a gift for his future wife, and he hoped it would be enough to express his sincerity. He asks her to give it to Poena. The maids help him get dressed while applying makeup. The maid teases Tim about how he hated these things when he was younger. He asks about his fiancée, and they inform him that she is getting ready. About how he hated these things when he was younger. He asks about his fiancée, and they inform him that she is getting ready, so he needs to be patient. He imagines it would take much longer. To put on a dress, the maids praise his bravery, and the prince, who is obviously trembling with nerves, feels flattered. The wedding venue is magnificent and grand, exactly as one would expect from the third prince. Someone from the guest list said that marrying a princess from another country was definitely better than marrying a noble from this country. Soon their presence is announced, and the couple begins their procession down the aisle. The guests are amazed by their beauty. Her necklace also looks so lovely on her. The priest then begins the vows, and it is as beautiful as you can imagine. His mother is starting to get emotional, and his father looks so proud. His older sister is so happy for him, and his guards are also there. As soon as the priest finishes the poem, he immediately swears. At that moment, our professional begins to reminisce. Let's take a stroll through memory. For that brief moment, there was a fool who had the ability to retain his memories after he died. In the beginning, he was confused, but soon he became excited and started to use his power. Having memories of his past life was a privilege. He could do whatever he wanted, and people supported him. He began to have delusions of being some kind of god, as the fool he was. The truth is that only the world, life, name, and outward appearance would change, but inside, he continued living an endless life. Eventually, he finally grew tired. He saw no point in saving a world if he was going to leave it for another, or gain wealth only to leave it behind, and move on to the next life or love someone only to see them depart or leave them behind. The gift he had called a privilege became a curse, and he could find no meaning. Soon, instead of saving something, he would destroy it. He would become a threat to the world on a whim. After wasting so many years, he finally realized he was nothing special, just a human who had lived a long life. He was just bored because he had given up. The value of life does not diminish, no matter how long you have lived, he swears, and the priest declares them husband and wife. He kisses his newlywed, and hopefully, they live happily ever after. Scholars will forever remember the period in which he lived as the most turbulent time since the beginning of history. If it weren't for him, the kingdom of Ernesia would have been destroyed by the army of the undead or the Holy Kingdom. His industries would become the foundation of human history, and he would earn the nickname of the Endless Spring. There would be some discussion about whether he really did all this just for fun. His legacy would be continued by his children, starting with his eldest daughter, Arna. Inertia, in any case, an indisputable fact, will remain for generations to come. The birth of the third prince of the kingdom of Inertia, Prince Ero. Inertia had a great influence on the foundation of the great kingdom of Inertia. Well guys, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment. For the next part, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.